May meeting, I'd like to ask Councillor Paki to begin our proceedings today with a karakia tamatanga. Thank you, Councillor Paki. Can I give a very warm welcome, particularly to Youth Councillor Matilda McMullen, and we look forward to you contributing. Don't take a lead from Councillor Hodgson. He's very tired. He's just had a new baby. And can I, on behalf of Council, congratulate Councillor Hodgson on the birth of his daughter, Maisie. Daughters are much more expensive, would be my advice as a parent, than sons, and we wish you well. Are there any apologies for today's meeting?
I'll just have to leave it.
Good as gold.
So do we all.
The Chief Executive has promised that he's going to buy me a coffee if I finish by 3. Councillor Paki.
Kia ora, Mr Mayor. I'll be absent for a short period, closer to around 10 o'clock, and I will be returning.
Good as gold. No, accepted. There may be a time when you need to absent. Thank you for that notification. Councillor Hodgson.
I also may need to leave for the school pickup at 3.
You're going to have a snooze. Thank you. Can I just confirm the order of business is as is listed? There may be a little bit of shuffling in that I have been advised by officers that there's a couple of people giving presentations and just subject to business may come back to council to try and maximise the convenience for those that are presenting. Are there any elected members that have specific interests relating to today's agenda that they wish to declare? That being the case, we move to public forum, and I'd like to invite Leah and Brendan and Drew from the Natureland Wildlife Trust to public forum. We will set aside 10 minutes to be updated on your good work. Welcome.
Kia ora, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Leah Foster. I'm the manager of Natureland, and I'm joined by Brendan Hickman, our board secretary. Apologies for Drew, he was unable to make it today. We're here on behalf of Natureland Wildlife Trust to share our incredible progress we've made over the past 12 months and to highlight how your continued support can help us achieve even greater outcomes for conservation, education, and our community. Natureland has seen remarkable growth and success this year thanks to the dedication of our team, volunteers, and the generosity of business and community members. We have made significant improvements to our facilities, and the community has been behind us every step of the way. Our shop at Admissions has a fresh new look, with flooring donated by Guthrie Bowron Motueka and installed at no cost by Contract Flooring. Comans generally donated a week's worth of labour, carrying out much needed repairs. For example, the fencing that you can see in the back here now looks like this. We've opened a brand new iguana exhibit, and that was constructed completely by our longest serving volunteer. And Lions Club Richmond and Gibbons Naylor came together to transform our play area from this to this.
Wow.
Our most ambitious upgrade is our new capuchin exhibit. What you see here is our current exhibit, which has been in place for over 2 decades now. We are aiming to give our capuchins an exhibit and lifestyle that meets the highest of modern standards. We've come a long way to completion of this project. Everything you see here has been donated through the generosity of local businesses. And this is the list of businesses who have supported us in this project so far. We are grateful to have them on board. All of these efforts demonstrate that our local community and business want us here. They value the work we do, and we are a valuable asset to Nelson City. We're also proud to report that 32 yellow crown kakariki and 1 Pārteki duckling were bred at Natureland this year, and they will all shortly be released into the wild. In collaboration with Project Jansoon, we released 3 kaka into the Abel Tasman National Park, and all future kaka releases will take place at the Brook Sanctuary. We were also part of the recent tuatara release into the Brook Sanctuary, contributing 7 juvenile tuatara. Our education program continues to inspire. Over the past 12 months, we've welcomed over 1,000 students through the program. And we've also undergone a strategic rearrangement of the board in 2024. Each member brings a strong professional skill set, from civil engineering, law and accounting to veterinary care and HR. All of our trustees are local and all are deeply passionate about the mission and vision of Natureland. While we're proud of what we've achieved, there's still much to be done. To continue operating effectively and uphold our commitment to education, conservation and community, it's critical to carry out the ongoing maintenance and repairs required to sustain a long-standing facility like Natureland. Our ageing walkthrough will soon need a full mesh replacement, as we can only apply patches like you see here for so long. Our lemur enclosure is showing its age, and the wooden structures and panels have started to rot, like you see, and need replacement. Likewise, our animal food preparation kitchen is in much need of renovation, and multiple exhibits are showing structural wear and tear, such as the concrete block wall you can see on our Kuni exhibit here. A great deal of our recent progress has come from generous community donations, particularly with the development of the Capuchin enclosure, into which local businesses have poured around $50,000 so far. We cannot rely on free labour, but we cannot rely on free materials and labour forever. For many of the businesses we've mentioned, it would not be feasible to donate materials and manpower on an ongoing basis. On the advice of John Murray, the advisor recently appointed by Council, Natureland has increased admission prices twice in the past 18 months. This has been necessary to cover our base operating expenses. However, such price rises are not something that we can continue to do regularly, as Natureland needs to remain accessible for the entire Nelson community. This is the crux of why we are here today, speaking with Nelson City Council. Natureland greatly appreciates the support of the Council, and as its representatives, we are asking for your consideration of an increase to Natureland's funding by $50,000 annually. While our admission prices go a long way towards our animal care and staff wages, increased support from Council will allow Natureland to keep on top of the ongoing repairs and maintenance that are much needed throughout the park. Natureland Wildlife Trust is the cornerstone of conservation and education in Nelson. With your continued backing, we can build on our success and ensure that future generations can enjoy and learn from our incredible wildlife. We are excited about the possibilities ahead and look forward to working together to achieve an even greater impact. Ngā mihi nui, we welcome any questions you may have.
Thanks very much for a very informative presentation. And happy within the time frame we have to have a few questions from colleagues. I'll have Councillor Courtney and then Councillor Roller.
Thank you, Mayor Nick, and thank you, Leah, for that presentation. It was excellent. Very interesting and enthusiastic. I could feel that. Leah, my memory takes me back to several terms of this council where the funding for Natureland was cut dramatically, and I'm going to say dramatic. And you recovered from that, so I congratulate you. I don't recall you asking more recently for more funds. Is this the first time in a while?
We came to Council a couple of years ago just to be asked to consider inflation. So that was just a small inflation, about $6,000 annually. We haven't come to Council as we're a fairly new board and I'm a fairly new manager. I've been in the role for just 2 years now. I wanted to see what we could do as a collective, and what we've done as a collective I feel is pretty impressive. This is just an outline of the things we've achieved. There's a lot more, and I could be here a lot longer talking to you about what this small team has done. You are correct. In 2018, there was a cut to funding to Natureland. It was $50,000. And so we believe if we can have that reinstated, we can do amazing things.
Thank you.
Councillor Rollo.
Thanks, Mayor. Good morning, Leah and Brendan. You were talking about the price increases that you've had for the entry fees. Are you able to give us some sort of numbers into, firstly, how they're going at the second with, we're halfway through the year, I guess now, but also, so how's this year looked, and how does that reflect on previous years with people coming through Natureland?
So in terms of when I began, admission prices for an adult were $15 and $7 for a child. They're now $21 for an adult and $11 for a child. We don't want to go any higher than that. It has helped, like I said, in terms of when I began Natureland, we were looking at being in the red at the end of the financial year, and that's no longer the case. However, we're not in the green high enough to be able to do any of the extra stuff that we are hoping to achieve at Natureland. It has affected our numbers, I believe, though the funding, the increased prices have helped. We do get some pushback from the community with the prices increased, but there was no alternative for us at that point.
A quick supplementary on that. With all of our community facilities, and you're like our museum and our Sutra Art Gallery, there's this trade-off between the level of fees and how that much curtails the numbers that come through the facility of what you, your volunteers and supporters put so much energy and effort into doing. Mm-hmm. Since you've raised the fees, what sort of impact has that had on the volumes coming through Natureland?
So I believe we're down in terms of what we expected in terms of admissions over the past 12 months, because our financial year finishes end of June. We're down about $20,000 on what we expected. And that's based on last year's numbers. So we estimate about 44,000 to 45,000 people through the doors of Natureland each year. And those numbers are not as high as they were the previous year. We're down a couple of thousand, which could be a number of things, but I also feel like it has to do with those admission price rises. I cover the front shop often at Natureland. A lot of us wear a lot of different hats, and I do get people that come in and look at the prices and don't continue to go through. So it does have an effect.
It's trying to find that sweet spot, and we understand the difficulties with that. Can I acknowledge the professionalism and the skill set that you have around your board, including a vet like yourself, Brendan, that gives your skill set to it. If you'd like to make any closing comments.
Yeah, just really quickly from a board perspective, when we came a couple of years ago to Councillor Courtney's question, we weren't that comfortable asking for a big increase in our funding because, to be fair, some of the strategy and some of what had gone on previously, which is well known, wasn't great. We've proven ourselves over the last few years and really turned this place around. And we're not really asking for an increase in funding here. We're asking for a reinstatement of what was seen as okay a few years ago without any inflation to it. And we sort of need that because, as Leah's mentioned, I have tapped numerous shoulders in the local community and they have been super generous. But there's a limit to how far we can go with that. So that's my closing comments.
I understand that and appreciate that on behalf of the board. In terms of process, public forum is not really the avenue of which we do that. We're through the annual plan process and through the LTP. Now, we've fixed our budget and rate increase for 25-26, but I think there will be the opportunity for Natureland to engage with us in the next annual plan process on your longer term ambitions. And just on behalf of council, want to firstly thank your board and your volunteers for all that they do in maintaining the service. So exciting and encouraging to see the sort of improvements that you're making to the facility and keeping an open mind about that funding question to ensure the long-term sustainability of Natureland. So on behalf of council, thank you for your presentation this morning. I'd now like to invite the Associate Professor Dave Carter before council to present via Zoom in respect of measuring and articulating the value of live performance.
Morning, Tato. Apologies, Dave is currently stuck in Australia as a result of the lovely weather up here in Wellington. But my name's Catherine Hurd. I'm also part of the research team.
Kia ora tātou, ko Marianne Taylor taku ingoa.
Kia ora to you both. We've set aside 10 minutes for your presentation. If it is less than that, there is the opportunity for us to be able to have some questions and some interaction, and look forward to your presentation.
Wonderful. Kia ora, thank you for the Zoom, April. So kia ora koutou katoa, ko Catherine Hurd toku ingoa. I'm a senior lecturer and researcher here at Whārangi College of Creative Arts at Massey University.
Ko Marianne taku ingoa. I'm a strategic engagement advisor here at Massey University.
So we're speaking today on behalf of the wider project team, which includes Alice Tappenden, Wallace Gollin, Dave Carter, Ollie Wilson, our colleague at the University of Canterbury, Jani Wilson, and the cultural economist we worked with, Paul Muller, who's based in Tasmania. So we'll briefly speak to the findings of a recently released project titled Measuring and Articulating the Value of Live Performance in Aotearoa. Could we have the next slide, please? Kia ora. Over a period of 18 months, we worked with the live performance sector and audiences across the motu to build an evidence base for the value of live performance in Aotearoa. This work was funded by Manatū Tonga, and it involves surveying 13,000 audience members at 323 events across all regions of Aotearoa between June of 2023 and July of 2024. We then surveyed another 5,000 people from the general public to produce a representative sample of attendance at live performance in Aotearoa. We analysed 743 annual reports of live performance producers, Te Tai Ohanga, the Treasury budget papers, spoke extensively with sector stakeholders, and we undertook whakawhiti kōrero with audiences. Can we have the next slide, please? So this really extensive and detailed data enabled us to put some very large numbers, $17.3 billion, to the benefits contributed by live performance activity in Aotearoa using cost-benefit analysis. Next slide, please. More importantly, we can show that for every dollar spent on live performance by audiences, producers and government, the wider community receives $3.20 worth of benefits. Next slide, please. So these benefits include 60,500 jobs created, $3 billion in profits that are retained by businesses, $209 million in taxation revenue, and as our next slide will show, $1.2 billion in volunteer time, and our next slide, please, about $7.5 billion in wellbeing benefits. So these figures, alongside key issues and opportunities experienced by audiences and producers, are detailed much more extensively in the report, which is available on the Massey Uni website alongside a live performance calculator tool that has already been widely picked up by the sector. I'll hand over to Marianne.
Next slide, please. So what does this mean for you? What we want to use this brief time today is to speak to aspects of this research that were particularly pertinent to Nelson. Through this project, we formed a somewhat special connection to the Nelson region through a fantastic data collection team led by a passionate regional data lead. Nelson's MP Rachel Boyack has similarly been highly engaged in this work. We know from the data that we collected and the folks that we interviewed in Nelson that your live performance culture runs a particularly unique gamut from community venues through to major festivals that brings tens of thousands of New Zealanders into your region. What this then means is that Nelson is an exemplar, not only how vital live performance is to the culture and community of Aotearoa regions, but just as importantly, how vital the regions are to the national sustainability and success of live performance. We're hoping to further our work in this area, and we look forward to any opportunity to work more closely with you. We're grateful for this opportunity today to share this mahi with you all, handing these numbers over and opening up kōrero about what the next steps could be and of what help we could be to you. And we're looking forward to supporting those conversations. Next slide. So, ngā mihi nui, thank you for your time. We're welcome any questions, and that email address is how you can get in touch with us.
Kia ora, thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for your compliments of the work that our council staff do in supporting live performance and some of the venues that we have in our city that we think are pretty special, and also for this whole business of understanding the economic significance of the cultural sector. Any questions from colleagues? Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. Yeah, thanks for the report, and I'm sold. I totally agree with you. My question is, anyone ever figured out, so for every dollar we spent, there's 3.2 back. Has anyone figured out a way to get any of that money? Because what we get is we keep spending money and the ratepayer's paying for that, and there's this benefit which is going somewhere, but yeah, we're under a little bit of pressure in and around events and how much we spend. Has anyone figured out how? Yeah, it'd be nice if someone else paid for that dollar.
So we talk about the cost benefit model in terms of where that 320 goes quite a bit in the report. So I would refer that on. We see the bulk of it is retained by businesses. So what we do through the report is this kind of like setting up a satellite account to understand the wider spend around it in terms of where that money then goes. But I totally agree with you that in terms of, you know, tracking that immediate kind of return back to community can be quite a complicated economic science, and certainly we'd love to see more investment. I should say as well, we always say our job as researchers is not to tell the government what to do, but rather to provide the information. But I think I personally would love to see more investment from the national government into supporting the work that you do with councils and also getting that money back directly to communities.
I'm going to have a question from Councillor Rainey, then Councillor Sanson.
Well, thank you, Mayor Nick, and thank you both for presenting this morning. Can you outline just briefly what shape further engagement with the sector in Nelson could take? What would you consider would be the ultimate sort of scenario in that respect?
Do you want to take this one?
Yeah. Well, it's something I would quite like to speak with Pete about. But perhaps later this year, we were thinking we could come in person to present a workshop with the arts and cultural sector in Nelson, and perhaps invite some philanthropists and local businesses as well into the same room and run a workshop on cost benefit and really explore how artists can better sell their work. And sing the praises of what they provide the community, but also have the businesses there to see artists directly and to see that the value they provide is something that they can benefit from their business. So yeah, we're having hopefully having a conversation with Councillor Pete a bit later today to just explore that opportunity for later this year.
We also, I think, like we flagged in the presentation, we loved working with the Nelson team represented through our data collectors, and we think there's a real opportunity there to kind of centre a lot of advocacy around the access of regional audiences to live performance within the great work that's already been done by Nelson. So yeah, we're keen to be friends, I think is what we're trying to say.
We're keen to get all the free advice we can. Councillor Sanson.
Thanks. I've got a comment, so if someone else has got a question, I'm happy to hold it.
Yeah, shoot away.
Okay. Well, thanks very much for your research. It's really interesting, and I note that I think is it the state of Victoria in Australia has just done their regional government there's just invested heavily into live performance. So I feel like your research is really timely, and hopefully we can. With the research, particularly the cost benefit analysis, it can really demonstrate the value of it. I just really wanted to say personal thank you for the great work you're doing mentoring the next generation of live performers. My son's in the live performance stream at the commercial music program at
lovely.
Lease. Yeah, and really thriving. I'm really impressed with all of the gigs and that kind of thing that the young people are putting on in Wellington. So thanks heaps.
Oh,
quick
kia ora. That's so kind. Thank you.
A quick question from me, and then I'm going to hand over to the Deputy Mayor to wrap up. My question is, did your research report give any guidance for councillors as to whether we are best to provide the support for the performing arts in subsidised venue hire or in direct events grants? So in rough terms, our council invests about $1 million a year in events, and whether they be the Arts Festival, Adam Chamber, the Opera in the Park type events, and then in a second way, ratepayer supports events through some of our really important venues and grants to those organisations. Did your research provide any guidance to councils as to which tool is the more effective in supporting the performing arts?
Yeah, so just to clarify, it's in terms of investing in like infrastructure in terms of spaces.
Yep.
Versus
So a bit of the trade-off is what we could do for a centre, and in fact our very next issue on our agenda is how we charge for the Trafalgar Centre, which is one of our very large event centres. Is the ratepayer better to provide commercial rates for the rental of those facilities and then provide grants to particular performing events? Or are you best to provide your support through effectively subsidising through the ratepayer the rental of those venues?
I'd just like to add, in my previous life, I was a producer for live performance, and I'd say the two biggest cost items is paying people and paying venues.
Yep.
So when you pay for venue hire, even with the community rates that are available, it is prohibitive because it's so expensive. You don't have enough cash to pay the artists. If you are funded by Creative New Zealand, they only pay for the artists. So you sort of, they're the two biggest cost items.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think, sorry, yeah, come.
Go ahead, Marilyn.
Oh, I was just going to say, we know from some previous research that we did supporting small to medium venues in the COVID recovery, that investment in infrastructure in terms of spaces has really profound outcomes in terms of people who are able to access those spaces and then continue working in those communities. So I think ultimately, like, both is the dream example, but we do know that investment in infrastructure and supporting people to access those spaces is a really powerful tool.
Yeah, particularly when you're creating work, because when you're creating work, you play and you have a go and you try things out. So if the venue is essentially free, you can do that. Your creativity is freed up. When you have to pay for it, it's not.
Goodness gold, I'm just going to get the Deputy Mayor to wrap up the presentation. He's our Arts Task Force.
Thank you both so much for your time and expertise, and I think particularly relevant with both the decision today around the next steps in the establishment of Nelson's Arts Development Agency, but also in the context of our UNESCO Creative City aspirations. Just wanted to signal to Council that the He Tātou Whetū Task Force is going to continue this engagement, and any future opportunities will of course be, the invite will be extended to you all, but ngā mihi nui ki e koutou katoa.
Kia ora, ngā mihi, ka kite.
Thank you very much, and I know that our staff that work in this area also really welcome the sort of research our organisation has done to help our decision making about how we get most bangs for the buck for the ratepayer. Thank you very much.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
We come to item 4.3 on our agenda. This is the issue of the hearing of submission on the schedule of fees and charges. We have firstly submission from the Nelson Giants. Mike, and also see Sharon Maguire here. You're most welcome to come before Council, and I understand that you have a presentation. Congratulations, Mike, on your Otago Nuggets success after a tough start to the season, and we look forward to your presentation. What, the win?
The tough start to the season. Thank you. Where are we here? Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. My name is Michael Fitchett. I'm the head coach and general manager of the NBS Nelson Giants. I'm here today to speak about the potential impact of the City Council's decision last year to grant exclusive food and beverage rights at the Trafalgar Centre to CLM and ask for your help in saving the Nelson Giants. Who are the Nelson Giants? For most people in town know the Nelson Giants as a local basketball team competing in the New Zealand NBL. This is just a small part of who we are. We're the only club to have competed in the NBL since it began in 1982, to compete in it every year. And we've played out of the Trafalgar Centre since the late 80s. We've won 3 championships and have helped many players become Tall Blacks, including Phil Jones, Mika Vakona and Finn Delaney, some local legends. In 2024, we won the newly introduced Rapid League competition, which promotes local players having more of an opportunity on the court. We're more than just a basketball team. We're also an events business. We put on 11 home games throughout the autumn and winter months, opportunities for Nelsonians and those from further afield to come into the city, attend our event and enjoy what our city has to offer. We've sold out 27 of our last 32 home games, bringing over 1,500 people into town for each game. Our event is family friendly, with people of all ages attending our home games at the Trafalgar Centre. Most importantly, we're a community organisation. We are owned by a registered charity, the Basketball Development Nelson Trust. We're not privately owned. The Trust's purpose is to grow participation and lift the standard of play in basketball in this region. We're governed by an independent board and we're recognised as a community group by the City Council and receive the community rate to hire the Trafalgar Centre. If we manage to generate a surplus, this is invested back into basketball, and we were deliberately set up this way to ensure that the Giants remain a community asset focused on local development. What do we do for our community? Our Giants in Schools coaching program has been running since the early 1990s. A number of you councillors would have participated in that at primary school, I'm sure. I did at Nayland Primary when I was coming through. In 2024, our players delivered 343 hours of coaching to over 1,500 of our young people. This is an opportunity for our young people to participate in sport, learn from outstanding role models, and be outside learning key big ball skills. We also deliver a program called the Giants Experience. If you follow us on social media, we delivered one of these programs yesterday. Lots and lots of smiling faces. Those kids come in, watch us train, learn what it takes to be a Giant on and off the court, and then get on the court and learn some skills. Finally, we have the Mainland Eagles program aimed at the region's top high school players, working with them in small groups and helping them to pursue their basketball dreams. In the last 5 years, we've helped to produce 7 New Zealand junior rec players, and we currently have 4 Nelson players on basketball scholarship in the US university system. How do we operate? Despite the incredible support of the local business community, we're a truly lean operation. I'm the only full-time employee, and we're the only club in the New Zealand NBL to have a dual coach and general manager. We generally spend less on our player pool than other clubs, and while we have a very talented group of contractors that do various roles, social media, strength and conditioning, events, I'd describe us as one of the most under-resourced clubs in the NBL. Financial losses are not an option for us. We do not have a guarantor to provide financial security nor a debt facility. Increasing costs in recent years have meant that we have not been able to build up cash reserves as we would have liked. However, with careful financial management, we've managed to post either a modest profit, very modest, or break even each year since 2020. This is a great achievement for us and something as GM I'm extremely proud of. You can see on the pie chart that sponsorship makes up 52% of our revenue. Ticket sales is the next biggest area, and following that, food and beverage from the canteen, bar and corporate table sales those are really our 3 key revenue areas. To put that 14% into real numbers, this is $100,000 out of a total turnover of $705,000 for the club. As I said, we broke even last year. and $100,000 is a large chunk of our business that we stand to potentially lose. In September 2024, the council granted CLM exclusive rights to operate food and beverage offerings at all events held at the Trafalgar Centre, including the Nelson Giants games. We understand that this decision was made without reference to elected members, and in spite of us being the longest standing hirer, hiring since the late 80s, the most frequent hire annually, and being described by council staff as anchor tenants of the Trafalgar Centre, we were not consulted in this process. We never had the chance to express the effect this decision would have on our ability to operate, or to work with council and CLM on alternative options. Since the decision was made, council staff have accepted that we should have been consulted and have apologised. The decision was communicated to us in September 2024, and for us came into effect at our first home game in March 2025. However, following discussions, council agreed to allow us to operate food and beverage this season, for this current season. For this, we are very, very grateful. However, it has been made clear that this will not be able to continue in 2026, and we've been given three options. One option is that CLM operates the full food and beverage offering. Two other options involve the Giants supplying CLM with product that we currently have sponsored. We have generous sponsors that provide product for us, both alcohol and food. With CLM would pay us the wholesale price and retain a retail margin. These two options would be dependent on sponsors continuing to provide that product. One of our major sponsors has indicated that they would not be willing to do so under this arrangement. What is the impact of this decision? The food and beverage decision affects us in two main areas: revenue and costs. The revenue side is fairly obvious. We currently run a canteen and bar at home games. This is staffed by a community group, the Underwater Hockey Club, who we pay. That helps them fundraise for their season. We won't be able to operate this next year onwards. Most food and beverage is a sponsored product. Canteen and bar is a significant profit centre for us, and in 24 contributed $50,000 towards our bottom line. As a break-even business, obviously that puts us in a $50,000 hole straight away. We also receive some cash sponsorship from these sponsors, which will likely be lost. The decision also affects our ability to run corporate hospitality. We sell some corporate tables and provide some as sponsor benefits. With CLM taking control of food and beverage services, we will be required to buy everything from CLM at a higher cost or pay forkage fees. In summary, we've assessed the impacts of the three options provided and have determined that in the best case scenario, we'll be $80,000 worse off. And the most likely scenario will be $145,000 worse off. It's important for me to note that we can generate a large margin on our canteen, bar and corporate hospitality because of the support of our sponsors, which CLM may not be able to do. I've had several meetings with council staff to work through the issues, and several solutions have been offered or suggested to fill the financial hole. One is to find a financial backer. This is something we would be open to, and perhaps this process will unearth a potential investor. Of course, the addition of private equity comes with its own risks, particularly to our community ethos that we hold so dear. We can find more sponsors. We're constantly looking out for sponsors. We've brought on a commercial manager focused on growing our sponsorship base. Filling a hole this size is not easy. It takes time and resource to build those relationships. The third option was to increase ticket prices. We pride ourselves on being able to provide relatively affordable entertainment in the city. We'd need to increase ticket prices by 75% to cover this hole. It's also been suggested that we engage a business mentor, and with respect, we do have an independent board made up of independent business experts and a highly skilled team of contractors, and I'm not sure a business mentor would help fill this gap. In short, we're always trying to grow our revenue base, but this change to our operations would mean that the first $80,000 or $120,000 or $145,000 of additional revenue we generate will go straight to fill that hole. Almost there. What is the impact? Unfortunately, I'm not being dramatic when I say that this decision will likely kill the Giants. If we no longer exist, what happens? The city loses 11 events per year. As I said, these are held in the quieter autumn and winter months when bringing people into the city is vital for the vibrancy of the CBD and to support our hospitality industry. Council would also lose the higher revenue generated through these 11 events. Community programs would cease to operate. Consistent feedback suggests that Giants in Schools program drives participation. Fewer kids will be playing sports. Player pathways would disappear. High school players would leave town, which we've seen in other areas. Women's basketball, players leave to Christchurch all the time. Nelson Pride. The Giants have been flying the flag for Nelson on the national stage for 43 years, and that would be lost. Excuse me while I turn this page. In spite of where we currently sit on the table, thank you, Nick, for bringing that up, we hope to bring a title to Nelson in the near future. And you can see we haven't done that since 2007. The recent success of the Mako has shown what this can do for our region. Finally, what do we seek? The status quo is the only scenario that guarantees the Giants' immediate future. The food and beverage decision will cost the Giants between $80,000 and $145,000 per year. Finding this money in the next 6 months is unrealistic. We're already under-resourced, and any new investment we can find is needed for growth rather than standing still. We're seeking the councillors' support for an exemption from the food and beverage decision for Nelson-based community groups, not just the Giants, other groups that qualify as community hirers as well. This will allow us, in particular, to continue to deliver for our community, to contribute to the vibrancy of the city, and to give Nelsonians something to get behind. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for the presentation. In a strict sense, the presentation today is about the setting of the levies and the consultation on that, and there'll be further work on that. But given the flow-on impact of the food and beverage, I'm not going to criticise you for raising those issues today. I'm happy to take some questions from colleagues. Quite clearly, the issues that you've brought to our attention, we're going to have to give careful thought to. Councillor Skinner.
Hey, thank you very much for bringing it to attention. I'm surprised and very disappointed that this has come about. Something I thought we'd resolved in previous terms, pushed that back from happening. I see, and as a city councillor, disappointed I wasn't aware of that. This term, I'll be asking questions as to why and how. But I asked, if I can, why was it put that this change in the food and beverage policy? Was there a reasoning given?
I think, Councillor Skinner, that's an appropriate question for officials. I don't think that's
No, that's an appropriate question. All due respect, it's an appropriate question to the person in front of us today. They've expressed.
I'm more than happy if the Giants wish to answer, but it's really a question, why was the decision made when the council renegotiated the contract to provide that exclusivity?
Yep.
It's really a question for council officers, which is a very fair one for council officers. I'm just not sure it's a fair question for the
Fair
Giants.
question.
But I'm happy for the Giants to comment.
Michael doesn't have to answer, but our question again is, was there a reasoning for it that you understand, or was there a reason given? I'd be surprised if someone changed my policy.
Yes. Two things. Firstly, thank you for the opportunity to speak about, well, I know we're here to talk about changes in fees, but this is essentially a change in fee for our ability to operate out of Trafalgar Centre, hence why I believe it fits. In my meetings with council staff, saving the ratepayers' money has been the reason given. Again, the disappointing thing for me, as a Nelson ratepayer, I can understand that, but a lack of consultation, a lack of, I guess, consideration for the wider benefits to the community that community groups provide doesn't seem to be taken into account, or lack of consultation with those groups.
And I'd also like to, I don't know if you saw the previous presentation about live performances, and that's what you guys incredibly well do, provide live performances for our community. And I know a lot of good people who play basketball, don't even play basketball, thoroughly enjoy it, especially young kids and adults alike, and those in their 90s regularly go each game. But you're quite right, an anchor tenant. I know going previous terms that you guys did incredibly well when there was a sudden change in fees. and you've never come to us asking for money or handouts. You've looked after yourselves, and with heads up, you've worked around that incredibly well. And my fear is like yourselves and Marco's, who are anchor tenants here, if we don't make it viable for you to do what you do, investing in this city and your performances, you end up leaving to Blenheim. And that's what I'm most worried about. So I appreciate you bringing this. I will be asking questions of the CEO and staff because I'm horrified that wouldn't have been allowed to happen in the previous term. Thank you.
Councillor Rollo, and then I'll have Councillor Courtney.
Thanks, Mayor Nick, and good morning, Coach. It's obviously an interesting time for Basketball New Zealand over what's been going on in the last 24 years. For us, perks of having a brother in the sports reporting industry, I guess. Look, you guys are obviously a moving business at the same time and are looking forward to the future. As it currently stands, what are you guys telling Basketball New Zealand and the NBL in terms of preparing for next season? Like, have you got a guaranteed venue for next season as it currently stands? Are you able to, get that thinking going, or is there a few red flags going up from your point of view?
Yeah, we have basically a hard cut-off date at August 31 to commit to the 2026 season. I'm already working with Mark at CLM on dates for the 2026 season. The league's starting to put that schedule together, but we need to be in or out August 31st. It's essentially the date.
Thanks for that.
Quick stop on that. Are you nervous?
Extremely, extremely nervous. It's a tight time frame. We've got a lot of contractors, a lot of people that rely on the Giants operating. Obviously, fans want to know that we're going to be around again. They've been able to rely on that for 43 years. And I think my nervousness probably stems as much from I'm the one holding the controls at the moment. And if it's on my watch that the club doesn't exist anymore, then it's going to be pretty difficult.
Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. And thank you, Michael, for your presentation. Straightforward, honest and open with us, and that's what we really appreciate. I'm quite moved by this. I think there's been a breakdown in communication of some considerable size on very, very important community issues. So this is not the point in time to take this further, but I do think, Mayor Nick, for what it's worth, I'd like to suggest that we do have an urgent, with a capital U, workshop on this matter, because there's more at stake. There's a whole reputation of this council, because Trafalgar Centre was paid for by the community. Paid for by the community. And it has always been classed as a community asset. And the moment we start to drift away from that, we lose our credibility with our community. So it is very serious, Mayor Nick, and I'm not overstating it. I'm not being dramatic. I'm just being perfectly honest, like the presenter. So if we can have that as soon as possible, I think that would be tremendous help.
I think
save the Giants Michael started with. Thank you.
Councillor Courtney, and can I give you and other councillors assurances that I've discussed it with the Chief Executive and we're committed to having a workshop. I would note that this problem arose for this season. Staff were very good in finding a solution for it, but it's good to get the timeline and how significant it is for the Giants in trying to find a solution to the issues that have been brought to our attention. I'd like to take Councillor Anderson, then Councillor Benge, and then I intend to wrap up. Councillor Anderson, Trudy, sorry. Councillor Brand, I'm getting my... You look just like Councillor Benge. I can allow the confusion. I'm having a bad morning. Sorry, over to Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. Just a very quick comment. Awesome work in schools. Anyone who takes a child to one of your games will point out the players that come in, and that's wicked. And the other comment is I worked with disability support for quite some time. Amazing engagement and access. So it's a safe space for our vulnerable community. So well done on that.
Thank you.
My apologies, Councillor Brand.
Thank you, through the Mayor. Thanks for that. I know in the past we had issues with home games not being at Trafalgar, and I'm going back a number of years now, 2013, 2014, 15.
Mid 2010s, yep.
Yeah, so
Sexton
what was
Stadium.
the impact on the Nelson Giants and the basketball by not having the home games and the anchor tenant at Trafalgar? What was the impact?
I was not involved with the club at that time. That was the short period where I was in Auckland and not involved with the club. Over the last 30 years, I've been otherwise involved. When I arrived back in 2019, the club was still trying to dig themselves out of the financial hole that had been created by using Sexton Stadium during the earthquake repairs and the renovations. I think it's worth noting that we don't actually have an alternative venue in town. We cannot any longer use Sexton Stadium. The floor there has been deemed to be not strong enough to hold the stands required for us to host a game. So it's Trafalgar Centre, or we play in Blenheim or the West Coast, we don't have an option, an alternative venue.
Yeah, no, thank you.
On that, can I thank, I'm sorry, Councillor Rainey, then I'll wrap up.
Just quickly, thanks Mike, for your submission. And thanks for providing the figures on the pie graph in terms of the operating model. And I understand and have empathy for your position, and like others around the table, look forward to being able to discuss this further as councillors. The percentage of your revenue that you draw from the canteen and bar, from food and beverage, I acknowledge that that's an important part. But I'm a little bit alarmed that you've articulated to us today that if that completely goes, the whole thing falls over. Is there a negotiated position in there? Is there a potential for a negotiated position in terms of a negotiated corkage or whatever? I just need to know what percentage of that percentage is absolutely crucial.
I guess I come back to our financial position. And when I say broke even, I mean we had a small deficit with no financial backstop to lean on, I guess. It would be very difficult for us at the moment to negotiate ourselves into a position where we're projecting a larger deficit, a 5-figure deficit. The Basketball Development Nelson Trust, who owns 100% of the shares of the Giants, also doesn't have a cash reserve. So for us, we're always looking for sponsorship. Like I say, ideally that goes towards growth. If there's a negotiation, it'd be a very hard negotiation for us in the current position.
Can I just add?
Yes, certainly, Sharon.
Sorry, kia ora, Sharon Maguire, one of the directors of the Giants. Just in your comment there, Peter, Councillor Rainey, from our perspective, corkage, okay, but you've got to have the product able to. So we have Spring and Fern and others, as you know, try to keep support to local. It goes to independent contractor, they could have anyone. And that means that we may not have a local sponsor supplier, and therefore corkage becomes irrelevant.
Again, can I thank you for your presentation? The bigger picture for our council is the Trafalgar Centre costs about $2.5 million a year for the ratepayers. We're getting about $500,000 in, so the net cost to the ratepayer is about $2 million, which is significant. The bit that we have to be very mindful of in both setting the fees and our ongoing discussion with yourselves is that we want to maximise the use and the revenue we get in, because of course if the Giants does not continue next year, then we're not getting those 11 events and the revenue. Now, they're all things that we have to weigh up. I think, and the mood I'm getting from my colleagues is we're very keen to find a solution. No one wants the Giants to end. We're very proud that you are the longest franchising club within the competition. And there's going to be a good amount of goodwill that's being required between council elected members, Giants, and openness, so we can work hard on trying to find a solution. So thank you again for your presentation today, and we look forward to that further engagement.
Beautiful. Thank you for your time.
It is my normal habit to break at 5 minutes after each hour. We'll proceed and have that break now. When we return, we'll hear the next submission that we are due to have on the Trafalgar Centre and other fees and charges. Council is adjourned to 11:03. On the council's fees and charges as part of our annual plan setting process for 25-26. I'd like to welcome John Fitchett before council, and councillors have his submission. The floor is yours, Mr. Fitchett.
Yes, thank you for the Mayor and councillors. Those of you who know me will probably realise I usually come out guns blazing. Today, I'm not coming out guns blazing. I prepared my 3 pages of stuff, which would have taken me 5 minutes, 10 seconds to read. But having heard the last speaker and the council reaction to that, I could see that being stroppy in a response probably would not help. So accordingly, I've provided copies for councillors to read. I would ask that they read it. They'll realise that my brother, Steve, who was very involved with the Giants for many years, but is now only there as a sort of, like me at my office, the boy, that he has made a substantial submission, and obviously I'm coattailing him. So I ask that, bearing in mind there's going to be a workshop, you've got my submission, my spiel here. I ask that you read it, and I'll say no more now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fitchett, and I'm sure councillors will read that with interest. And can I appreciate your goodwill, both yourself and the Chief Executive. One of the lovely things about our community is that we are small enough when we have difficulties of this sort that with goodwill, I'm confident we can get to solutions. So thank you very much, John. I now come to the next submission, which is Mr. Ian Gardner from Yachting New Zealand. Welcome in.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. Thank you, Mayor Nick. My name is Ian Gardner, and I'm the Regional Manager for Yachting New Zealand. So this is just a wee picture of where. Which one is it? This one. Let's push button. There we are. So basically, part of my role is looking after grassroots yachting in the South Island. Yachting New Zealand, we've got 108 affiliated yacht clubs around the country. Club membership's about 25,000 members. Look after 56 class associations, 39 marine associations. In the Nelson area, we've got 4 clubs we look after. Nelson Yacht Club, approximately 464 members. Tasman Bay Cruising, 300. Motueka, 112. And Nelson Bay's Team Sailing, 61. So we look after a fair number of members. But together with this is the number of people they bring to the area with events. We just recently had the Ilka Nationals here, over 100 entries, but there's probably 200 plus people in the area for the week, 10 days around the event. So we're dragging lots of people into the area. So that's what we do there. Part of what we do as Yachting New Zealand, we assure access to enjoyment to the water. So part of my role with grassroots yachting is making sure that our members, our public, can enjoy the water and the recreation and our pristine waterways that they've enjoyed over the past, and ensuring we keep access to that. Empowering clubs so their members can enjoy their sailing and sport and recreation. And another part of our operation success, as you've probably seen our Olympic campaigns and our high performance. My role is particularly around grassroots and clubs. So just a little idea of the clubs around the country. I look after the southern region, which is 31 clubs. I interface with a lot of councils, with ports, harbours and clubs, and anything to do to help build stronger clubs. Yes, majority of clubs are in the northern region around Auckland because that's where sailing primarily is. Most of our clubs are incorporated societies or charities. They're not for profit, and that's sort of the key word I'm coming to. Not for profit operations. They run events on a cost recovery basis, so that we're not employing contractors in to run events. They're doing it with volunteers. They're doing it with their members. We don't operate on a commercial basis. So any surplus they get out of an event, is reinvested back into the club purpose. That might well be their schools program, and using Nelson Yacht Club as an example, I think they put through over 1,000 people through their schools program this year to give the team sailing and education and schools immersion. So great community purpose, and that's what we're pushing. Like I said, their clubs are generally volunteer run, and clubs are there for the good of the community. Training is and education is a big part of what clubs do, as well as racing what you see in the water. So part of what we do, we provide advice and guidance to clubs. One of my big areas that I work with is health and safety plans with clubs and bringing them up to standard. As we know, most clubs are volunteer run, so people don't really have the time to do it. So we come in as a national sports organisation and help them through that. A number of our clubs are MOS compliant, which is a maritime operator safety system. So their health and safety has gone through the Maritime New Zealand system, and so it's up to standard with working in the harbours. We offer plans and advice around events. We do training for race management, volunteer safety boat operators so they can operate a safe event. Importantly, we maintain the Yachting New Zealand safety regulations. And that controls all yacht racing and operations, whether it's a race to New Caledonia or whether it's the Optimus race on Nelson Harbour. They all operate under safety regulations, reviewed every 4 years. Once again, Maritime New Zealand have oversight into that. So what we're submitting for, we see in the latest fee structure for Nelson, the introduction of an event notification fee and an event application and approval fee. We are submitting against that. We do not see this anywhere else in the country. We see this a double up of what the clubs are doing, what we're doing for the clubs with their health and safety. And the other thing is the proposed charge seems very open-ended in terms of its cost of an hourly rate. So it's like an open-ended stick. So we're advocating against the introduction of a fee. We see it nowhere else in the country. Otago, Harbour Master, Nelson is doing it. Marlborough don't. We're not. It seems the first time in the country. But we do agree the sharing of health and safety plans with the Harbour Master and other users. Part of what's happening with our recreational waters, more and more congested. Commercial operations are coming more and more into the harbour. We as yachts still need to maintain what we're doing, but we need to keep our safety up. We agree with event notification, so all the users know what's happening. We agree with that. We agree with best practice, and we agree with keeping a good working relationship with the Nelson Harbour Master. So Nelson Yacht Club's been in the harbour for 168 years. They've been racing on the waters, and yes, commercial operations are creeping in, more and more users. We've got to keep ourselves safe. The club already has a robust safety plan in place, which is under the guidance of us. Nelson Yacht Club already operates under a MOS-approved plan. Those documents went through Maritime New Zealand, and because Nelson's a not-for-profit, they waived their fees for that. So that's part of our service we do. We believe the current system is working well. The proposed fees are open-ended, which is what we don't like. And we just see introduction of another fee as a burden on already our stretched volunteer clubs. While the numbers are probably not that great, we're seeing great stress in our clubs, particularly around insurance and increasing costs of that. And I'll just throw this out to your council now. A number of our councils around the country are actually starting to provide clubs with insurance for their building as part of the council's insurance package, as part of their support for the voluntary organisations. I don't know if that's possibly in Nelson long term, but it's a good thing because it's a real burden on our clubs. So in summary, we disagree with introduction of fees for non-for-profit organisations. Yes, if you have a commercial operation on the harbour and you make a profit, yes, okay. But we disagree. We say not for profit. You should be helping to support these guys and the community work and community good they do. We agree with maintaining a good relationship with the Harbour Master. Communication is paramount, particularly with the increasing demand on harbours, waters and more users. And our clubs around there have already got a robust safety system procedures. We as an organisation review them. We just don't feel another layer of bureaucracy and cost on top is going to be beneficial to what we're trying to achieve. Thank you.
Quick question just from myself. What's the estimated cost to the Nelson Yacht Club of the fee structure as proposed? Have you been able to get a...
The way it's put at the moment is $50 application fee. Yep. And then I think, if I remember right, $249 an hour after that.
What I was trying to understand would be roughly what would be the number of events that the Nelson Yacht Club would approve per year. I realise there's that, but how many events would meet the threshold of requiring?
Probably half a dozen or so, will there?
It's probably in the region of 3, probably per year.
3 events per year?
Yeah, I think the key thing for us is the open-ended nature of the fees and understanding that we're not going to be in for thousands of dollars for an event which is only covering its costs. It would be a major impact on that.
Thank you. Any other questions from colleagues? Councillor Courtney, then Councillor Bench.
Can I just follow up on the tail of that one, Tim? Would you, I'm not trying to settle the discontent here now, but what would your approach be to a fixed fee that was set?
Given everything else that the club's facing at the moment, any kind of change from the status quo is not ideal, but it would certainly give more clarity in terms of planning. Sure.
Thank you.
Councillor Bench.
Thank you. You have your own operating procedures, and I don't know what they are. I know what MOS is. What can this possibly add to the health and safety of your operation that you're being asked to pay for here? When you've got MOS, I don't see how another body like the council can make it safer or better.
Yes, that's where we're coming from. We've already gone through this process and guidance to the clubs, and with Maritime New Zealand, we just don't see the necessity of adding another layer and cost onto our clubs, which are volunteer run.
Well, I'm struggling with that too. Have there been accidents? I mean, has anyone drowned?
It's interesting. He's probably off the squibble. We deal with Jason as our go-to at Maritime New Zealand, and he said, yachting we've got no problems with. You've got good systems in place and there's no bodies on the beaches, so we are happy with what you're doing.
So this adds nothing to the safety of your operation?
No, I agree with notifying the harbour master so other users are aware of what's happening, but in terms of safety plans, no, I don't believe it will add anything to what's already been done.
But don't you already work in tandem with the harbour master?
Yes.
He's not in the dark about anything you do?
No, they're already notified.
Yeah.
We encourage our clubs to submit a plan to the harbour master every year of their whole season's operation. And then the bigger specific events, keep them informed of what's happening. And there's a courtesy with documents and stuff.
So basically you're saying it works, let's not fix it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bench. I'm going to give the floor to our youth councillor, Matilda McMullen.
Kia ora. I'd just like to say that you cannot underestimate the impact that yachting does have on youth individuals in Nelson. I know many people that have had numerous benefits of their resilience and their well-being and their collaborative efforts increasing as a result of yachting. So I'd just like to say how important it is for youth in Nelson, and that the benefits go beyond just money and the things that have been discussed on the table, and a lot of them are unseen. And I'd just like to pose the question of what the impact would be of these changes and levies and fees on yachting and the community impact that we see for youth in Nelson.
Welcome any comment from either of you?
Most of our clubs struggle for volunteers. That's one of the biggest areas we've got to focus on, is try and train and recruit and retain volunteers. And one of our big focuses is to try and streamline what they have to do for compliance. So yes, this will have an impact on what our volunteers, another burden on what the volunteers have to do, as well as an ongoing cost. So coming back to what Councillor Binge said before, if it's sort of working at the moment, let's carry on.
Just a quick question from me, and then I'll go the Deputy Mayor and then Councillor Stallard. My quick question is, relative to other yacht clubs across the South Island in the area that you work in, is the Nelson Yacht Club, being right at the entrance of the cut, a more challenging area for maintaining safe interaction between the large vessels, the large fishing vessels, freight vessels coming in and out of the port and how it interacts? Does that make it one of the more challenging areas to maintain the recreational as well as the commercial shipping lane?
No, we've got some challenges and plans around Littleton, particularly Marlborough is another big one with the ferries. So it was quite a robust plan. We worked with through them with the club, even Otago. So no, it's not unique here.
Quite common to have that interaction and have to manage those.
Yes.
Thank you for that. The Deputy Mayor.
Question probably more for Tim, just around in terms of the 2 to 3 regattas per year, how consistent are those in terms of the notifications that you provide, like the area in which they're operating, the proposed health and safety plan? Is there a high degree of variability across events?
No, not really. They're normally quite similar in scale and in location. For example, our club sailing will be each Saturday through the season, and that can be 40 odd boats. Most of our events are in the region of 80 to 100 boats, and those are the ones which we complete an application form for and submit on. The variation between those events year on year is pretty minimal.
And just to be clear, in terms of the changes, you already provide that event notification for events that meet the threshold. That this is about now that event notification will be charged for.
Yeah, and if there's an event notification charge of $50, given this the financial situation of Everett, that's a small amount. But I think we're most worried about, okay, well, that's actually going to take 2 hours of staff time at $250 or whatever. That's where we're a little bit concerned.
To flag a couple of questions for staff for the deliberations report would just be, in terms of that $50 fee, is that purely an administrative fee, or does that include some degree of staff time, a sense of how much time the harbour master is putting into processing these applications, just to get a sense of what the actual cost would be, as well as whether there's an option for a sort of multi-event single application if they are operating within sort of minor changes between each notification.
So that's some of the extra information when we come to the deliberation stage, and it's fine for the Deputy Mayor to flag that and for that information to be provided with elected representatives. I'm going to have a further question from Councillor Stallard, then Councillor Rainey, then I'm going to wrap up.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. So these are new fees rather than an increase in fees. So they're going from no fees to existing. And therefore, event notification and approval, that process of event notification approval, that's not newly coming in now, that's existing. So have you had any feedback, given that you've gone through this process in the past, about how many hours of staff time has required previously for similar events to process them?
Good question, thank you. No, I don't have any visibility on that, really.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Councillor Rainey.
Thanks for your submission. I presume you're essentially talking about national regattas here, aren't you?
Yeah, regional, national, yeah.
or regional class regattas, usually. Do these dip into TDC water? Can do, I guess.
They can do, yes.
Yeah. And I presume the same issue applies for Tasman Bay Cruising Club?
Yeah.
And do you have any information at hand as to whether Tasman District are applying the same kind of
From Ian's information, to my understanding, there's no other councils in the country that are applying an event notification fee and these kind of charges at this scale, at this level.
Yeah, from a national
major events maybe, but not for
nationally. This is the first one we've come across. We're not aware of any other council that's charging not for profit for any event application or review fee.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much to both Ian and Tim for coming in and giving us the additional information. And there's some further follow-up that we will need with council officers as we deliberate on those. Now come to the submission of the Nelson South Swim Club with Dean and Emily. Welcome. Are they online? I'm sorry. Let's see if we can get them up with our electronic systems. Welcome to our May meeting. The issue we have on the agenda for your submission is on our fees and charges for the next year, and we welcome your further oral submission that we've set aside 10 minutes to that which you provided us in writing. So the floor is yours, and we look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you, Mayor Nick, and thank you to the council for the opportunity to comment on the proposed fees and charges for the aquatic facilities. We have had numerous conversations about this, both written and some verbal conversations in the past in attendance of meetings. And it's something we are very passionate about for many reasons. And so I won't go through too much of the background on the why, but I think the numbers as well are a key part of the discussion. We do appreciate that the council has, many costs to consider across the community and needs to weigh up the fundamental decision-making process around the principles they apply to those decisions. So we've looked at this though, and we believe that there is a better way forward. Swim provides an absolute abundance of not only physical, but also social and community benefits to the people of Nelson. You just have to go and talk to any retired swimmer at the Riverside Pool and ask them about, when they started swimming. And it's not just about kids. It's actually about, it goes right through the community. People tend to swim for life. It really sets them up well with great discipline, really good fitness, clearly. But also there's a real camaraderie amongst swim clubs as well. So it's an outstanding activity for our youth. Not only is it good on those benefits, but it keeps people off social media and actually keeps them engaged in something that's actually really quite constructive and sets them up well for life. So back in March 2024, when these fees started to be tabled and some of the increases started to come through, we were really quite shocked. And we had to really relook at how we ran the program. And what that did is basically mean that we had to really compromise what we do without the development of our team. We do appreciate that the numbers are quite confusing, and there has been some debate in previous meetings around that, where each region prices the pool facilities in a different way. So in this proposal, or in our submission rather, we've tried to, normalise that in a way that makes it clear for the council to understand how we are looking at it. So I'll just flip the next slide if I can. Can I do that? Or there we go. So a bit of background about the clubs. The club actually started in 1947. So 78 years we've been running the Nelson South Swim Club, not myself personally, clearly, but the club has been running for that period of time. There's a lot of really great examples of national success and also a number of international opportunities as well for the kids of Nelson. So we have prior members of the club over in universities in the US at the moment on scholarships. We also had, just at the weekend, one of our great swimmers, William Seymour, actually unofficially break the New Zealand record for the under-18 boys freestyle, which is, an outstanding effort, really. And so the reason it was unofficial was because he had to swim in a mixed race with boys and girls, because we were trying to keep the lane cost down. And the rules are, for whatever reason, that boys and girls can't actually swim together for these official meets. There's a lot of examples of great swimmers and success. We're very lucky to have a talented head coach in Glenn Finlay, who runs the coaching program at the pool. And not only is this about the club, it's actually about swimming in Nelson, because what Glenn does is he works really closely with the schools, the Hampton Street School in particular, actually underpins a lot of the costs there, pays the electricity bills, pays for the chemicals in that pool, which allows the school to actually offer really great swimming lessons, safety lessons, not only at Hampton Street, but also at Victory and also at St. Joseph's. There's about 1,100 kids that benefit from the great work Glenn does at Hampton Street at the pool. Let's go to the next slide if we can. Impact of the current fee. So basically in 2024, we had to really change our timetable. We've reduced the training sessions. We've got lanes with, eight swimmers at a time in them. Sometimes you really want to have 5 or 6 swimmers in a lane. We are training at times that aren't really ideal, so 7 to 8:30 at night during the week. And that's the key thing here is we train at the Hampton Street pool in the summer and then Riverside pool in the winter. So this is through the winter. We've got kids out there at 7 to 8:30 at night, which isn't great for their sleep. And it's also not great for participation as well. So really quite challenging. We also run a lower frequency than what's optimal. We're running 5 to 6 sessions a week. Elsewhere they'll be running 6 to 10. We think 8 is a sweet spot for where the kids should be training per week. Just go to the next slide. So this is how we've tried to normalise the cost calculations, and this is in the submission. But basically, we've gone with assuming every club is running 5 90-minute sessions a week. There's 5 swimmers per lane, and this includes the hire cost, the pool hire cost, when it's a full pool hire option, lifeguard fees, which is the case that we have in Nelson, admission fees where they are charged, and then it's all done in our pool use, so within the hours of the swimming pool. So we're not looking at, late night swimming. And we surveyed 19 clubs around the country, and when you look at those numbers using that methodology, the median is $99.75 per lane per week is the cost of running those, using those lanes. Currently in Nelson, we're paying $147.50, which is just over around 50% above the median. That is funded by the parents who pay $2,000 to $2,500 for the competitive swimmers per year in fees. So clearly that's quite a large fee to pay just for training. On top of the training fees, we have travel costs because there's meets that are run all around the country. Swimming gear, which, you'd think a pair of togs and a set of goggles isn't too expensive, but actually there is quite a bit of cost in gear. And also event entry fees as well. So, which can be around $70 to $130 per meet. So quite a significant cost. So in terms of the 4 options that were put up by the council, essentially what we've done here is said, okay, here is the cost per lane per week using that same methodology down in that first column. So option 1 would be $225 per lane per week. So versus the median of the national survey at $99.75, that's, it's well over double the rate. Option 2 would still be 50% higher than the median. Option 3, 88% higher, et cetera, et cetera. You can see the numbers there. And I really applaud the direction that me and Nick gave at the March meeting, December meeting, around the principles that should be used for the review. And I draw your attention to those that were put on the slide there where, the fees are broadly in line with other facilities, cheaper rates, activities, including children, a good relationship with the contractor, and then minimising additional cost of ratepayers. All really, really good, solid direction. Point 1, though, we think we are quite a wee way off the mark versus the national average. So we have a preferred approach to give the council something to consider, which is essentially running with a per lane per hour rate of $20 per hour on an hours basis, and then adjusting the after hours rate by the CPI of 2.2%. And this will allow us to, utilise the in-hour training, so train at reasonable times during the day, but also would have us sitting in the middle of the pack guidance that me and Nick provided in the prior meeting. So, I mean, I don't need to reiterate this too much, but we just think swimming is really, really great for the community. It's great for the kids. It's actually great for the families involved as well. And it's not just something for the kids. It actually runs all the way through, people's lives. They really have swimming for life, which is a great thing. The rates in Nelson are very high, 50% higher than the median. And we really would appreciate some support from the council on this matter. So where we're at the moment as a club is that this isn't sustainable. And so we will need to tip into a very small amount of cash reserves that we have to stay afloat. But there's only so long that you can do that. So the alternative is to increase the fees that the families pay, or come to a better resolution here. If we increase the fees the families pay, then the participation will just plummet. Because as you can see, at $2,000 a year, it's already quite a big number. So just on that last slide, so we respectfully ask you to consider options in terms of option 5, so that we can really just keep swimming as being a great sport in the Nelson region. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for the Thank you for the presentation, Dean. A question from Councillor Sansom.
Thanks, through the Mayor. Kia ora, Dean. Thanks very much for your submission. I just had a quick question. What's your connection to the club?
Very good question. So I'm on the committee, basically. So I'm one of the parents. So my daughter swims in the club, 12-year-old daughter. I've got 2 other daughters coming in behind the scenes who hopefully will swim at the club as well. So I'm one of the volunteer parents who sits on the committee. There's a lot of volunteers that sit in the, running not only the club, but also the events that run by the different clubs around the country.
Thanks. And then follow-up was, what kind of structure does the club operate under? I can't seem to find it on the charities register or the incorporated societies. So I just wondered, does it not have a formal structure, or is it private, or how does it?
No, it's a not-for-profit club, basically. So we, and there's 2 parts to it. There's the club. There's also the swimming school that is run by the coach who runs the coaching program across both. And so, that's how it runs. The club runs individually,
Can I just ask, because there is the Tasman Swimming Club on the charities register, but I'm assuming, is that you or not you?
No, separate club, yeah. Okay. So there's basically Tasman, there's Nelson South Swim Club, Waimea, Matawaka,
Okay, so just there's no sign of you on the charities register at all. So I just wonder if is it an informal structure rather than a formal structure?
I would need to check that for you. Sorry, shall I come back to you on that?
Yeah. Could you do that? Because elected members have, I'd say, invested quite a lot of kind of capital in advocating for the club, and it's just, I'm surprised to find that it's not actually registered in the charities register or incorporated, isn't it? I couldn't find it. Thanks.
I'm going to take Councillor Brand, then Councillor Stallard, then I'd like to wrap up. Councillor Brand.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I just want to clarify, this is a competitive swimming club. It's not a learn to swim.
Yeah, correct. So basically, it's a competitive swimming club, and it provides a pathway from the Learn to Swim program that is run by the swim school. So those kids that are enjoying swimming and want to become competitive and compete nationally or internationally in the future, they come through the club.
And do you belong to a national body?
You need to be a member of Swimming New Zealand to compete in the events throughout the country.
So you pay a national body fee?
Correct. Yeah.
And is that staged or staggered depending on the size of the club, the members, or the zone in which the club is based?
No, I believe it's a flat fee across the country.
So is that quite a high fee for the sort of club size that you have? Has that been reviewed by your national body when you're looking at the fees for your members and stuff? Is that also something that's been under review?
Yeah, they review that. Yeah, absolutely. And so though that sits outside of that number, that.
No, I understand that. I'm just talking, you talked about your fees and you'd have to put them up, but also the fees would include a levy that you paid to a national body. So I'm just trying to ensure that you've looked at the whole fee structure and not just pinpointing down. And so when you talk about the lane fees and the hire, in your submission, there was mention that you also pay an admission. I thought that came out in the March meeting that if you book a lane, you don't pay an admission fee as well.
No, let me clarify that. So the admission fee, some clubs around the country pay lane hire plus admission. So when we've got that 99.75 median number, we've taken into account the clubs that have an admission and a lane hire to get to that 99.75, right, to normalise it. So it's an apples with apples comparison across all of the clubs. We don't pay an admission for Nelson.
Okay, so when there's other people within our community that aren't members of a swim club that book and hire the lanes, when we did the look in the review and the staff did the report in comparison to the nationwide fees charged for pool entry and lane hire, are you saying that those other people should also be increased to make it unaffordable for them to attend because they don't belong to a swim club, so it doesn't become equitable for other users?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. No, I mean, we're looking at specific rates in terms of the swimming here. I mean, obviously that's a council decision about how you make those choices. And we're not, arrogant enough to think that we can poke our nose into those decisions. But for us, it's actually just trying to get what we think is a reasonable outcome.
Okay, so then for Nelson Tasman have the contract out and the contractor sets the fees for the pool, lane hire and everything else, whereas Nelson Council sets the fees and the charges. Yeah. Which model would you think, because if you've got members across the top here who may live in the Richmond, who use the aquatic centre out of there, or as you said, you only use the Riverside pool during winter, you use the school pools during summer. How do you feel, which model do you think would provide you with the better equitable fee usage for lane hire?
Oh, look, it's interesting, isn't it? I think, for me, it's really, and I don't understand all the costs of running a pool, but for me, it's what is the most efficient way of operating that facility for the council. And then, just making the decision based on those principles around how much is subsidised by the council and how much is actually, user pay scenario, right? And I get you guys have challenges across the board on that front. So it's really, again, that's more for something I would have thought for the council and the staff to make the decisions on. But for me, just being as efficient as possible. Clearly, there's a profit margin in place with the contractor that runs the facility. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a commercial operation. So, yeah.
No, thank you. I was just, because you did compare, so I just wanted to make sure that we covered. Thank you.
That's cool. Thank you.
Councillor Stallard, the Chief Executive's giving me dirty looks because I'm running significant overtime and I've got other presentations, so I do want to try and bring this to a close. Councillor Stallard.
Sure, thanks, Nick. I'll try and be brief.
It's not to constrain your own question, it's to constrain further questions, Councillor Stallard.
Yeah, no problems. Dean, thanks for your presentation. I wonder if I could just briefly summarise my understanding of the situation and then to hear your sort of comments on that. That originally the lane hire fees were higher than in other centres, whereas the whole pool hire fees were lower than other centres. And we gave guidance to staff to come back with proposals to align those two sets of fees more closely with the national average. And my understanding is that that was done, but because one set of fees is being reduced to approach the national average and the other has been increased, the overall effect on your club is the total fees you pay haven't changed that much. Even though you're saving on the lane fees, you're paying more on the whole pool fees, but they are roughly aligned with national averages. is that the situation how you see it? But you've presented figures that say you're still paying a lot more than other centres. So what do we make of that?
So what we've done is we've looked at a program that runs in hours, so in sociable hours. So not having got kids swimming till 8:30 at night on a Monday night in winter. And we have basically combined the two numbers together, because at the end of the day, that's what you've got to look at, right? It's the overall cost of the program. And that's 50% higher than that median. How we cut it, we're flexible in how that's done between whole pool rates or lane rates. But at the end of the day, it comes down to one number, doesn't it, in terms of what it's going to cost per annum. So, yeah, I'm not really answering your question there because I haven't had a look at the detail of every single club. The data's there, but I don't have it to hand. And, if an opportunity provided itself for us to sit down with some of the council staff and work through that in more detail, I would certainly welcome that. But yeah, I think it's the program that's required and then what the cost of that would be, and it's still at that higher rate.
Dean, just quick fire questions from me.
Yep.
And if they're going to be long, just give it to us in writing. What's the number of students in the Nelson Swim Club? And secondly, what percentage of the $2,000 to $2,500 fee is the lane and pool charges as compared with other costs of your club?
Yeah, I'll come back to you on the last question. The first question, we have around about 40 competitive swimmers, but we have closer to 60 or 70 swimmers in total. So some are just more casual, don't compete in meets. Yeah.
Good as gold.
Just to correct the record, Dean, thanks. I did find you on the Incorporated Societies Register. You're totally up to date. And
Thank you.
I've been looking at your financial accounts and you run a very, very lean operation. So well done to all involved.
Thanks for that clarification. Look, Dean, we're going to be giving this some further consideration as a consequence of the questions from councillors today. If you wanted by week's end to provide us some additional information, then feel free to do that, including the answer to my last question. Thank you again for your submission.
Absolutely. Thank you. Cheers.
Thanks, Dan.
Bye.
Okay, I would like, with councillors' indulgence, to do a little juggle of the agenda. We've got the minutes, we've got the issues of both dam safety, but I have members in the gallery to present. Is there any objection from councillors of me juggling the agenda so as to take the report from the Regional Development Agency next, to follow that by the presentation by the Centre for Musical Arts, and then come back to those items afterwards for the convenience of members in the public? Is there any objection to councillors, to me as chair, doing that? There is no objection. I'd invite the Nelson Regional Development Agency before council.
On the hearings recommendation that we've received.
Just while councillors are there, we need to deal with the resolution on those submissions. I'm going to move from the chair the two recommendations that we receive the submissions and that we accept the two late submissions. That's been seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Is there any debate? That being the case, I shall put that resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, no, carried. And a very warm welcome to Sarah Jane, Fiona and the team from the Economic Development Agency.
Kia ora, Nick. Tēnā koutou katoa. So I'm Sarah Jane Ware. I'm the chair of the Nelson Regional Development Agency, and it's our pleasure to be here today. Most of you know Fiona Wilson, our CE, but most of you will not know, and it is my great pleasure to introduce you to Lorraine Richards, our new Corporate and Finance Manager, who joined us earlier this year. Really welcome her and her young family to our region from overseas, and to this meeting. And most of you will have met Craig Booty, our Destination Marketing Manager. Hopefully we're well equipped to deal with any questions should you have them. So it is our pleasure to be here today reporting on the first 6 months of our SOI. To remind you guys, you
gave us the certainty of a 3-year SOI last year. So we have an SOI that runs 2024 to 2027, and we're really grateful to you for doing that for us. So this is the first 6 months of us operating under that SOI. First part of our report will be reporting to you on the year to 31 December 2024. And then we will give you the background to your consideration of the update for the 25-26 year of our SOI, which is before you today. So that's enough from me. I'm going to hand over to Fiona, who has all the operational detail.
Thank you, Sarah Jane and kia ora, and thank you for having us. I'll go straight into it. I know we have a short amount of time. The 6-month delivery has continued momentum across the areas I set out in the Statement of Intent. That's across the regional investment funding, attraction, strong tourism and promotion campaigns, supporting events, supporting business growth, industry education connections and partnering with key sectors. So across those areas, our report obviously summarises the key activity, put some highlights up on this screen as well, but I'd just like to run through a few additional points. To mention the very regular briefings we give supporting regional investment in hosting and briefing ministers and government leads on the region's priorities. The Briefing for Ministers document is a key tool here, which we update every year and currently in process for 2025. It presents consistently a unified multi-stakeholder voice on our challenges and priorities. In the current 2025-24 version, we know the Marina Master Plan and developments is a priority raised in that. We know in the previous version, Port Taraco development is in that. And that feeds into a range of other work. We continue to convene the Corkery Forum, which is the regional development coming together of stakeholders to have a consistent voice. In August, we partnered with the Marlborough District Council to host the first of the National Regional Growth Summits with industry. And in December, on behalf of both councils, we submitted first the expression of interest and then the light touch regional deal proposal to government, which went through in February. Supporting businesses directly, our delivery under the Regional Business Partner Programme is really key. It's a key avenue for our engagement with high growth firms. And year to date, updating on that slide, it's engaged one-on-one with about 170 businesses and brought in about 790,000 of funding. 90% of that's within R&D. Supporting future workforce and skills, I'll particularly highlight our Education to Employment programme. That is a government-funded programme. We're in our 4th year. Year to date has supported directly 200 students, half of those taking them out into industry visits across a whole range of sectors, half of them most recently in our Fantastic Futures event, which is a hands-on engaged event with about 30 businesses. And in November and again next week, we're hosting an infrastructure development forum. And thank you to Alec Laverdis, along with Richard Kirby, colleague in Tasman, the hospital project and local developers for presenting to interested industry on that. In sectors, as a major opportunity for the region, we continue to partner with Moana Nui, the Blue Economy Cluster. At December, that was about 34 and its partner businesses. And in food and beverage, during the reporting period, we established a food and beverage network, and very recently took with us about 11 businesses to the Christchurch Food Show to present the regional story on food and beverage. And in our regional tourism programme, we're focused on strengthening our visitor economy, improving visitor stay, encouraging more visitors, having to spend more, but particularly focused on seasonal spread. I am conscious that we have a workshop coming up in the next couple of weeks with councillors to talk about the end of year figures and to talk about tourism more generally. But in terms of recent performance, our programme is strongly supported by our 56 destination partner programme businesses. And they in terms of our funding for that programme, in particular 6 gold partners who work with us. Given our high seasonality, our destination campaigns are shoulder season focused. So our spring and autumn campaign combined brought in about 7,000 direct referrals to our partners' websites. The Feel the Warmth campaign has got a really strong, it's resonated really strongly and is a constant, continuous theme. Our international promotion, we partner really closely with Tourism New Zealand and with Top of the South Partnership. And in terms of our hostings, our pitching, our partnering on campaigns, Tourism New Zealand are really key for us. In capability, about 30 more tourism and hospitality staff went through our Tourism Ambassador programme in the 6 months leading up to the summer, and we trained about 25 operators in digital capability. We supported partnering with ports, 8 cruise ships coming into the region this year, and we're working with Port Nelson to look at developing our offerings in that sense. And to encourage visitors to stay longer, we continue to profile and build product, and that includes new itineraries we've introduced with for trade and consumers, culinary tourism, and we continue to work with our mountain biking cluster to really grow that world-class destination as a mountain biking destination. And last on this slide, in terms of our website and digital presence, councillors will be aware that we launched our new website in July last year. It's become a strong, comprehensive source of information for economic and tourism information. Really encourage councillors and everybody to go on and use that tool. The enhancements we've introduced include more curated content, stronger connections with Tourism New Zealand for our operators, new insights and data, and promotional campaign support. Tomorrow, our new Study Nelson Tasman page will go live. And that's part of our more recent work to better support international education. Our events page is our top performer. Year on year, event views are up 162%, with a huge spike following the integration of Event Finder into our new website in December, replacing the old It's On. Just thought I'd mention one area which is often, ironically, not really well profiled, and it's our work to pitch for media pitches. It's just a quick snap. And you might see articles in Cura magazine, you might see pieces elsewhere. They result from pitches that the team put to Tourism New Zealand, to journalists. A lot of these sources come through Tourism New Zealand, Air New Zealand. By promoting the region and our events, it's a really effective way of getting profile internationally. In the 6 months, there was about 35 national international articles that resulted from that. We pitched for them and then we provide the content for them, generating about 2.3 million in equivalent advertising value if we were to buy that space ourselves. And calculated 73 million impressions. And contribution to this is the trade, inbound tour operators and journalists who we present to, host, and provide information to. And just a very recent example, which is not in the 6 months, but I thought you'd be interested in. You'll have seen in April the announcement about this region being part of the Minecraft game. So the reason I raise this is it sort of highlights some of the work involved to get into this. So Minecraft has over 170 million monthly players. In fact, I read it was more like 200 million now. Tourism New Zealand calculated that 70 million of those are interested in holidaying in New Zealand. So where our team came into this, and Donna and our team worked with Tourism New Zealand over the last 12 months to pitch our location, worked to facilitate connections with iwi, with film permits, and now more recently hosting particularly influencers to really leverage this. One of the 6 influencers alone has 11 million followers. So the scale of this reach is really significant. And also leveraging, Alex and our team has recently curated our own Nelson Tasman Minecraft itinerary, which you can see on our website, to get people to come and experience and play the game in real life. So really worth taking a look at that. And it's going to, the scale of this reach is huge. More recently, apart from the points I've already mentioned, I just want to mention that in tourism, you'll have seen a piece recently that through Craig's work with partners, we secured 2 partnerships under government's regional marketing fund. One is with the Top of the South group, and that's both a pitching into Australia, and that's working in terms of a travel TV show. And the second one is with Central New Zealand, partnering with Wellington, New Zealand, and right up to Manawatu, and that's going to be more deals based. So that second one is launching pretty much now, and the TV show will come out in the coming months, and we'll probably have a longer leg, I guess, to that. We've produced and distributed over 70,000 copies of the official Nelson Tasman Visitor Guide to 200 locations. Demand is such, we think we'd have to produce 100,000 this coming year. Councillors will be aware that in partnership with Council, we've just recently been piloting the Visitor Ambassador, voluntary ambassadors in Nelson City. And we've just completed the first trial of that. And in addition to the events reported, around 14 events supported through the Economic Events Fund since the 6-month report have contributed about between 160 and 3 million per event to the economy, and a further 780,000 spend generated by business events. Finishing this slide on a big positive is when we drafted the SOI and we were unsure about the continuation of the Regional Business Partner Programme funding for us, and we just heard this week that that has been continued for 2 years. So we're really pleased about that. We put the assumption that that would continue in our SOI because we're so confident about its alignment with the government priorities, but we're really pleased we just had that news. So that's an update on that. You know, the number of businesses that reach, particularly, you know, we have a large number of small businesses, obviously, but it particularly works with the high growth firms, the very firms we need to grow our productivity. And so, and you know, as I mentioned, 790 firms this $1,000 this year, 170 firms this year. So it's a big bonus, big boost for us. And just moving on to the statement of intent. So the update is required that we update that each year. We respond to if council has a letter of expectation or not. It effectively maintains currency. It's been updated with the latest regional economic profile, which reflects the 2024 data. Our context, as we know, continues to be an economic environment challenged by low productivity, lack of infrastructure investment, housing affordability, and an ageing demographic. Obviously, the great relief is a continuation of the RBP programme, but the biggest changes reflected in the SOI is the lost end of government funding for our Regional Events Fund and our Education to Employment programme. The hugely disappointing, the 6-month report outlines the benefits of the Regional Events Fund for the region, both in attracting events, supporting major events, and supporting our business events function. And we do understand councillors are aware of this through their recent workshops. It was extremely disappointing to hear that the Education to Employment programme would not continue. You know, the reach of that in terms of our high school students into regional industry and exposure into industry has been really significant. It's grown year on year to the point that in some cases it's 10 times oversubscribed for people wanting to visit particular industries. We continue to work with MSD to look at opportunities there might be to partner, but nothing's confirmed at this stage. And finally, our finance tables in the SOI are based on our 3-year funding agreement. I note the draft in the SOI states update pending. They are correct based on forecasts and do reflect changes in government funding. The Volunteer Ambassador Programme for 2025 is still to be included, and that will be in our submission of the final updated SOI on the 31st of May to Council following board approval on 12th of May. In close, I'd just like to thank Council and credit to Council for your support for regional development and to your teams for their partnership. And we look forward to meeting Council again in a couple of weeks to workshop on tourism. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions from colleagues. Could I just, I had difficulty hearing you.
Sorry.
There was a very specific point about a level of government funding that you made some comment about, of which the news had come in the last week, and I did not hear clearly what you said. Could you just restate that slowly so I understand?
Thank you. This was the confirmation that the Regional Business Partner Programme contracts... Regional Business Partner Programme will be extended for a further 2 years. This has 2 parts to it: management capability funding.
How much, Josh?
Well, it supports the role, and then it is the amount of R&D funding we can attract in. So there's not a set amount, but the amount of money that we brought in the year to date is 790,000 into regional businesses.
Per year, or is that?
That's year to date this year, since July the 1st. We manage the contract for the whole of Te Tauihu. We subcontract.
I'm just trying to get a clear understanding of how it impacts on the finance of the Regional Development Agency for the next financial year, 25-26. What is the expected revenue with the announcement from government for now its support through that business partner program?
The significance of the revenue is effectively into the region 2.5 positions. We subcontract part of that through the 2 chambers, Marlborough and Nelson.
Yeah.
So that supports those positions. The big significance is what it enables for our regional businesses and the scale of the operation. So it's a large part of our function in terms of our reach with businesses.
Councillor Sanson.
Thanks, through the Mayor. Sorry, if I just, just to confirm, it is included in our financial tables.
I just want to know the amount of money, but we'll get that out of you at some stage. Rachel.
Thanks. Yeah, I think, thanks through the Mayor. So it's not much money, it's 2.5 positions, but those 2.5 positions leverages or enables attraction
Absolutely.
of investment into the region.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I just wondered, is that throughout the statement of intent, it's got update pending in a number of places?
It has been included in the statement of intent. We assumed that we would retain the regional business partner program on an optimistic basis. We had assumed we would not retain REF, and we recently heard about education to employment, so that is out.
Okay, so the update pending means you're kind of waiting on some of those things, and then you'd be finalising.
Yeah, so, but as I said, the tables are correct, pending inclusion now of the Visitor Ambassador Programme.
So if update is pending on the statement of intent, just two comments really. One is, I think on page 10 at the stakeholder, is it possible to include the Community Development Agency?
Oh, absolutely.
Founded since July last year, but I think it's a significant stakeholder. And then I'm really curious, under kind of the sustainability climate aspect, it appears that the only thing is that the agency is continuing to measure its carbon footprint, but there doesn't seem to be anything else in terms of climate action, emissions reduction, sustainability. And I'm just wondering, are we as stakeholders, or I guess shareholders, are we not giving clear enough direction, or did we not give clear enough direction around that in our statement of expectation? Because it seems that it's kind of dropped off in importance. I know in the past you've run like low emissions itineraries, and there's been a real focus on trying to kind of drive a low emissions future for the region. We were trying to hold ourselves up as leaders in that space, but there's very little visibility around that in this statement of intent. I'm just curious, have we dropped the ball on that?
No, I don't think you've dropped the ball at all. So in terms of us as an organisation, and it came through in our discussions when we were developing the statement of intent, so we measure our emissions and we work with council officers, and that's on track. In terms of our focus of our programmes, our light footprint is absolutely still a core element of our tourism programmes. The businesses that we work through, for example, through RBP, very much have their emissions targets. So perhaps we're not explicit enough about it. That's probably,
Yeah, thanks. It's because it was really hard to see.
It's sort of it's implicit, I think. Yeah.
Councillor Stella.
Thanks, Minik. Thanks, Fiona, Sarah Jane, and the team for all the great work you do. Just one question around the cruise development plan you're working on with the port, and just based on international arrivals here by cruise ship have 3 times the emissions of international aviation. A 1-week cruise to Antarctica has the equivalent of a whole year's emissions by an average person. In what way you say it's a sustainable growth? So I'm just wondering in what way you see that as being sustainable, bearing in mind, following up from Councillor Sanson's comments, we do have sort of some regional intent in various documents of moving away from fossil fuels and reducing emissions. This seems to be just at odds with that. But so I just wonder what you mean when you say it's sustainable growth.
What I mean there is what we're looking at is, and we've talked about, is what is our sweet spot for cruise. We know our numbers are not very large compared to other locations. We're anticipating a drop in numbers next year in line with the rest of New Zealand and possibly growth again. It's what's our sweet spot in terms of the size of the cruise ships, the numbers that we can accommodate and still give a good experience and still be appropriate for the place. What kind of welcome can we do? But in terms of the sustainability element, I mean, we know the cruise ships, with the crews themselves and council's measures to take that into account. So the sustainability is for us that the numbers are not such that as a place we can't cope with them or that they're too much. It's what's that sweet spot. And I think it's not just going for masses. We will never be a place that attracts the huge numbers of cruise ships. We're not on that on that route, nor the very large cruise ships. So it's which cruise ships, what's their market, and the passengers who are interested in caring for the environment and the nature of the interest. So it's really taking all that into account.
So just to follow up, you're really talking about from a logistical sense or a practical sense rather than environmental. So I just wonder if that could be if that is the case, that could be just spelled out more clearly so that we don't get ourselves in a situation where we're sending a message that this is sustainable growth and people might assume from an environmental sense it's sustainable, but you're talking more about whether they can still have a good experience. So it's more around logistics and hosting people.
I think it's also about the nature of the cruise ships themselves and the scale of them. It isn't just about the logistics. I think it's taking all that into account. So I need to be more explicit with that. Thank you.
I want to take our youth councillor, Councillor McMillan.
Kia ora. I was wanting to talk about regarding the funding, the government slashing the funding for the Education to Employment program. What alternatives do you guys have in mind to replace that program that costs less, obviously? And I was also wondering how you are growing the increase of the quality of and quantity of jobs in Nelson for youth and finding ways to encourage youth to stay in Nelson.
Thank you. It's a really, really important area. So at this stage, we don't have an alternative program to the Education to Employment. We are exploring what we might be able to do to continue it in some degree, because we've got such good momentum going with all high schools across the region with that, and we'll keep working with MSD in that sense. We also run a program, a critical skills program, which is government funded, and that's keeping track of the main skills opportunities. So we liaise between the schools and the NMIT and industry to profile where the gaps are, and with training providers. So we have got to focus on skills. Until last year, we were part of the government's regional skills group, and so we sort of continued that through the critical skills program. But at this stage, we are really keen that we do find skill seeks link with the schools and the high schools and connect them with industry. We're just looking at how we can practically do that. But I think it's a really good point to raise.
One further question.
And the second part of my question about increasing the quality and of it, the attractivity of staying in Nelson as well.
Yes, so part of that was absolutely highlighting the employment opportunities and the industry growth we do have, so that people realise there are jobs to be had here. If we go into schools to present on the regional economy, if we encourage the industry links, because we actually do need to realise there are career opportunities here, and if they go away for university, want to come back, if they do the training here or locally, to stay here. So it is definitely on our radar. Thank you.
I'm going to close the presentation off there. One of the reasons is that the presentators from the Centre of Musical Arts has got time constraints. So I apologise to either to the Economic Development Agency or to other councillors. So thank you for the presentation and report, and we look forward to that further engagement on a tourism workshop. I'm going to move the 3 resolutions from the chair that notes the delivery of the report and the update. Is there a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Brand. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, carried. That is adopted. We now come to item 7.2 on the agenda, the Nelson Centre for Musical Arts and their strategic presentation. And my apologies to the team, realising your time constraints that we are running a little bit late. Can I just notify for councillors' information, I'm going to take the Centre for Musical Arts, follow after that with a break, and then run through to 12:30 at lunch. So we're running a little bit late on the break, but I just don't want to further delay the Centre for Musical Arts. A very warm welcome to Jan, Miles and Alex, and we look forward to your presentation.
Mena, kia ora koutou, mihiana kia koutou. Thank you for having us again, and we're going to move quickly today. I know you've got a big program, and so we'll be as quick and concise as we possibly can. You know me well, and you know Alex, our board member who's in charge of finance and is absolutely indispensable. But it's my pleasure today to introduce Miles Payne, who's our new director, and he's taken over from James, who finished at the end of December, and Miles took over in January. He's already making a significant impact on our organisation, and we're just very lucky to have him. So I'm just going to leave it to him now to introduce himself and tell you what we're doing.
Kia ora koutou, Mr. Mayor, councillors. This one as well. Okay. Ko Miles Payne toku ingoa, and thank you for welcoming me here today. For me, it feels like a real privilege to stand among people who dedicate themselves to serving the community. And I see my role at NCMA in a similar way, serving the region's music and education communities. Just a little touch about myself. I grew up in Herefordshire in the west of England, a place shaped by orchards, farming, and a strong musical history. Though I didn't come from a musical family, but I had parents who valued education and teachers who opened the door for me. And that experience of being supported and encouraged by my schools and teachers is something that I carry with me today. At NCMA, we understand how important it is that that kind of support is. We work to make sure music education isn't a privilege for the few, but a possibility for everyone. So as NCMA's new director, my focus is simple. Stage one is strengthening what we have already, protecting and growing our education programs, our performance spaces and community connections, and becoming more financially secure. And stage two will be building on that base, bringing in more high quality performances to Nelson and growing participation further. But first, my priority is steady, careful stewardship to ensure that NCMA remains strong and sustainable for the next generation. So today, I'd just like to take a moment to share a few key areas where NCMA is making a difference. So first, let's talk about the importance of music education and access at NCMA. So we all know that small beginnings can lead to lasting impact. Most of the people who come through our programs won't become professional musicians, but that's not the point. The point is that it's opening a door to creativity, to community, and to a lifetime connection to music and the arts, and that's where sustainability lies. At the end of 2024, our student membership stood at 833. Now that's the size of a high school. Additionally, we ran courses in schools catering for around 140 students, and that's not included in the membership number. Every membership represents a story. It's a family supporting a child's lessons, it's an adult rediscovering the joy of music, and it's a community investing in cultural life. So a membership is meaningful, and 833 is a significant number. At the end of 2024, we also had 85 accredited teachers working through NCMA, which is up from 74 2 years ago. And each teacher represents the chance for a student to be nurtured, challenged, and inspired. But NCMA is not just about education, it's also a vital part, performance is also a vital part of NCMA's life. In 2024, we hosted 68 short concerts and 4 full-length concerts. 86% of these were featuring local artists. And they keep coming back because of the quality of our performance space. So our building has one of New Zealand's finest acoustics. Our Steinway piano and the fourth run organ are nationally significant instruments. In 2019, NCMA received a UNESCO Asia Pacific Award for Cultural Heritage Conservation, one of only 16 projects across the entire region to be honoured. And it's because of the quality of our space, its acoustic, its heritage, its instruments and reputation that NCMA can offer artists a performance experience that's really hard to match really elsewhere in the country. If you don't come to concerts, you may not see it firsthand. So may I suggest that if you come to one concert this year at NCMA, that it's to the National Symphony Orchestra on Friday, the 7th of June, which will be absolutely an amazing concert. So NCMA keeps Nelson firmly on the musical cultural map, and it keeps opportunities flowing into our region that would otherwise go elsewhere. The Adam Chamber Music Festival is one of the clearest examples. So we're really proud to support events like the Adam. I want to acknowledge and commend the Council for its forward-thinking decision to support the festival in the long-term plan. That investment, to me, shows real vision, recognising not just economic returns, but the deeper cultural standing that music of this quality brings to Nelson. So the Adam Festival is the spotlight, and rightly so, but the stage that it stands on is NCMA. And let's be clear, without this, there's every likelihood the festival will go elsewhere. Now, of course, none of this happens without careful financial management. It's no secret that the financial environment for arts organisation continues to be difficult, and this year is no exception. Like many in the sector, we're navigating rising costs and constrained funding. Having said that, we've been fortunate to receive an unexpected bequest that provides valuable breathing room over the next few years. This gives us the opportunity to focus on long-term sustainability and to reduce our reliance on contestable funding. Our forecast cash flow for the year shows a potential shortfall, but this is not our expected outcome. We've already taken action with new fundraising initiatives underway. One example is our Become an Organ Donor campaign, supporting the preservation of the Cawthron organ. On completion, this will contribute $70,000, hopefully, to NCMA's future. So I'll leave it to Alex to talk you through the numbers in more detail. But in short, we're under pressure, but we are not in crisis. We're aware, we're taking action, and we're optimistic. We're also grateful for the support we received from Council. The partnership with Council remains critical if we're to sustain what we've worked so hard to build. So I'd like to thank you all, and thank you for believing in the arts, and to thank you for helping us keep music alive here at the heart of Nelson. Thank you.
Tēnā koe. With Council's support, we continue to provide service to our community across 5 operational activities and 1 joint community venture activity that's focused on extending music performance skills for our youth. I'll reiterate some of the messages that Miles has shared with you. The unaudited draft performance report for the 2024 financial year ended 31 December 2024 shows a surplus of 100k compared with a loss of 152k in the previous year in 2023. The main reason for that surplus was an unexpected windfall bequest received from an estate partway through the year of 195k. Without that unexpected bequest, we would have faced a loss in 2024, and that's despite 150k of fundraising activity that was hard won throughout the year. Budgeted expenditure remained consistent in 2023 and 2024 at around 1.2 million. We've budgeted for slightly less expenditure this year in 2025 at around 1.1 million. Our forecast cash position at the end of this year on a worst case basis is a loss of 85k. We continue to monitor our cash flow closely, and I'm pleased to note that on an expected 20k loss at this time of the year, we are cash flow positive. If we're unable to reduce the budgeted cash flow loss of 85k for the year, we will use a cash reserve provided by last year's bequest to fund the difference. And we continue to work separately on the establishment of the NCMA Foundation Trust and are close to transferring initial funds to set up an investment portfolio. As we've mentioned in previous presentations, that is a long-term investment approach to support the sustainability of NCMA into the future and to reduce the reliance on contestable grant funding. Last year, Council provided 289k of grant funding to operations, and we thank you for your ongoing support. Tēnā tātou katoa.
Okay, any questions from colleagues? So let's start with Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Mayor Nick, and thank you for your presentations. Excellent. Full of enthusiasm and positivity, so that's great. Craig, I'm just thinking, this bequest, you didn't give thought to placing some of that or all of that in the foundation fund?
Yes, we have. We've discussed it on a number of occasions. Given our cash flow requirements this year, last year, and our expected requirements for the next couple of years, at this time we're looking to retain that bequest in the Nelson School of Music Trust, which is the trust that runs the NCMA, and to give us that cash buffer for the next few years as we work through, the uncertainty, I guess, of the challenges that we face.
Can I just add that we treat that request as a kind of overdraft facility line of credit. So every time we borrow from it, the intention is we pay it back as soon as we can. At the minute, it's still in its original amount. So it's not lolly scramble money, is that?
Oh, I'm pleased to see that. So eventually, ultimately, it may find its way, or it will, with the positive attitude emanating from the table there, it will find its way into the fund.
Indeed. Yeah.
Right.
And you will recall that last year we had arranged a 150k line of credit with our bank, and to date we've hardly touched it. We've used it a few times, but as Jan's mentioned, as soon as cash is allowed, we've repaid that, and that has been replaced by the bequest funds.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any further questions from colleagues? Councillor Rani.
Thanks for the presentation this morning. Miles, I just wanted to congratulate you on the position, and I know you've brought a breath of fresh air to the role, and certainly look forward to working with you, and I'm sure many others around the table would feel the same way. So well done. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Pete. Thank you.
Councillor Rani nicely sums up. Look, all of our key arts institutions, like you, have got this really difficult challenge of how do you live within the means and deliver on all the expectations that council and your community has of a area like arts, of which Pete and many around the council table have a key passion. And the fact that you'll continue to do that work under very tight financial circumstances, and we look forward, Miles, to building the partnership between the Centre for Musical Arts and our council, as we ensure that it is a key part of the creative city that we all are ambitious to achieve. So thank you again for your strategic presentation, and we look forward to the work.
Thank you. May I leave a few brochures of what we've got going on the side over there for you to have in your downtime to read?
That's right. And you'll also probably get me to a few of your events that you've got on. I'd love to see in other councils.
And enroll in a few adult courses.
That's it. So I'll put them on the side.
Good on you. Hey, thank you again for your work. And again, apologies for being a little bit late and behind schedule. If councillors would indulge me, why don't we nail the minutes of our previous meeting prior to taking our break? I'm happy to move from the chair the adoption of the meetings of our last minute. That's been seconded by Councillor Skinner. Is there any discussion on those minutes of our previous April meeting? That being the case, I shall put all those in favour of those being adopted, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Carried. We will resume at 11:33 when we will be dealing with the dam dangerous, affected and unsanitary buildings policy. Council adjourned. Item 8.2, the Arts Development Agency Transition Plan, and then to come back to the matter of dangerous buildings and dams. Is there any objection to me taking that items in those orders to accommodate people in the gallery? That being the case, let's welcome Mark and team to the table, Sophie and Maria, and to deal with item 8.2.
White House.
Welcome, Mark, Sophie and Maria. Thank you for the work that's gone into this important development of our arts institutional framework, and look forward to hearing your presentation and dealing with this paper.
Kia ora koutou, councillors and Mayor Nick. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. This report covers the next phase of the planned journey that the Arts Council is taking in their progression to becoming the Arts Development Agency. You'll be hopefully may have met Sophie and Maria previously. They're from the Arts Council, and they're going to take you through a presentation on their transition plan. So with your permission, I'd now like to hand over to them.
Thank you.
Kia ora koutou katoa. Am I on?
You are.
Sophie Kelly toko ingoa. Hello everybody, Mayor Smith, Deputy Mayor O'Neill-Stevens and councillors. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present today. We are here to seek the formal endorsement of Nelson City Council for the transition of Arts Council Nelson into a newly established Whakatū Arts Development Agency, an independent sector-led body designed to lead, connect and strengthen the creative ecosystem here in Whakatū. The proposed transition marks a significant milestone in the realisation of He Taitai Whetū, the city's 10-year arts and creativity strategy, and sets the foundation for a more sustainable, impactful and connected creative sector across the region. The transition is shaped by extensive sector engagement and consultation, council collaboration and best practice research. The new agency is proposed to be governed by a charitable trust, supported by a stronger staffing structure, a new leadership position and further staff capacity, supported by a robust funding strategy and a focused communications plan. It represents a shift from a grassroots community facilitator to a future-facing development agency equipped to lead on sector strategy, advocacy and investment, as well as delivering its rich and diverse day-to-day community arts program. Core components of the transition include establishment of a new charitable trust for stronger governance and accountability, a refreshed strategic vision grounded in Whakatū's evolving cultural identity, updated staffing structures to support an expanded mandate, a communications plan to ensure we clearly communicate who the new agency will serve and our commitment to sector visibility, a robust but realistic funding strategy to ensure the organisation's financial sustainability, and phased implementation of new services, including advocacy, cultural tourism and capability development, as well as ongoing partnership and alignment with council and iwi priorities. The core functions of the Arts Development Agency will deliver across 8 strategic focus areas: networking, building a vibrant, interconnected arts ecosystem; advocacy, championing the interests and visibility of practitioners and the wider sector; investment attraction, assisting in securing funding through strategic initiatives and external partnerships; collaborating council, iwi and other local key stakeholders to deliver shared outcomes; publicity, raising the profile of local practitioners, artists, events and other creative activities and organisations across the region; capability development, supporting and empowering artists, arts administrators and organisations to grow skills and succeed; cultural tourism, leading creative events such as our Nelson Jewellery Week, Nelson Play Week and future winter event activations that drive visitation and city vibrancy, as well as becoming the primary sector contact, serving as a central access point for the creative sector for improved coordination and communication. This proposal delivers directly on several of Nelson's City Council's key strategic frameworks, namely He Taito Whetū, Arts and Creativity Strategy, establishing the agency as a cornerstone for the sector's future capability, sustainability and collaboration, and responds to sector-identified needs around the advocacy, visibility and succession. It also aligns to Taonga Tōku Ihu heritage strategy, supporting intergenerational storytelling and identity through creative practice, as well as Te Ara o Whakatū City Central Spatial Plan, positioning the arts as central to city activation, identity and placemaking. It's also relevant to the City of All Ages strategy, Te Tau Ihu intergenerational strategy, Nelson Tasman Destination Management Plan and the long-term plan. Why this transition matters. Since 1969, Arts Council has been delivering meaningful arts engagement and activities across Whakatū and has become a vibrant hub, advisory body and creative incubator, promoting, initiating and supporting projects that strengthen the artistic and cultural life of the region. Today, it also manages nationally recognised events like Nelson Jewellery Week and Nelson Clay Week, and it engages over 30,000 people annually through the Refinery Art Gallery exhibition program, partnering with a wide range of community-based organisations and festivals. This is also a sector-driven mandate. This charge is rooted in community voice. It reflects extensive engagement across the arts sector, including Toi Māori practitioners, emerging and established artists, and many, many local arts and cultural organisations and independent practitioners. We are also responding to growing demand. ACN's increasing role as a connector, incubator and promoter has stretched well beyond existing capacity. A dedicated, well-resourced agency is essential to meet growing community expectations, deliver on the expectations around cultural tourism opportunities, and ensure a resilient sector for the future. Strengths of this plan are designed to nurture the wider arts sector through strengthened partnerships and sustainable career pathways for artists, amplify the economic contribution of the sector to regional economy, support arts administrators and sector professionals in building their core skills, competencies and leadership, to develop infrastructure that enables long-term creative and cultural growth, and also simplify sector engagement for external stakeholders and collaborators. Council's initial investment through Better Off funding and its proposed long-term plan commitments has been critical to this work. The transition plan is built on conservative but realistic funding assumptions, recognising the need for long-term stability and diversified revenue. Key to realising the agency's full potential is an ongoing collaborative relationship with Council, grounded in a shared understanding of short and long-term capacity, a joint approach to creative infrastructure, particularly surrounding the proposed arts hub, alignment on regional sector growth and cultural tourism opportunities. In the immediate term, staffing limitations may affect the speed at which new services can be delivered, but the agency's structure throughout the plan is designed to upscale as funding increases. There's also scope for further potential. While this plan establishes a strong foundation for the Arts Development Agency, there are several high-impact kaupapa that warrant consideration as our capacity and resources grow. These opportunities represent potential next steps in our evolution, each building upon our core strengths while opening new possibilities for our creative community. These include things as Toi Māori development, dedicated support for Māori artists through specialist roles, exhibition workshop spaces, ring-fence funding, and deeper partnership with iwi and matawaka artists, digital evolution platform, a sector-wide digital hub offering virtual showcases, directories, shared resources, live streaming, and professional development, creative industry incubator, enterprise support through wānanga, co-working spaces, mentorship, market access, and funding pilots, and cultural tourism expansion, expanding our existing events into year-round offerings through curated event programs, residencies, tourism partnerships, and international exchanges. These kaupapa will require significant additional investment in both people and resources, but they represent exciting possibilities for our future growth. They align with both our strategic direction and the broader vision of He Taito Whetū, while building on the strong foundation we are establishing through our current mahi. The key is to hold these possibilities as inspiration while maintaining focus on our core deliverables, implementing each new initiative when time and resources are right to ensure success. Next steps. With Council's endorsement, the next phase of work will include the following. Establishment of the new charitable trust to govern the agency. You will note the draft trust deed included in the plan. Recruitment of a new governing board of trustees. Transfer of operational responsibility from Arts Council Nelson to the new entity. Recruitment of a new agency director along with a fundraising and partnership position and some additional support in the form of fixed-term contracts. Launching the development agency with a fit-for-purpose governance and reporting, and phased implementation of services, focusing initially on advocacy, capability building, and development and delivery of the winter cultural tourism event next year. And also delivering on our communication strategy to profile the transition and grow public and sector engagement. So, this transition marks a pivotal moment, not just for the arts, but for Whakatu Nelson as a city that truly values creativity, connection, and identity. With a proven track record, strong community partnerships, and a clear strategic mandate, the new Whakatu Arts Development Agency will be well positioned to lead our city's creative future, one that we hope is inclusive, sustainable, economically vibrant, and grounded in place. The Development Agency's mission is to strengthen those connections across the sector, champion the value of the arts, and provide the support needed for artists and initiatives to flourish. This evolution deeply reflects a deeper commitment to keeping the arts accessible, diverse, and dynamic in Whakatu. This is a significant opportunity for Nelson City Council to help shape a lasting legacy for the city's creative future. And with your support, we can realise a future where the arts are not just celebrated, but empowered to transform lives, strengthen communities, and place Whakatu firmly on the national map as a centre of innovation and cultural leadership. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou.
Thank you, Sophie. Presented with the normal level of professionalism. I'm just going to kick off with a question that will be a bit of a mix for you and Mark. And I want to reinforce that I think this council was very fortunate, certainly I as mayor, to inherit the art strategy, which I think the previous council did a very good job of. And I see us now crossing the T's and dotting the I's on the development of this new agency, of which I'm very excited about. The piece I'm interested in is with the new Arts Development Agency, as I understand, coming into effect on the 1st of July 2025, is that it will not, I'm sorry to be inert, it will not be a council-controlled organisation. The relationship will be way of contract between the council and the new Arts Development Agency. And the question I have is that on recommendation number 8.1, it refers to a grant agreement will be drawn up for providing operational funding to the 30th of June 27. And then and I've got a question about the amount. My question is it intended that there will be a contract for this next financial year, 25-26? Or am I reading between the lines that it's a 2-year contract going through to June 27? I understand my point is that is it a 2-year contract? And then the part that I'm also interested to understand, in the presentation you gave us, Sophie, you talked about the reporting back to council, of which we are a substantive funder. I don't have any view about what it is. I just want to understand it. And that is, would it be intended that there would be an annual report to full council, either from Mark or yourselves, as a non-CCO organisation controlled by contract? What will be the nature of the reporting and relationship with council, in the sense that we've had the economic development agencies, we get the suitor and the other. I'm trying to get a feel for, on an ongoing basis from 1st of July, how that will work.
Certainly. So firstly, confirming, yes, it's not a council intended to be a CO or a CCO structure. Secondly, the intent is it will be a grant agreement that's developed rather than a contract for service.
Yes.
And our normal practice is to run those for the lengths of the LTPs. So for most of our organisations that we have ongoing grant relationships with, we then do them to the end of the LTP period, which is 2027, hence the suggestion that the grant agreement would take place for those 2 years up until that period.
And what do you view as the relationship with council as compared with suitor, museum? What do you see as the reporting structure back to the elected council under the trust model that we are approving today.
So the intent as part of developing the grant agreement would be that we would ask the New Arts Development Agency to produce an initial strategic report once they were in place from their new board. And as part of that, there would be a resolution and proposal suggesting a regular reporting structure that is yet to be formally discussed with the development agency, but would be discussed as part of that initial strategic presentation, which would be with the new council.
And just as a check mark, in item 8.1, it refers to the budget for the year ending 2027 of 286 and refers to the table in 4.3. When I total up the figure for the year ending June 27, I come to 246. Is the correct number 246 or 286?
You'd have to give me a few minutes.
Yeah, sure. And I can take on questions from colleagues. If you could just check, what have I? It's more likely I've misunderstood. I don't have a question about the number, just like clarity.
And also just to add to that, like other external organisations such as the Nelson Arts Festival, here, we would be providing a statement of intent that sits with that funding agreement. And it is also our understanding that there would be a regular reporting cycle within that agreement too. Yeah.
Any other questions from colleagues? Our youth councillor, McMillan.
But thank you, Nick. I noticed in the agenda report that the youth engagement for arts in Nelson is only 5% of the respondents that you guys surveyed. And I was wondering, because I know how important art is socially, cognitively, culturally, exploring identities, and how you guys are looking to engage youth in this new transition plan. And yeah, so we can increase as many people doing art as possible in Nelson.
Thank you. That's a great question. I guess there's a couple of things there. We already have quite a deep involvement with youth and across our programming and events that we run, such as Clay Week and Nelson Jewellery Week, and various activations. But we're also looking at the opportunity to have a youth representation at our governing level as well, or part of our advisory roles. So we feel that voice is very important, and we need to have a good understanding of how we can, I guess, increase that engagement. Yeah, very important aspect of what we do within our programming. Yeah.
Any other questions from colleagues on this paper? Councillor Skinner.
I seem to be in your blind spot. Thank you for that. Thank you for the presentation and the work that the officers have done on this. A couple of questions, and they may seem simple. What happens to the Arts Council? So you've got the Arts Council, it's been around 40 odd years, working incredibly well, which is what you guys are a product of. This transition to the Arts Hub and the Arts Strategy, which is something I'm very proud of at last council and instigated under the Community Recreation Committee, and it was a strategy that was owned by the community, not by council, not by you guys, community. So what happens to the Arts Council?
So thank you, Councillor Skinner. Essentially, it's simply a change of entity. So we go from being an incorporated society to a charitable trust. What we've taken special consideration with and understanding the importance of ensuring that we maintain that community voice at a governing level, and hence we have made a recommendation that we will have community advisors as part of our governance structure or feeding into our governing board. But in a structured way, I guess, incorporated society, everything that is currently Arts Council will be transferred into the new charitable trust entity.
And thank you, and that leads on to your next question in regards to the governance. You've got I think a very good board, range of members on the Arts Council. This transitions to, which was a incorporated society, which will now transfer to an organisation which isn't an incorporated society. And if I've got it wrong, be a lesser board members, or how's it work?
We're proposing 9 board members, a maximum of 9 and a minimum of 3. Yeah, and again, those advisory boards sitting supporting those.
And there'll be a director as you point out in your report, is someone identified as director at this stage?
Not at this stage, no. We all start that recruitment process, yeah.
And fell through the patience of the chair. You had good support from Arts Council. Was it something that was because it's that organisation which is going through the transition?
Yes, yeah.
Actually, removal of.
Yeah.
Good or bad. Was there much notification, support?
We've been we've been very conscientious to engage our members and also our team throughout this whole process. So we've kept everybody well informed, we've consulted, we've sent out information regularly, and we've given people the opportunity to share any concerns or raise any questions throughout that process. Yeah.
And last bit of questions here, and as I mentioned before, it's very much a very broad hub developed by the community, etc. And this organisation, this arts development agency, is to reflect that broad cultures and arts types. I made sure it was very broad before we focused in, which is what you've done. But to be honest, a little bit disturbed by page 200 of that report, on the third to last paragraph, talk about Toi Māori and tangata whenua identity, and this comment that has long failed to be reflected in wider whakatū Nelson as a product of colonisation and dispossession. Was that necessary? Is that?
I guess it's just a reflection of the feedback that we've had through the consultation. So we've included that. We felt it was important to include that in here. And it's just something at the forefront of our minds that we need to be mindful of as we move forward with those partnerships.
And do you think it reflects what the scope and directive of this arts development agency and being a sort of all-encompassing of cultures? This just worries me. It sort of reads as critical and uses a bit of a tool in regards to negativity of colonisation and a statement of dispossession. That's quite a statement. So those make me uncomfortable for that to be in a report or used in a report that may or may not be a view of yourself or members.
I think it's just something we want to be very mindful of, and it also speaks to our commitment to how we're going to approach moving forward, and the importance to us of having our commitment to totality and also applying a bicultural lens in all that we do across this agency.
So I just through to the chair and officers, I just concerned it's a bit somewhat divisive, and
we will debate the resolutions. This is an opportunity for
giving heads up so I can get some feedback and a reasoning why that's in there.
Questions are entirely appropriate, but if there are to be matters to be debated, would prefer that was handled that part of the discussion. Any further questions of our officers or those that have been doing the mihi on this important project? That being the case, can I thank the officers? Can I particularly thank the work that's gone on in getting to this quite penultimate moment of something that's been in the pipeline for some years, and again compliment both the officers and those from the Arts Council that have been working on this project. I know the two members of our Arts Council is the Deputy Mayor and Matty Anderson. Would you be prepared to move the resolutions, and Matty, would you be prepared to second? Motions are moved and seconded and are now open for debate. Any debate? Councillor Sanson, then I'll take Councillor Rainey, and then I'll take Councillor Pakipe.
Just briefly speaking in support of this, I want to acknowledge all the work from everybody who's been involved in the engagement, to everybody who's been involved in developing this vision, and to everybody who's going to be involved in bringing this to life. I think it's really important piece of work, and I'm really excited about what it's going to mean for arts in our community and really securing the future of arts, artists, creativity for our region. So just well done to everybody. Thanks for the excellent presentation.
Thanks, Councillor Sanson. The floor is Councillor Rainey's.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. I just really want to make a comment more than anything. I think it's an opportune time to reflect on the journey that Nelson City Council has been on in relation to the arts in the city and over the last few years. And I think this is a momentous occasion, to be honest with you. I think this is quite a profound day for the arts. When you consider what's happened over the last, I guess, 10 years, we've had the transition for the Arts Festival from being an in-house entity to being one which is separate with the blessing of council, and I think that's been a tremendous success. We've had ongoing support for Arts Council Nelson, and there have been many challenges for Arts Council Nelson over the years, and I congratulate them for surviving and being in the position that they are today. I welcomed and was happy to be part of the refresh of the arts strategy, or the development of the new arts strategy that occurred towards the end of the last term of council. And here we come today to the potential formation of the Arts Development Agency, which is a massive step for the city, and with the potential of a new arts hub just around the corner. These are major steps for a city that has, over the years, been very proud of its association with the arts, or the fact that it was an artistic centre. Finally, I think we're beginning to get some real resonance and depth into the way that we give consideration to the arts in this city. And I want to congratulate Sophie and Maria and all the team from Arts Council Nelson. I want to congratulate staff for the tremendous effort that's gone into this. I think it's a really momentous occasion, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how these things pan out. Tremendously exciting. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Rainey. Councillor Paki, and then we'll take the councillor.
Kia ora tātou, and to the chair and to the team. Hey, really awesome work. It's actually really neat to see this sort of work going forward, and I commend the inclusion of the art. Art has been a vehicle for joy and grief and the expression of cultural values and you know our cultural identity. It really manifests where we've come from and where, you know, how we see ourselves. So the inclusion of, you know, or rather avoiding the denialism of the facts of colonialism on iwi Māori and the Indigenous people of this country is good that it's been included. I think I'm very proud that you guys have got that step and not going down that path of claiming there's something that it's not. So cheers, really cool. Kopai.
Thanks, Councillor Paki. Youth Councillor McMahon.
Kia ora. On behalf of the Youth Council, we would like to say just how much we support the transition to ADA, and because of the increase in growing the passion and love for arts in our community, and we are extremely proud that this transition is happening, and we're excited about the future.
Thanks, Councillor. Just a few comments from myself as Mayor. I concur with Councillor Rainey's view that actually today is a very significant day in the council giving the final tick-off for the metamorphose from the Nelson Arts Council to the Arts Development Agency. The city should be tremendously proud of its heritage with arts. And I reflect back to 1969 when probably about half the council, including our youth council, were no more than a twinkle in their daddy's eye. That in 1969, the Nelson Provincial Arts Council was created. We should be very proud that actually our arts festival is the oldest in New Zealand, reinforcing the degree to which the creative sector is really important to the city. The expectations I have of in transitioning from the Arts Council to the Development Agency is to play not an indifferent role to the Nelson Economic Development Agency that we have heard from this morning in helping us to continue to grow that creative sector, an agency that is in all the different forms of art that operate in our city and to grow it. I note Councillor Skinner's questions, but actually I'm totally with Councillor Paki in respect of the reflect of Maori art. If we're honest about the heritage and the way in which the creative sector over the 150 years of the City Council is there was barely a look in for our Indigenous art. And I'm actually really excited about both in the look of the city and the work of the Arts Development Agency that there is that relationship with iwi. And I do see it as flowing from the treaty and obligation for us to support that Maori art and that Maori culture that only exists in this land of New Zealand, Aotearoa. The last point I'd like to make is this. We made a really exciting commitment at our first council meeting of this year that we wanted our city to pursue being recognised as a UNESCO creative city in the area of crafts. And I am absolutely serious, and I was delighted to have the unanimous support of the council in pursuing that objective. But pursuing the status is no good without us putting the institutional structure and the activity that makes it real. And I think we are fortuitous that a number of different strands of work, from the intense work that's gone into developing the agency, the strategy that we inherited from the council, the ambition of the UNESCO creative city status is coming together, and I am excited about its potential and very pleased today that we are signing off that transition plan. I do want to acknowledge all the members of the Arts Council that have done the work, and I also want to put on record the thanks of this council for the leadership that's been provided by the Deputy Mayor as the chair of our task force, and Councillor Matty Anderson that's been part of the work to make this happen, as well as our staff. Councillor Brand.
Thank you. A lot of positive stuff has been said, so I won't repeat any of that. I just want to say that last term, when we worked on this, it was one of the proudest things I think the council achieved, and the hard work and the commitment from our community to be involved to help remember the talented people that are within our community, and a bit of what Nelson is actually about in a more national and international perspective. And I was a bit nervous this term that when all that work happens, that reports sometimes get shelved and collect dust. And when people are thinking about saving money and being a bit more cost effective, that this may not have actually been implemented. And I know there were a few people in our community that were a little bit apprehensive about that. So I'm really proud that this council didn't put it on a shelf, let it collect dust, and actually took it to the next stage and implemented things as it can continue to grow and strengthen and recognise the talent within our community.
Thanks, Councillor Brand. Would either the mover or seconder like to make a contribution? Councillor Anderson.
Yeah, thank you through the Mayor. I'd also like to acknowledge the last term councillors. It was a really good decision, and Councillor Rainey, and I agree. Nelson, we do punch above our weight in the art space, and this was something that needed to be done. And I kind of think it's a little bit. We were talking about NRDA and value of life performances and being able to do better, and I do. It was very robust, so we didn't land on anything straight away. There was lots of discussion and backwards and forwards, so it was well thought out. And it was good to have the junior councillor bring up so we can do better. So the youth voice is just an opportunity, and it's good you bring it up. So just bearing in mind that the development agency will still be accountable to the community, and we really do need to make sure we take everyone along on this journey. So a lot of work, and I'm very grateful to the all those involved, and again for the work from the last term. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Anderson. Any other contributions? I'll hand over to the Deputy Mayor to wrap up.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. And this is, I think, a very exciting day. And I just want to pay testament to Sophie, to Maria, to the whole Arts Council team. This has been essentially coming up a 3-year journey of work. I want to acknowledge Pete, Tim and Judine for their work shaping and supporting the development of He Tātou Whetū. To me, this is actually, we should be learning from this is what good strategy looks like, where you take the time to get strong buy-in and then you actually follow through across council terms and you put your money where your mouth is. And at a time where investment in the arts nationally is being pulled back, I'm really proud that we can, hand on heart, say as a city, we are continuing to invest, to improve, to recognise, and we had some very impressive numbers presented this morning of the immense value that the arts and creative sector contributes to our city, both in terms of its economic contribution, its cultural contribution, but also in terms of well-being. It touched on, the history of Arts Council starts in 1969 with the establishment of the Nelson Provincial Arts Council. It existed in that form for 28 years, taking on paid staffing in 1982 until the incorporation of Arts Council Nelson in 1997. I don't know if you've noticed the significance, but we're 28 years on from that date as well. And so can I just say to the whole team, I'm really excited about what the next 28 years will hold, both for this organisation and for arts in our region. As I've now been the council liaison to, or one of the council liaisons to Arts Council for nearly 6 years, and in that time, the growth has been incredible. Pushed by earthquake strengthening issues with our beloved, what we still call the old refinery building, the shift into the city centre really has catalysed a lot of the work that is proposed to continue and to enhance under this plan of the tens of thousands of people who receive and connect with the benefits of the work, and the 7-strong staff team that is now in that organisation. But I did just want to take a moment to acknowledge very specifically Lloyd Harwood, who for the last 27 years has diligently served as the community arts manager for a long time as the only staff member of that organisation, but now supported and joined by a wonderful team. And I'm excited for his leadership through and the potential that this investment provides to maximise the contribution of the arts to our region. So again, just a big mihi to all of the work, almost exclusively voluntary time put in to get this to where it is, and all the best for all of the work that immediately flows out of this, of which I know that there is a lot.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. I'm going to put the 2 resolutions that you have before you, 1 and 2. Those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, say no. That is carried. I'd now like to move to item 6.1 on the agenda. 6.1 on the agenda, which deals with the issue of dangerous dams, and invite our regulatory team. Bruce. Sorry, Bruce, you've been waiting for a while. Sorry to juggle the diary around at your inconvenience.
Exercise is good for me, yeah, Nick.
Okay, Mandy, we're in your good hands to take you through this paper and the adoption of the policy.
Right, so through the chair, I'll just run through briefly what happened. At the end of last year, Bruce brought proposed changes to the 2 policies, one on dams, one on buildings. We went out, basically the changes were quite minor in nature, and basically to update the policies to be clearer and to be clearly linked to the legislation and regulations. We went out for public notification. We got one submitter, which was Heritage New Zealand. we also had feedback from iwi that hadn't been taken into account prior to notification. We presented the officer's recommendations to the hearings panel, and the changes made since notification were of a minor nature that didn't require further notification, and now we have the hearing panel's recommendations to adopt the amended policies. Is there anything you want to add to that?
Is there anything you wish to add, Bruce?
I think Mandy summarised that fairly clearly.
Bruce, can I just ask an overview question? And that is, what is the number of dams that are likely to be covered within the Nelson City region by the policy? And two, what is the expected compliance costs of the new dangerous dams policy?
So for the number of large dams in the Nelson region would be four, maybe five that I'm aware of. There are, so in terms of the dangerous dams policy, if they pose an immediate danger, that covers dams that are smaller than large dams, so all dams.
Yes.
There may be the order of 30.
Yep.
And the second question was the compliance costs.
Yes.
So compliance costs for dam owners, are you referring to?
Sorry.
The compliance costs incurred by dam owners, or the compliance costs incurred by?
I'm interested in what the costs are to our council.
Costs to council. The council has fees and charges in place for processing the information that dam owners provide. So I think the costs are minimal, negligible.
Thank you. Other questions from colleagues? Councillor Rollo is happy to move. Councillor Skinner is happy to second. Is there any other questions? There is not. Is there any debate? Councillor Skinner.
I just like to thank the staff on that, and it was a hearing that myself, Campbell and Trudy took upon, and it's one of those topics that might seem very boring to some, but they're the ones that keep me coming back. What you learn from that about our infrastructure or the community infrastructure, and another interesting one where nobody but one person consulted on, so whether replied to, which is even an indication that the general public were very happy with what we got, or it's one of those good topics that's left to us to and yourselves to put in the hard yards to have a good understanding and dot the I's, cross the T's, and make sure things are done correctly. But I was very impressed with the Heritage Society stepping up, and because it overlaps very well. But through to the chair and CEO, these two people, like many of staff, I'm incredibly impressed with. As the chair of hearing panels and committees, you know, I often put the black hat on and ask the difficult questions or go for the negative, but that's to ensure that we've got robust decision making, and I'm always very impressed how you guys very professionally respond and have the figures and facts at your fingertips. So I greatly enjoyed that hearing, and I assume my two colleagues did as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further comments from colleagues? Look, I'd just wrap up and say, important piece of work. I know it's not the highest profile. I did my PhD on dam safety over 30 years ago, and we all know of the worst civil engineering disaster is the Viant tragedy, where over 12,000 people were killed. And so it does matter. We've got a relatively small number of large dams, but ensuring that there are proper compliance procedures around them actually is an important issue of public interest. And as Councillor Skinner noted, we're very dependent on our officials for managing those significant risks. And thank you for the work. It's been moved and seconded. There are no further comments. Those in favour of the adoption of the dangerous dams, earthquake-prone dams and flood-prone dams policy, please say aye. To the contrary, say no. That is carried. We come to the next item on the agenda, which is the dangerous, affected and sanitary buildings policy deliberations. Mandy, again, the two of you can give us the overview for us. It is my intention after this item to break for lunch and then to resume at 1 o'clock on the next agenda item.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I kind of did my overview for both policies that we went through the same process.
Happy to move the background. It's been moved and seconded. I'm going to ask just one question, and that is, again, this is an updated policy rather than a new policy. I'm sorry to be like a track record, but is there any additional costs either for the public or for council as a consequence of the changes from their own policy to the adoption of this new policy?
Mayor Nick, there's no new changes, no new charges, I should say. I believe we might have even clarified council's ability to invoice people with dangerous, affected or insanitary buildings.
So the answer again is no significant change.
There's no significant
change. That's right. Just like always to clarify these things. I like to know when I'm signing things off if I've got a cost associated with them. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any debate or other questions from colleagues? Councillor Bench.
How many dangerous insanitary buildings do we have?
Typically, it comes out at about 2 per year that we issue notices for. There's a steady trickle of buildings that come to our attention that we deal with. Some more than that, but typically there's only, in the last 10 years, there's been 2 per year. Of course, what we have when we have a rain event or something like that, we will get many more landslides and issues where flooding issues where we might get, I think we had about 40 in 2022. Of course, that's dealt with under a different section of the Building Act, the Emergency Management of Buildings, and so the policy is of no effect while that's in place. We're currently transitioning from that designated area that was the state of emergency, if you like, during that rain event back to business as usual for the particular properties that still have placards. And I believe there's around 7 of those that we will be transitioning to dangerous building notices, which is within the scope of the policy. So rain events will give us a number of dangerous buildings that are dealt with directly by legislation, the Building Act, and then once that's over, some of those will come into scope of the policy in a lump.
Okay. I think I misunderstood what an insanitary building was. I assumed it was a building that stored things that were at risk in times of dire events. But what you're saying is it's just buildings that become a risk because of their position or their neglect.
That's correct. An insanitary building would be one that has had floodwaters through it.
Yeah.
It can be as simple as not having a potable water supply, or it might be due to someone that's hoarding.
Thank you.
Okay, having had that clarity, thanks for those questions, Councillor Benj. If there's no further discussion, it's been moved and seconded. I'll put the adoption of our dangerous, affected and sanitary buildings policy. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, say no. That is carried. Council is adjourned until 1 p.m. adjourned, and we come to my Mayor's report on page number 177 of our papers today. I'll just make some overview comments on the Mayor's report, then happy to take questions and then move into the discussion of the recommendations. The first issue I've highlighted in the report is the very substantive and concerning media coverage over the last 2 months of the issues around Nelson Hospital. The issues are not new, but they have certainly come to a head. And from the Nelson City Council's perspective, the biggest issue is the earthquake strengthening. My view from the community's perspective, the biggest issue is the lack of bed and ward space. I would have had over a dozen meetings over the last month on this issue, including a long session yesterday with the Deputy Director General of Health New Zealand, based in Christchurch, who's responsible for the infrastructure. During the course of the last month, myself and Mayor Tim King were invited for a tour of the hospital. The part that was very encouraging is that the seismic strengthening work on the Percy Burnett and George Manson building is well advanced. Council has previously noted how nervous we have been about the November 28 deadline. The original plan was for the demolition of those tower blocks and replaced by a major building. It certainly is my view is that there is no way that that could be met within the timetable of November 28. The second encouraging part was the substantive investment in the expanded emergency department, the progress that's being made on those new 6 treatment rooms, the 2 dedicated mental health rooms, the triage room and the whānau room. But the really big question is whether government will approve the detailed business case that's been prepared by Health New Zealand and submitted to Cabinet, and whether there will be money in the budget this month for it to fund. People will be aware that I have sat in anticipation of government budgets for a very long time. I would say, as the Mayor of Nelson, never is there as much at stake in a budget as there is on the 22nd of May, and whether there is the funding to be able to support the delivery of that detailed business case. I have to say that I have been impressed by the level of knowledge of ministers and the many MPs across the House that I've spoken to in the level of need in Nelson on the project. Secondly, by the infrastructure team that is leading the detailed business case. And I would describe my position as nervously optimistic that this month might deliver the positive decision that the city needs. There's also been questions about the standard of care, and I raised and met with the Minister of Health in the Beehive about those. There is a direct relationship between the shortage of beds and the standard of care that Nelsonians are getting, because as the specialists are under pressure to try and shuffle the insufficient beds for our needs, inevitably they are trying to maximise the care for those that are there, but making suboptimal decisions for some patients. I was impressed that when this issue was raised 6 weeks ago, the Minister of Health immediately asked for a clinical review team. And when I met with the Deputy Head of Health New Zealand yesterday, he reinforced that that report will be due in June, and that the Health New Zealand is absolutely committed to delivering on that review and the improvements that are required. The second item I cover in my Mayor's report is the issue of local government New Zealand fees.
Nick, just before you move off that, could we deal with that one first?
I'm happy just to be in councillors' hands. There's 3 topics in my Mayor's report. If councillors would prefer to deal with it topic by topic, I'm very relaxed. Or would you prefer that I dealt with all 3 issues at once? Let's do topic by topic.
I would personally, but I mean, I'm not going to die in the ditch over it.
Yep, let's do topic by topic. Happy to take any questions on the issues associated with the hospital. And then what I'll do is just do a bit of an oral brief on the LGNZ and on the soft waste plastics. So opportunity to ask me any questions with respect to my report on the hospital. Take Councillor Mel Courtney.
Look, we are messengers, the public, and the message that's coming through to me, and I want you to add it to your vocabulary, please, Mayor Nick, when you're talking about the hospital. Out in the community, they're telling me, and these are people whom I respect and trust, and so I run with it. What they need primarily is nurses and doctors. I'll say it again, nurses and doctors. So if you're talking about care in Nelson Hospital, I have that responsibility in my role as the local councillor to pass that on on behalf of these people who actually are possibly part of the whole system and may have some knowledge on it. So there you are, that's my contribution.
Thank you. I do think with the lack of a district health board, we as elected members of the community do have an advocacy role around this critical issue for our region. I have said repeatedly that there's lots of things that we would like off central government, but have been unequivocal with Mayor Tim King that the number one priority for this community from government is the delivery of the redeveloped hospital. Are there any other questions? The Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, a couple of questions from me, and just whether you've had any update in any of your meetings. First around the George Manson building, when the project team came in and presented to us, they highlighted that that building was no longer going to house clinical services and would just be an administration building. Is that still your understanding of the project?
Yes, it is. And I'd make two comments with respect to that. The key change that has occurred in Health New Zealand's thinking about the redevelopment of the hospital is that they initially thought the engineering cost of strengthening the George Manson and the Percy Burnett made it uneconomic, and that the plan 4 years ago was effectively demolish and build a new building. Subsequent engineering reports show that at relatively modest cost relative to the value of the buildings, those buildings can be strengthened. But it's also true, and I think that they are making the right judgment, and that is the issue is not just that those buildings are seismically strengthened, but that they're suitable for modern healthcare. And their view is that their layout is not, but there is sufficient demand for space, for specialist offices, for daycare consultations and those things, for those buildings to be put to good use. The other part I'd say is this. I don't think anybody in 2025 realistically believes that you could demolish George Manson, Percy Burnett and build a whole new building and meet that deadline of November 28. I'm sorry, I just, if we look at how long it's taken Christchurch, Dunedin, Greymouth hospitals, anybody who suggests that's dreaming. And the worst case scenario for our council, and I pity the job of the chief executive, who's got a law that says you have to evict everybody from those two buildings if there aren't other buildings. I just think that is just an impossible position for the council. And so they've said, well, look, we've got to strengthen these buildings. That's the only practical thing we can do to meet our obligations to the Nelson City Council. And quid pro quo, once we've strengthened them, then why would we demolish them? Further question? Yeah,
just around any update on investment into acute services. In the original projects that was to be included in the sort of single large new build. Obviously, we've had it outlined the move to a phased build, but looking at the health infrastructure plan was one of the first things that jumped out at me, just whether you have any understanding on what the plans are for improving the acute services provisions.
Sure. So the original plan in 2023, I'm sorry, did propose a stage development to the hospital. The new detailed business case has been provided to mayors on a confidential basis, and it'll be for Health New Zealand and the government to decide whether they're going to be released. And that provides the detail of the stages. It always was a stage project back in 2023 under the previous government, and that sets out the detail of what will be achieved in each stage. I don't feel comfortable because I have given a commitment to treat that detailed business case as confidential, albeit I'd say it has my confidence, it has Mayor Tim King's confidence, and that the two key things we need from government is the approval of the detailed business case and the capital funding to enable it to be progressed. Councillor Anderson?
Sorry, just one more from me. Just in terms of, with that question around when the phased approach come in, we've obviously had correspondence from Rachel Boyack, the MP for Nelson. I'm confused as to the position being stated there and by the former Minister of Health is that the plan remained for one single large building as opposed to the phased approach, or just wanting to get clarity on your understanding of those timelines.
Yeah. The question that Rachel Boyack has raised in her email to myself and councillors, let me address those. Health New Zealand is an independent Crown entity that operates separate to the Cabinet, not indifferent to NELMAC or some of those other entities. The senior staff of Healthcare New Zealand have been absolutely direct in comments to me that the changed approach was decided prior to the change of government. So happy to have that on the public record. There's been a word argument in the email from Rachel Boyack about whether the previous government committed to construction beginning in my report, the exact language, and words are important here. The comment I made in my mayor's report, the previous government gave a commitment to begin construction on a new hospital by 2023. Rachel Boyack's email disputes that, so I've gone back to the quote, and the quote was that the hospital construction building would begin before 23, absolutely, was the statement. And I stand by my mayor's report, and I think Ms Boyack is incorrect. The third part is, where is the evidence to my statement in my report, and which I've repeated today, and that was that the hospital was a staged process. And the answer is that in July of 23, Minister of Health, and I apologise if I've mispronounced her name, Asha, I'm sorry, Asha, her press release in July 23 referred to a stage development. I think the next was Councillor Benj. Oh, I'm sorry, it was Councillor Anderson, then Benj.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. So I'm grateful to the senior doctors and Jessica Roden. I don't think anything would have been happening if it wasn't for those news articles. I'm kind of wondering where we as councillors sit as far as, and I don't really, well, I do care a little bit, but as far as who said what, we're going to land somewhere. And as far as an elected member wanting to fiercely advocate for our community and the hospital, how we go about that, I do feel a little bit silent, and I am waiting to see what happens. But this has been happening around the country, and learning from Dunedin, other spaces. But for me, and I'm assuming for a lot of the other elected members, Nelson and Tasman, well, yeah, it seems we're a little bit quiet on this one, and I'd like to do something about it. So again, very, very grateful to Jessica and senior staff, but it shouldn't be a TU reporter or employees getting the ball rolling. So I'm just wondering where and when we're going to kick in.
It's a fair question, and let me give you a direct answer. I gave some consideration at the beginning of the year as a consequence of being approached by a number of community leaders as to whether, as mayor, I needed to be involved in setting some sort of an advocacy trust up to maximise the community voice to government about the criticalness of this issue. In the process of doing so, I did consult with some people in the health sector that I hold in great respect. And I particularly note Jenny Black, who was a former chair of our district, the last chair of our district health board. Her and a number of contacts indicated to me they had confidence in the path that Health New Zealand was on, but it was subject to getting budget support. And so what you can take from that, Councillor Anderson, is in the event that Budget 25 does not deliver, then I think the very point you raise will need to be given further consideration. I made a decision on the basis of advice of a number of people that I needed to give the officials and the advocacy that was taking place the very best shot. And I have had more meetings on this issue in the last 2 months with the very objective, Councillor Anderson, of trying to lock in as much lobbying effort as possible to deliver the goods in the May budget. If it's not in the May budget, I think the points that you have raised will need to be reconsidered. Councillor Bench.
Thank you. Firstly, I want to comment on what Councillor Courtney said. You've got to add specialists to that list. And the reason we need them is because they don't want to work here. It's not that it's just they don't want to work in that hospital. They've been promised and promised and promised. And the specialists now are the group that are standing up and did the hands around the hospital. They're just sick of it. And there is a whole generation about this guy's age who are going to grow up never knowing proper health care, like the health care that I grew up with. And people my age, I can't afford, well, I can't get or afford health insurance. Neither can my wife. She's had cancer. I've had injuries that rule me out. So we are never going to get proper health care either. And I think you want to sit and think about the fact that this is what happens when successive people in charge kick the can down the road because nobody wants to grasp the nettle and do something about it because they want to get re-elected. And this is where we end up. A generation of people who will never see proper health care. I'll be lucky to live to see that thing up there finished. And it's just from kicking the can down the road, and we've had a little debate here about what Rachel said and what you said and all the rest, and it's just politics. No, not this, Rachel, sorry. I probably did point at you. What the Labor Rachel said, and it is just semantics. Everyone's kicked the can down the road, and this is where we end up. But it's our health. It's our health. And most of my life, I've heard people say, oh, we'll always get specialists and people in this town because Nelson's a lovely place to live. The people who've sat at that table today, swimming, sports, yachting, they're all talking about going broke. You know, the things that were good about Nelson, the things that these people come for. There's still mountain biking and things, but
I don't want to be too rigid, but technically speaking, we're in the question phase of the process, and then the mayor's report will be debated.
I'm sorry about that.
I don't want to be too rigid, but
I will stop. But Mel started it because he never asked a question.
I don't want to be too constraining. Point is fairly made. Are there any further questions in the mayor's report in respect of my comments with respect to the hospital?
To health.
Questions of my mayor's report, and I'm going to be pretty relaxed, but just noting that it strictly speaking is questions at this point, and we'll come to the debate on the mayor's report in a moment.
Yeah.
Are there any further questions on that item? No. We move to the second item in my mayor's report. The second item is with respect to the LGNZ fees. And the comment I was going to make here is that we are working our butts off to try and keep our costs under control. We have signed up collectively as a council to limiting rate increases to 6.5%. So a 9.5% increase in our LGNZ fees is a bit of pain. It's not been budgeted for. The chief executive is going to have to trim or do something else or add to our deficit for next year. I noted in my report, actually, I'm a strong supporter of LGNZ. And I would say to the ratepayers of Nelson, for our contributions, I do think we get good value for money. But I've also noted in there that collectively, those of us going to the conference in Christchurch, I think we need to pass a firm message on to the National Council of LGNZ that these year-on-year increases substantially above inflation are not tolerable. And secondly, that we've got a job to do to get members of LGNZ that have resigned back in the tent somehow, because every time one of them resigns, particularly a large one like in Auckland or Christchurch, effectively has the rest of the country unduly picking up the expenses of running a nationwide organisation. I'm a little bit provocative in my report. We indirectly as a council contribute to a number of national organisations. One of those is the Chief Executive's organisation. My view is that Wellington does need a voice for local government. I have a view in this council that we're one team, staff and elected members, and I do wonder whether it would be more efficient to have a local government organisation that actually included our chief executives with their own subgroup to be more efficient in the way in which we organised ourselves, and it's just noting for discussion. Councillor Rollo, then Councillor Bench.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. I got two questions, and the first one is, what sort of discussions have you had with mayors and councils that have left LGNZ in the last year around how they've found their advocacy and discussion relationship with central government, with being out of the tent compared to being within? Because surely they've still been able to have some sort of discussion. And the other question is, you've just noted there that the increase is unbudgeted and something else is now going to have to be cut. What sort of discussion will we have as elected members into what that sort of saving or cut cost could be? Because I'd prefer a rubbish bin over LGNZ for the community, but I'm quite keen to know where that's going to go.
Sure. So in response to your first question, why do I think members have left LGNZ, and what do I think is the advocacy of those? I can only note from the newspaper reports, I would put those that have left in two camps. There is a number of councils that feel a great deal of resentment towards LGNZ over what occurred in the previous term with respect to Three Waters. And that was where the government did a deal with LGNZ that they provided them with substantive funding on the basis that they would not criticise the policy. And a number of people believe that that compromised the independence of LGNZ. And I think there would be many within LGNZ that would accept that in hindsight, that was a mistake. There's a second group that have left LGNZ who I'm not sure I'll say this diplomatically. Across the local government sector, just like around this table, there's a broad range of political views, and I think that's healthy. And their view would be that the administration and staff of LGNZ were too narrow and not broad enough for a particular group, and felt that they were not maintaining LGNZ as a broad church. And I think that is a lesson that LGNZ does need to be careful that it does not become politicised, because inevitably across the group of mayors and councillors across the country, there's a wide range of views. The third part of your question was about, well, how has the Christchurches, the Aucklands, the West Coast regional councils got on in their advocacy? I have discussed it with them. And the feedback I've had is, oh, in Christchurch's case, we think we're big enough to be able to get our doors open for government regardless. And so that's a little bit of their view. The one piece of work, I'm of a view that the sector as a whole is weaker for not having those West Coast, Christchurch and Auckland councils in it. The instructions I had from National Council in my work over electoral reform was to be inclusive of them as possible. And I've actually had quite positive feedback. I make no bones about the fact that in doing that piece of work for LGNZ on electoral reform, I'm keen to reinforce that that's a sensible, good sorts of things that would be very difficult for 78 councils to individually advocate for electoral reform. But if we all work together, we can do it. And the interesting thing is that both Christchurch and Auckland have been very engaged in that process, and I'm using it as a vehicle to say, hey guys, come back into the team. Rohan, did you have your question on, these are questions or rough comments?
Maybe this is probably more for the Chief Executive, is just actually what is the...
Oh, I didn't answer that question. That's
what is the shortfall? I just, if my estimates book numbers are correct, we're looking at about $900 more than what was budgeted.
It's a bit more than that, but not a lot. I mean, we're talking margin of error, really.
So in answer to your other question, no, as a consequence of LGNZ fees being bigger than what we thought, the Chief Executive is not proposing to cut anything. And here's the truth. At the end of any financial year for an organisation like ours that's turning over $200 million a year, my view is anything plus or minus 10 grand is within the margin of error and is close to a balanced budget. You never get a balanced budget down to 0.00.
But if I may, Mr. Mayor, the point I would make is if it keeps going up and it keeps going up, it doesn't become a margin of error. It becomes a substantive issue, and therefore we can live with a one-off small increase. But actually, I don't think we should put up with that again and again and again. That's the point.
My concern is the 9.5 this year comes on top of 15 last year. Matthew? Councillor Bench, sorry.
Thank you, Nick. A question for you, which is, the more I read about this and sort of reading between the lines, are we actually flogging a dead horse here? Because how many more have to drop out before it actually just doesn't work? And, we must be close to that. It wouldn't take many more, I wouldn't think, before LG just simply doesn't work. So do we have a plan B? And you sort of maybe hinted at that. I mean, I like your idea of including the CEOs. It makes sense to me to get another group of intelligent people in the room.
There are 78 councils in New Zealand. 68 of them are members of LGNZ, so they're about 15% non-membership. I think if you take an organisation like Federated Farmers, they would probably have 85%. So do I think the number of resignations at the point is it's not viable? No. I think the bigger concern is when you've got the largest city in the South Island, Christchurch, and the largest city in New Zealand, Auckland, out. And I think there needs to be a real serious diplomatic effort to get those two main centres back into it.
The percentage you give then isn't really real, is it?
That's right. Look, Auckland's a third of the country.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool.
And that's what concerns me, is that are we flogging a dead horse, or if we think we might be, in my opinion, we need a plan B.
I don't think we're at the plan B stage. I think the corner may be being turned. That is, I think some of the corner may have been turned in the sense that the baggage and some of the bumps from the three waters is getting behind us. But if you ask me, one of the things I've wanted to note in the report, I think LGNZ, post local body elections this year, needs to go on to a charm offensive to get particularly Christchurch and Auckland and some others back in the team. Does that answer your question, Matthew? Any other questions on that item? Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. I'm so pleased that you're discussing this at some depth, not as deeply as I would like, but at some depth today in this Mayor's report, and I'm so grateful that you've raised it. This is very serious. Local Government New Zealand's membership has been falling away over the past 2 years. And it takes Matthew Benj to raise the point fair and square. that it's serious, all right. Now, membership levies have increasingly at levels that this council, I believe, cannot sustain. They're unfair and they're not sustainable. So it's more important that they are grossly unfair burden on the Nelson ratepayers to bear when at a time they are grappling with the cost of living crisis. And they are. And here's another one. We had it with the Walkers Done Well. We had extra costs foisted upon us then, and we're having it again now. You see, here's the nub of my concern. As a consequence of losing membership, that our council, our ratepayers, are bearing the brunt of these losses because local government New Zealand is losing revenue. And unless they take steps to rectify that, well, they will pass it on to small councils like us. That's what they'll do because they've got to balance their books. And I don't want to see the burden placed because we've lost Auckland, the biggest council, Christchurch, the second biggest council, and 5 others. That burden placed upon our ratepayers indirectly, I know, but because of these members moving out and then they move it on to us. And it looks like that to me because, me and Nick, we're looking at 24.4% increase over 2 years. And things are serious. And, you know, I say in the report here, the third item is, well, let's talk to them after the election about costs. If these people were professionals, and I'm not going to attack them personally because I believe in the system, by the way, came in 1988 or late 80s when I was about to hop on my horse and go into the Blue Wander to Blue Horizon to start my businesses or develop them. But that's when it came, and we had 850 municipalities or councils in the 1980s. 850. And of course, a very brave and bold council trimmed it down to only 10%. We ended up with about 80. So that's when local government New Zealand came into play, and I'm a strong supporter of it. But I'm not going to let them wither and die because they need to do a whole raft of different things that you need to do when you lose your custom. And you lose the respect of your custom. That's a big thing. You lose respect and trustworthiness. That's another one. There's 2 key elements for an organisation to maintain, and they have, I'm sad to say to some degree, I won't say completely, because I don't agree with that, but they've lost those 2 firm ingredients. So they should be exploring ways to increase their range of specialty and advanced training offers. They should be doing a whole range of things. This is very serious. I know you can cut me down all you like, and we can talk about cats, dogs, or whatever you like. This is the survival of local government.
I'm just saying it's a long question.
Do you agree?
Look, there's so much to be done, Nick, and I'm saying just talking about it here today is not good enough. I've got a whole raft of things I'd like them to do here, but I'm not allowed to share it with you now. I'm sorry, but he wants me to. It is extremely serious, Nick, and I'm not going to sit idly by with my mouth shut and say nothing. We value that organisation, and I don't want it to see it wither and die.
Thank you. Point is well made, and I agree. Councillor Bench.
Mayor Nick, what is the cost? What do we pay a year?
The fees for the coming year are scheduled to be $71,830, as in my report.
Thank you. My other problem is I've now got an image in my head, like Putin, of Mel Courtney riding into the sunset with his shirt off.
Are there any other? Mel has a lot more here than the President of Russia. Are there any other questions? Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. I'm really just curious if it's appropriate to ask. We've had some comments around the value that you see in LGNZ and that we've probably seen as elected members. I'm just curious, maybe if the chief executive might comment on value or not value that he sees.
Yeah, look, I'm very glad you asked me that, Councillor Hodgson, because look, I've been in the job for just over 2 years now, and I'll be honest, I've been going to quite a lot of these meetings and thinking, is this value for money in terms of the membership organisations that we're part of? And at the moment, yes, I can say there is value for money. There's no question we get some legal opinions that we, lots of councils would have to pay for individually. So look, broadly, I'd say we get value for money. I would not, if I'm going to push very strongly in my conversations with Susan, the departing CEO, around the fact that they cannot raise their fees a bit above CPI next time. I just don't think it's appropriate. But I've had the same discussion with the RCEO group, the regional and unitary councils group, of which we are a member, and I've pushed back on the fee increases, and I've made sure they've kept those fees down. So look, but as a collective, it's sensible for the RCEO group, the 16 regional councils, to get together and do things as one rather than 16 individuals. So it is at the moment value for money, but if it keeps going up, I think then we'd have to question it.
Thanks. Thank you. Councillor Brand.
Thank you. Through the Mayor. Just sorry, what other memberships of organisations do we belong to that are of a similar nature? Because I remember, if I think it's correctly, last term we looked at whether LGNZ was value for money compared to the other memberships that we pay to those organisations, and if there was a crossover, and which would give us better bang for the buck because of the memberships going up.
I'd say the two organisations that cross over clearly for me are LGNZ and then the RCEO group. And I strongly believe there should be one group. There should be an LGNZ, and the RCEO should fall under the LGNZ umbrella. I think we've got two organisations that are kind of competing and cutting across each other. And I don't, in the long term, support having membership of both of them. But now is not the time to pull out. There's a lot of change in local government. I go to the various meetings and I get a lot of intel from the two groups, and I'd like to see them come together. I've had those conversations, but it shouldn't keep going forever.
And have other councils, members, mayors, chief executives had the same conversations? And is there a movement or a motion or a feeling that the other councils would like to put that forward, that they amalgamate and become the one with this overseeing umbrella?
Can I have a crack at that question? It is, what was the Society of Local Government Managers, SOLGIM, is now called Taitura, which is the organisation of chief executives. Here's a comment from, as a former member of Parliament, that organisation does excellent jobs of submissions to select committees on detail of bills and identifying costs. Actually, they do a better job than LGNZ. And I think that's practically because LGNZ, the chief executives, pay the bills and have a far better idea about how government decisions can drive costs and other problems for the staff of local government. The third organisation that Nigel has referred to is the Regional Councils organisation. The reason they went separate, Councillor Brand, is because they're afraid that someday a government may decide and raise a question over the future of regional councils, and that there are quite a few councils that are either unitaries like ours that have no interest, or councils, and you'll see in the press, a number are pushing to get rid of regional councils in some regions of New Zealand for them to become unitaries. And so they wanted to have their own advocacy organisation to protect themselves against that. Now, in terms of whether is there I'm totally with the chief executive. It would be an issue that if there was an informal discussion support for, we could as a council say, we're happy to pay our membership, but we would like to adopt a policy position that we advocate for consolidation. If you were to do consolidation, though, in my view, it's absolutely critical that chief executives are part of the picture. In other words, the Council of Local Government New Zealand at the moment is all politicians, and while they have some skills, in my view, if you were to merge the Local Government Society of Local Government Managers, or Tuatara, into LGNZ, you would have, for instance, in its constitution that 4 members of the National Executive were elected from the chief executives, so that you have that staff representation. I'm going to leave the discussion there, but informally would be interested in the discussion because we may wish to adopt a policy position as a council that we wish to collectively advocate for some consolidation of these different organisations that we pay membership to, with the objective, which I think is where you're coming from, Councillor Brand, that we try and get better value for money for the ratepayers that are ultimately contributing to all three.
Yeah, that is what I'm trying to ask, so I do support that. Thank you.
Any other questions on the LGNZ matter? Councillor Bench.
Could I just ask the CEO, Nigel, do you see a point? It's now at 70,000 that we're paying. Do you think a point could come where you could get a better deal or a better result if you employed a full-time lobbyist of some sort?
No, I don't think so. I think there's absolute value in having a collective for local government in New Zealand. We need to get Auckland back in the tent. We need to get Christchurch in the tent. And I think that's hopefully possible. Okay. I think the power of the collective for local government is really important, and I don't think we should try and go it alone. And I think we do get serious value of myself discussing with my fellow chief executives, the mayors talking, and I think pulling together as a single organisation is the right way. For me personally, it's the right way forward, not having three different organisations all sending BIMs to ministers and all those type of different things. So I think long term, I think we should move towards one.
Thank you.
Come to the third item on my report, which is respect to soft plastics recycling, and just give an update because there has been some further discussion both with the packaging forum and amongst councillors on this item. My view was that Nelson should be very proud that we are the first community in New Zealand that has trialled soft plastics recycling as a curbside service over 1,000 households. One of the most difficult things with recycling programs is actually getting the change in the community behaviour. And I've seen over a long period, both as an environment minister and in this community, that trying to judge how the behaviour of the public will change in response to new recycling initiatives is actually quite important. Now, so people are familiar with the scheme and you're not allowed to go through and inspect. Effectively, those households like mine that were provided with an orange bag, and over the course of fortnightly, you're able to collect your plastic bags, but the Deputy Mayor is not going to be allowed to go through my bag and see what unhealthy foods I've been eating over the last month. And then what occurred under the scheme funded by the Packaging Forum is that once a fortnight, on the day after your council recycling, you use the blue bin for glass and put that in it, and it was collected, recycled, transported to Blenheim. And we heard at the last council meeting the presentation from Future Posts, who then post that into products such as solid post, bollards and others. The reason I've included in my Mayor's report is this. Following the presentation at the last meeting, the Packaging Forum said to me this: we've done our trial for 6 months. It runs out in the middle of May. We intend to end it in the middle of May if the council has no intention of, at some time in future, integrating it with its broader recycling program. And I said to them, well, we might think about it. We're going to have to do quite a lot of work with council officers about, is it practical? How much would it cost? And they said, if the council indicated that it was going to engage in a process to consider either continuing with the 1,000 households or extending it across the 22,000 households, then we would consider, at our expense, continuing to maintain it for those 1,000 households in the meantime. The view being that you've got those 1,000 households that change their habits, they're into the business of doing it, it would be a pity to go backwards and for it to have it come to an end. And they indicated to me that if there was no indication from the governance of council, by mid-May, they would be ceasing the scheme. It's important to note that's not a complete cease of the scheme in the sense that households in both those 1,000 as well as the other 21,000 still have got the option of collecting their soft plastics together and putting it in one of the bins at the Pack and Saves, a warehouse, the New Worlds that also hold those. Now, the indications from officers is that they've got a big challenge on the 1st of July this year in changing over from the new contractor for our existing recycling service. And there is no way that they can, within the terms of the next financial year, and we've just completed our annual plan, can do anything before the 1st of July of 2026. And so the proposal here is we can't make a decision as to whether we long-term want to move to soft plastics recycling. We've also got a regulatory issue in that the national regulations currently do not allow soft plastics to be able to be incorporated within our council's mainstream. And so what I wanted to do with the Mayor's report is to test with councillors where they were so that we could give a open upfront answer to the packaging forum. And those really are a choice of, yes, we are interested in exploring whether we want to try and incorporate it within our over recycling or no, we don't, with a likely outcome from the packaging forum that in the event that we say we are interested in doing further work, getting the costings, working out the practice, then that they would then have, they would likely consider continuing to fund that program in the interim period. They have noted one thing for me on the trial, and it certainly is my household experience, and that is the standard bags that they're provided take about a month to fill for my household. And so they're more likely, if they are to continue it as an interim program for those 1,000 households, is to do it on a monthly basis. From my sort of practical sort of engagement on it, if you were to include soft plastics in the recycling, the most likely practical way, and I simply say most likely because Alec and his team would need to do work on it, would be that you would effectively include an orange bag like that on top of your glass in your fortnightly recycling. In other words, what you'd do is you'd simply throw that bag on top of the glass within that blue bin, and then there would have to be the services to do it. I'm not saying that is the answer. I'm saying from what I have read, that would be the most likely answer. There will be a cost for the truck that's going around to then be able to separate the glass from those bags of soft plastic. Now, subsequent to that, the Deputy Mayor said, I think your wording's a bit ropey and not as clear as it should be. He has proposed an alternative wording. I prefer his wording to mine, and thus the recommendation, subject to any questions and discussion, would be to proceed with his. The point that I would emphasise is that the staff have made quite plain there's nothing that can be done short term. The earliest this would be considered would be in the annual plan process for 26-27, a process that would start late this year, early next year with the new council, or if it was more complicated and took a longer time, potentially in the long-term plan, 27 to 37. Happy to answer questions. Councillor Sansom.
Thanks, Mayor Nick, through the chair. The packaging forum are, quite compelling. They pitch a good case for the, fossil fuel fed plastics industry. But my understanding is that there is no move to collect soft plastics nationally. In fact, that the move is away from that standards were adopted February 1st, 2024, that there's going to be standard accepted materials across the country. To me, as much as I support your intent to continue with the program that we've had for these 1,000 families, I honestly feel like this is just kind of a waste of money for our staff and our organisation to be exploring something which just there seems to be no move nationally in that direction. And I'm not sure that one little council is going to make a difference in that, is going to change that direction, or should, because actually what we should be doing, and unfortunately I was really hoping when I asked the packaging forum what advocacy they were doing to move away from plastics, seemed to be none. I mean, they represent the plastics industry. It's in their interest to keep making plastic, and then obviously to be collecting it in a way that we all feel better about. The industry body continuing and all the plastic producers continuing to do it. So I feel uncomfortable about this. I understand the good intent behind it, but I'm just not sure that it's of value, worthwhile our staff pursuing this, unless there was a change at the national level. And so, I would be.
The indications in response to the national level, my response back would be, the indications I got from the Minister for the Environment, Penny Simmons, who has responsible for the national regulations, is that they are interested in further recycling where you can show it viable. What I've seen over the last 30 years is the first thing we started recycling was the glass. And while you may criticise industry, the only way we're able to get glass recycling working in New Zealand is to work with the manufacturer so that when you recollect the glass, you can remake it into bottles. And then we saw the cardboards and the papers and then the hard plastics. It does seem to me to be a logical next step if someone can prove it can be done practically and at reasonable cost.
Surely we should be actually advocating for the phase out of soft plastics, not the ongoing supply and then just kind of collecting them over here so that we all feel better about this kind of endless supply coming in.
I have a different view about that, and it is a fair point.
That's right. Anyway, for me, it's more about the, efficient use of our resources and thinking strategically. Sure. I think if there was a change of regulation, and that was clearly signalled, yep. Which I feel like just a conversation between you and the minister isn't a clear national signal.
It's broader than that.
Yep,
Packaging Forum has engaged with the Ministry for the Environment. The Ministry for the Environment has indicated to the Packaging Forum that they are intending to change the regulations to allow soft plastics to be used in curbside recycling. On the point about in an ideal world,
public knowledge.
Sorry,
is that has it been announced publicly?
No, I'm just simply indicating exactly what I have been advised.
Sure.
So you've asked a question, I've given you a free and frank. The second thing is, yes, you could take a view that says that in an ideal world there wouldn't be soft plastics. It's my practical view, and it's perfectly entitled to have alternatives. And that is in the foreseeable future, soft plastics in areas like a bread bag are so critical to food safety and it being able to be kept that if a government bans soft plastics, there would be more environmental harm from the massive amounts of food that as a consequence would be lost. Now, I would love sometime in the future that the industry is able to produce a disposable, sustainable product that was not in that way. The question is, how far away do we think that is? It is my conceivable view that at least for the next decade, there will be significant amounts of soft plastics being used in Nelson households, and I would prefer they were reused than ending up in the tip. Councillor Stallard and then Councillor Bench.
Thanks. Firstly, just clarifying, we're going through questions for each of these issues, then we'll have debate at the end.
Correct.
Yeah. To my mind, thank you to the Deputy Mayor for suggesting the alternative. It has lost a bit of clarity, and I guess if this recommendation is accepted and falls on the desk of the Chief Executive, how does the Chief Executive expresses Council's desire for further investigation?
Well, I think the key word is investigate. And what we're saying is that for us as a council, as elected members, am I interested? Yes. But until I know what is the cost and what is the practicality, I don't want to back it. But I'm not prepared to say yes or no until I get that information. And so if we pass this resolution, my expectations of the Chief Executive is that he will ask officers to do some work and to find out, is it practical? What is the cost? And then to report that back to council. The report may come back and say it's impractical. The report may come back and say it's going to cost you this. I also included and would note that there is a thing called the Waste Minimisation Fund run by government. You might be able to get some funding to help support it. And there's also talk of doing a product stewardship scheme. And so I'd expect the officer's report to come back and to say, how much is it going to cost? Is it practical? And some recommendations as to whether they think it is a good thing or a bad thing.
Can we change the wording on that recommendation? Because it's sounding a lot like the old recommendation 3, and that was really going to be my question to the Chief Executive. How did they interpret the new recommendation 2 as an instruction to start work on this or not? Because they're two quite different things.
If resolution number 2, which is the live resolution at the moment, is how would you interpret that in response to Councillor Stallard's question, Mr. Chief Executive?
I do need some guidance on this and whether it's going to be, going to be supported or not. And I have been clear up to now that this is quite a considerable piece of work. And my preference, I'll be honest, up front, is this is a piece of an LTP. This is a consideration to take this forward. It's up to you as governors to decide whether you support it or not, and then give me the direction. If you give me direction to go ahead and do it, we will, of course, go ahead and deliver it. My staff have not got the capacity this year. We're in the midst of the biggest transformation this organisation has looked at for a very long time. So I've been very clear to the Mayor and others that we haven't got the capacity this year to do any major work on it. But of course, if there's broad political support to deliver this, we will look to deliver that either for, and if it's a relatively quick win, we could possibly do it for the next annual plan. But if it's a bigger piece of work, then it's going to have to be done as part of the LTP. So I'm waiting for the guidance on us to the level of.
Can I just one add thing further to Councillor Stallard's question? I think it's important that our council acts in good faith. And I don't mean this to support the motion or not. And that is, I don't think council should pass resolution 2 unless it's of a view that if it's economic and can be practically done, we're likely to go ahead. Because I just want to have a good relationship with the packaging forum. If the honest answer is we're actually very cold on this, we don't really want to do it, even if it was viable and was reasonably inefficient, then my view is it's unfair to say to the packaging forum, hey, now you keep funding it in the meantime, if there's not a reasonable prospect you're doing it. And also, so that's not to argue one way or the other, Councillor Stallard. It's just in my view, I like our council to act in good faith. That's why I've brought it here. The packaging forum has said, are you going to seriously explore whether you're going to add this to your curbside recycling? If the answer is we'll keep funding it and keep doing it, and this process in my Mayor's report is to crystallise effectively the answer to the packaging forum that yes, we are going to seriously explore it, or no, we're not.
And if I can add to that, it would also be unfair to staff. I don't want them doing a whole bunch of work if you're going to say at the end of this, we really don't want to do it, because it is a big piece of work. And if there's broad, strong support, of course, I will throw my organisation behind it. But if you're likely to turn it down in due course, then I don't want to do the work.
That's right. You have a reasonable prospect. Councillor Benz, then the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. What was the cost, like per bag or per household?
The cost of collection was high, and I think they advised several $1,000s per month because it's a one-off and operating separately. Effectively, you've got a vehicle driving around these 1,000 households by itself, not at the same time as it's collecting the glass and the like. And there were numbers in the presentation that were presented last month. I don't think those numbers of the cost of running a small service for 1,000 households on a separate day with a separate truck are quite different to the cost that would be if you were simply to throw the bags in on top of the glass recycling. And that's effectively the piece of work. So those numbers of the costs were in the presentation we had a month ago, but I don't think they're that relevant because it's done on a separate day with a separate truck on a very small scale.
But it was once a month.
No, it's fortnightly at the moment.
Fortnightly.
But what they've indicated is that as an interim measure, they may move it back to monthly. And I've just indicated in my own practical experience, it took our household a month to fill the bag, even when our household still had.
But the truck's still going to go around. It's just going to drive past your place, isn't it?
That's what happens at the moment.
Yeah.
So I haven't not put a bag out every fortnight because it took more than a fortnight to fill it up. What the Packaging Council have indicated to me that in the event that we said we're interested in pursuing it and we passed resolution number 2, in them continuing the trial over those 1,000 households, they may revert back to a monthly rather than fortnightly collection service, noting it's quite a lot more expensive to have a truck travelling around by itself.
Even with that inefficient way of doing it, if it's $3,000 a collection, it's about $6 a bag. It's not a huge amount, and yeah, I'll wait till
debate.
Yeah,
sure. Any other questions? I'm going to take the Deputy Mayor and then Councillor Hodgson.
Not so much a question, I guess, in terms of the intention in my writing, was it as deliberately vague? Because I just don't. I think we need a practical bit of sense here in terms of how you progress an issue and the consideration of it. Is I definitely don't have the confidence to say to the chief executive, go do a whole bunch of work. But if he wants to bring a couple of our knowledgeable staff members to council one day to give it the sniff test and give us an indication, I think that's a good first step. And then you start to move down in terms of how much consideration you actually give anything. I guess my concern is we have had 2 public forums and this report, and that's just not enough information for me to even be able to say, well, I'm not interested in pursuing it, or I am. I simply don't know, because I have not been presented with any advice from our staff members throughout except for the odd comment by the chief executive throughout any of this process. And that's why it's really just going, can you have the judgment as to how much work you think is appropriate to put in and where to put it in? It's council's desire to look a little bit further into this, but ultimately
can I provide some guidance to answer that? Because it's a good point. And all we're saying in the resolution too is a desire to further investigate, not a desire to do it, a desire to further investigate. And what I think would be a really good practical thing would be for, if the resolution is passed, is for us to have a preliminary workshop with the staff members that have got expertise in this area. As a consequence of that workshop, that may be the end of the investigation. It's possible out of the end of the workshop that we decide actually we are prepared and we would like some further evidence to go through. That might be a good practical way just for us to have an understanding of what steps would take place to address those concerns. Councillor Hodgson.
I think for me, like, the critical question, I can see why it's important for the packaging forum for us to express what our intention is. I guess I'm really interested in just, normally we have a waste minimisation activity, we can apply to funds from the government, there's lots of different things happening all the time. And it shouldn't take for us, I could say I want to recycle bottle lids as well, but that's not how things should come about in my view. How would this normally be assessed when officers are deciding the different types of recycling that we might be doing or the different waste minimisation activity? I would expect that we'd already have kind of looked into this. If it's an opportunity, we'd have explored it a little bit. I don't want to push you into something if you're saying it's probably not a good idea from the outset, but I'm enthusiastic about soft plastic recycling. I just don't want to place it above any other potential waste minimisation activity.
The only thing I would say, and my experience as minister, and look, I've got a vested interest. I set up the original soft plastics recycling scheme as the Minister for the Environment back in 2017. And because the officials in government advised me at that time, I went to them and said, what's the next step in recycling? We've done the glass, we've done the cardboard, we've done the paper, we've done the hard plastics. And they said, the critical thing for any area of recycling to work is you've got to know what you're going to do with the product that comes out the other end. And when the industry came along with the fence post industry, they wanted to trial it. They needed some supply, and that's why we set up that additional scheme. I'd be hesitant to say we're only going to do new initiatives where they come from either government or from council officers. Because sometimes organically, either the community or the industry says, we got a problem and here's an idea. Everybody around the curbside recycling has asked the question, if you asked households to separately store their soft plastics, would you be able to make it work? And everybody didn't know. And that's why the packaging forum came to Nelson and said, well, let's give it a trial. And I actually think we should be both proud of the industry for doing the trial and actually the households that participated and the fence company for taking the initiative. And I think the trial was successful and shows it can be viable, but we need to get more information. For me, the crunch is how much is it going to cost? That's question number one. Question number two, how much can I screw out of government and industry without it costing ratepayers? And they would be the two bits of information that I would require to make a decision as to whether I want soft plastics applied as part of council's recycling services over our 22,000 households.
I want the answer to those questions as well. But I really want to know from our staff perspective, does this curtail our waste minimisation planning that we've got underway already, or does this resolution enhance it?
Alex, would you like to make any comment in response to Councillor Hodgson's question?
So through the chair, we have a recycling. We do recycling and we collect what we collect. We collect plastics as well as glass. Looking at this, so this year will not affect what we're doing on a daily basis, and moving over to the new contract come the 1st of July. We're going to be doing that. What we are saying is, and the Chief Executive has reiterated that for us to consider this in 2025, 26, I can tell you categorically now, we do not have the space, we do not have the time, and when we rush things, that's when we make mistakes. What we do know is that this will cost additional money. We just need to be able to quantify this. If that's going to be considered as part of the 26, 27 or the LTP, if that's what you so decide, then we can actually bring that information to you, but it's not going to affect what we currently do at the moment.
Councillor Brand, Councillor Sanson, then Councillor Stallard.
Thank you. And
I'm going to give the opportunity to debate, albeit the other option is if there's some further niching of the wording, I'm also quite open as much as possible. Would like to try and see if we could get a consensus. If we can't, then we'll need to have a debate.
I'm just after clarity. So under the previous wording, you mentioned that it would stop under number 5. It said if the trial will stop at the end of May, because if we don't put the intent that we would include it down there. But if we're only considering it, with this new number 2, Express Council desire to further investigate into the feasibility cost and consider, we're not saying the intent is to include, we're only considering it. So what is the soft plastics packaging forums attitude towards whether they stop the trial or they continue it for the 1,000 if we're only going to do it in consideration, we're not doing the confirm the intent?
What happened, Councillor Brand, is that I have to have my mayor's report lodged by Thursday last week, and after I'd lodged the report, the Packaging Forum got in touch with me, such that recommendation 5. My honest view is that I think Council's choice today is to do 1 and 2 or 1 and 5, right? That is, I think we all want to acknowledge the Packaging Forum. I don't think there's any debate on resolution number 1. I think you then either 5, acknowledge the trial's going to end and we're not going to do any investigation work, and we would encourage those households to continue to use the existing service, or we pass resolution 2. If we pass resolution 2, then the intention would be to go back to the Packaging Forum and saying, hey, look, we are going to do some investigations on this, and can you keep it going for the 1,000 households in the meantime, as they've indicated that they would seriously consider if they knew we were doing the investigation.
If you have that conversation and they say, yes, we will consider continuing for that 1,000 while you do your investigation, at the end of the investigation, if the council decides not to continue with that collection, is there a penalty from soft plastics for them basically wearing the cost of continuing a... There's
no legal penalty. That's up to them. There's one other possibility coming down the train, and that is the Packaging Forum is working on what's called a product stewardship scheme. A product stewardship scheme is provided for under the Act, where the producers take responsibility for a particular product. It is possible, while we're doing this work, that that may be advanced. Now, my experience with product stewardship schemes is they're more likely to take a couple of years, at the very least, for them to be able to be progressed.
I just don't want us to sort of like inadvertently lock ourselves in to the intention of continuing the collection by some misunderstanding that we're just going to investigate. You decide if you want to continue with that or not, but we're going to do that. So if it's 1 and 5, but you've got 2 and you've got 5 crossed out, we're focused on 1 and 2.
In the event, I don't think anybody disagrees with 1. It's just a thank you. In the event that resolution 2 is lost, it would be my intention to resurrect resolution 5, because I just think it communicates that we're not going to be doing investigations, but we would encourage those households. If I just very upfront with you with where the Packaging Forum is and where I am too, and that is we've got these 1,000 households doing the right thing. If we could keep them doing the right thing, we know from the report that it is collecting 3 times as much soft plastics as when we require them to take to the store. And we've got them into a good habit. Let's keep those good habits for those, not go backwards, while we consider whether there is the option of further expanding it. I think the original concerns you had, Councillor Brand, was, let's say we pass 2, let's say we ask the council to investigate, in 12 months' time we make a decision not to proceed. Will the packaging forum be peeved off? No, because we've been very upfront that all we were doing were committing to investigate.
I think Councillor or Deputy Mayor's busting to just correct something that was said there.
I was just going to confess, when I suggested the wording, I was just suggesting it for 2 and 4, and then you sent an email to council that included 5, and I was like, yes, because I have a gripe against a non-exhaustive list.
Right.
So I took the opportunity to recommend it go anyway. I don't think it's a substantive change either way, because it was already in there when we were doing a much more definitive commitment, like actually committing staff to specific work streams.
Right. The only part, in my view, I think there's a good chance if resolution number 2 is passed, that the packaging forum will continue the trial. It's their trial, they'll make the decision. I don't want us acknowledging that the trial will end when I, in the oral discussion with them, think there's quite a reasonable chance that they'll continue. I think I said Councillor Sampson, then Councillor Stallard, and then Youth Councillor McMillan.
Thanks. Just a super short question. I think I heard from the officers that there was no capacity to look at this for the next 12 months. So no, I think I heard from you, Mayor Nick, just now that if we got in 12 months, we just, when we got the investigation back, but I don't think there's any intention from officers to be looking at this within the next 12 months.
No, that's not the discussion I've had with the infrastructure and the Deputy Chief Executive. What the Deputy Chief Executive says, Nick, we cannot do anything in the next 12 months with these soft plastics within the resources that we've got in the trial. But the discussion I've had both with him and the Chief Executive is late this year, early next year, as part of the annual plan, they would be in a position to be able to provide some advice. Not do it, and there's a key difference between providing some advice about the costings and doing it. And then the question mark, and that is why the resolution is deliberately vague, as the officers get into the piece of work, they may decide in talking, because here's the key thing, how complicated is it going to be for the contractor to be able to include that plastic bag thrown on top of the glass? Is that a relatively simple thing? If it's relatively simple, it might be able to be done in 26, 27. If the officers find it's more complicated, or that the contractor's very unenthusiastic about that extension of the service, then it would need to go into the LTP.
So what would be the process for considering other waste minimisation activities which have previously been signalled were a priority for this council, such as organic diversion from landfill?
Yes, well, that's in the LTP. That is in the current work program.
Right, but this could potentially leapfrog that and take greater precedence.
No, that will be a decision for officers do their report. I'm just talking a lot as to how I would common sense it to occur, is that officers report back in late this year, early next year, in time for consideration for annual plan 26, 27. And they would say, you've got in your LTP this timetable for doing the vegetable waste. You've also got this proposal. Here's the pros and cons. And at that time, you'd be making a decision on whether you would want to either maintain 1,000 households or expand it.
I like Alex, just jump in.
Yeah, Alex.
So through the chair, just to clarify, just to clarify what I said earlier, definitely we cannot do the work for the next annual plan, 25-26. If council were to decide to consider this as part of the 26-27 annual plan, in line with all the other work that we have to do in preparation for the 26-27, we would as officers need to undertake some work and bring that to council along with everything else that we were going to consider as part of the annual plan. To consider the direction that we actually need to formulate that annual plan. As to when that would happen, I think this side of a new council would just not be possible, in the same vein that undertaking work for 25-26 is not possible. But at some stage, if council decided for 26-27, we as officers would have to prepare some work through the various workshops and provide some guidance that will enable council to make a decision along with everything else that we do. But as to when, we haven't even determined what the program for 26-27 is, let alone how many workshops and other matters. So we would just work in with that to guide council in the 26-27.
And of course, the option also exists that the recommendation may come back just to continue those 1,000 households or to phase in others. I think it was Councillor Stallard and then the Youth Councillor.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. Your report and the Packaging Forum treat plastics as a waste management issue when it's not. It's a human and environmental health issue. One of the key threats to life on the planet at the moment and increasing and evolving. And I think if we approach it just as a waste management issue, we risk some really bad outcomes for human and environmental health. So why is it, and you're aware of these issues, why is this not mentioned in your report? Why is it treated purely as a financial, logistical waste management issue and not a pervasive, planet-wide environmental and human health issue?
Because every single human activity, whether it's having a car or a bike or manufactured goods or paper or cardboard, there isn't anything that we as human beings doing that doesn't have some sort of environmental impact. Now, I accept there will be those that are idealists that will say, actually, recycling plastics is not the answer. We just don't want to have them at all. I think that's unrealistic. It's certainly unrealistic in the next decade. And nor does this council have the option to ban plastics. I'm sorry, we don't have the regulatory control.
But Nick, I'm just asking, why didn't you consider those issues in the report?
I'm the mayor and I have responsibilities as respect to council, right? And I'm saying to you, Councillor Stallard, that the argument about whether society is going to use plastics or not is, and the harm that they cause in terms of microplastics, well read on it. I'm the Minister for the Environment that passed the regulation that banned the use of plastics, microplastics in New Zealand. So I do understand those issues, but I'm not the Minister for the Environment today. I'm the Mayor of Nelson. The thing that we've got responsibility for is the recycling services. And so the reason that they are not mentioned in the report is not to overlook them, but simply my view that in the foreseeable future, Nelson households will continue to have plastics, soft plastics in their rubbish, and that I'd prefer that they were reused rather than going to the tip.
So as a follow-up, I mean, do you think we're making an informed decision if that whole body of really important evidence is left out of our decision-making?
I'm saying it's beyond council's responsibilities to be able to ban the use of plastics in the wide range of products that are available in the stores. That is an issue for central government. Youth Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. On behalf of the Youth Council, I would like to express our desire for further investigation into this soft plastic forum curbside plan. And while we agree that minimizing plastic and eliminating it completely would be ideal, as the rhetoric I have been hearing is, but the reality is it's too hard for and people that I talk to anyway in my circle to wrap their heads around not having things in their life that are easy and accessible for them, such as plastic, and it is not realistic to ban it completely from their lives. And it's just so ingrained and normalized now that I don't think that it would be feasible to ban it completely. But I do think that having a plan, the soft plastic recycling, it is something that we can do to minimize our impact, and it's sort of like a guilt-free way that we can do that. And the people around me really do support minimizing their plastic usage, but it's just not convenient enough at the moment to do that. So we support further investigation.
We're at the end of questions. I think the easiest way to proceed would be, I'm assuming, is there any councillors that wish to debate Resolution 1, which is just acknowledging the work that's gone on? Because what I would like to do is just pro forma, in other words, just with a mover and seconder pass Resolution number 1, and then allow a proper debate on resolution number 2, of which I think from the questions there are a range of views. Is there any objection to me proceeding on that basis?
Is that in that debate, are we covering the whole mayor's report or just resolution 2?
I think we do it all. I think we will do it all in one. So what I'm going to do is, just to get it away, is can I suggest this? That I'm going to move from the chair resolution 1 by itself and seek a seconder, which is just thanking those that have done the work on the trial. Councillor Brand, you're happy to second that? Can I ask for your indulgence for it not to be debated and for that to be put? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Resolution number 1 is passed. We now have the opportunity to debate resolution 2. It was the original Deputy Mayor. Did he wish to move it?
Sure.
The resolution 2 has been moved by the Deputy Mayor. It's going to be seconded by the Mayor. It is now available for debate. Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Now, can I clarify? Am I just debating this or the whole mayor's report? Am I talking hospital and LGNZ right now?
That's a very good question. I'm very much in councillor's habit. Here's my preference, just so that the debate is orderly. What I would prefer to do is to have the debate on resolution number 2, and then to allow a separate debate on the overall mayor's report, just so that the topics are clear.
Yeah.
Are people comfortable with that?
Is there a motion to recommendation to receive the mayor's report? So we don't need to debate.
That's correct. That's my difficulty. On the other hand, because when I had questions about the issues of LGNZ and the hospital, while some expressed opinions, some only asked questions. And so that's why I'm asking the indulgence of the council, and that is, we now debate resolution number 2. After resolution 2, I do allow a debate on the overall mayor's report.
My preference is we just do the whole lot. If we all have 5 minutes here and 5 minutes in, we're going to be here all day.
Okay, I take that guidance. I'm sorry to cause confusion. The guidance to the Deputy Mayor with the helpful advice for the chair who's keeping it a bit late in the afternoon is that we are debating resolution 2, but you're welcome to make any comments on the other parts of the Mayor's report in that context. The floor is the Deputy Mayor's.
Wonderful. I'll go in reverse order at pace. In terms of the actual resolutions, to me, this is one of those late afternoon topics and debates that we often seem to have that I genuinely start to question my sanity halfway through it, because we try to debate something substantive and the evidence of something when we don't have that in front of us. And for me, there is just not really a debate that is able to be had on what the right path is, because I had this moment last night. I was starting to get deep into research papers on the efficacy of soft plastic recycling and whether or not, it's a net good or not, and overall costs. And then I was like, that's actually a waste of my time, because we cannot make decisions on that basis. We need robust advice from the people that we pay to provide us that advice and to help support our decision making. And that's why ultimately this resolution is just saying, Mr. Chief Executive, this council would like to understand the staff advice on whether or not this is a good idea. The opportunity is in front of us. I simply don't know what the cost benefit analysis of this will be. I don't even need a detailed cost benefit analysis. Just any vibe from our experts in-house would be helpful, but we don't have that. And so this is trying to provide as much flexibility whilst asking for us to be able to take that opportunity. In terms of LGNZ, I'm always obsessed with the passionate polemics we get at this table. And this notion of here's this bizarre external organization, and then you go to the board and it's just a whole bunch of mayors most of us will have met, whose phone numbers are all pretty available and who I know for a fact will pick up a call if you've got a concern about something. And so it's all good to say, well, I won't be quiet, but they're not watching the live stream of Nelson City Council, but they are available for you to get in touch and share where you think the organisation should be going and actually taking a proactive role in shaping that. I think it is worth noting that they are on a charm offensive. I think they would acknowledge that around membership. But really just to say, we don't have to sit in this room and only make noise in this room. You can text Mayor Sam Broughton, probably not right at the moment because they are in a state of emergency, but in general, he'll reply pretty quickly and is always happy to have a chat. Finally, on the hospital, I just think we need to reinforce our role as community advocates is to be fighting tooth and nail for that critical investment into the standard that Nelsonians deserve. I am still concerned, and hopefully when we see a detailed business case, staring into Nick's eyes to try, see what could possibly be in there. I hope that can give me faith and confidence. But right now, we've got a hospital infrastructure or a healthcare infrastructure plan that doesn't include any reference to acute services. We have a single building. This is really serious. And I want to make sure that Nelson isn't being shortchanged on the basis of short-term financial decision-making, as opposed to taking a long-term financial view of the critical role that investing in critical infrastructure required to keep our community safe and healthy needs to remain top priority. And I actually think we have the freedom, and it is a great privilege, that we can be relentless advocates. Yes, we can be practical, but also we can be saying, give us all that you've got, because that is what we deserve. And it is up to Cabinet, Minister of Health, to turn that into the practical delivery option. But our job is to fight as hard as we can to ensure that we get what Nelsonians deserve. Mel, I hope you don't mind. I did borrow a little table banging from you. I just wanted to get in on the action.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Other contributions? Councillor Benj.
On the soft plastics, I like your analogy, Nick, of what happened with glass and then hard plastics. There's very few industries that don't have a waste. And in my experience, something eventually happens with that waste, but it's dependent upon someone with the entrepreneurial view to see a possible use for it. And then it's dependent upon volume. So once you get it, so it can be mechanically handled and transported, those things tend to happen, but it happens backwards. You have to have the product. When I was young, all fish came in off the boats, was 2 fillets were taken off, and the rest was dumped on a farmer's land somewhere in a big hole pushed out by a bulldozer, 3 diggers. And that's what happened with fish. Now people fight over it with their checkbooks for animal food and fertiliser. And there is a process, just as you outlined, Nick, and I think that it is worth pursuing and that something will come of it. Now, stewardship, I just don't understand why the government just doesn't do that, because they can do it with the stroke of a pen. If you bring plastic into this country or stick something in plastic, there's a penalty. And you can get it back when the plastic's returned. It is so easy that, but it's the first time I've seen Rachel appear almost defeated on a product, and that you're saying, is it worth it? And I mean, it's a really good point. Plastic, steel, concrete, and ammonia are the backbone of CO2. And unless we do without those 4 things, the planet's doomed. And I don't know what we're going to do with our collected plastic. The hospital, well, I've said what I wanted about the hospital, really. The Deputy Mayor says he doesn't want to see us shortchanged. We've already been shortchanged. I watched Westport promised a hospital in order to get the Labor Party elected the second time. They've never got one. You know, I don't trust the people who say these things, and I will be standing with the specialists, with the hands around the hospital and so forth. Yes. So it's a massive issue. I don't know what effect we can have. And I don't understand what effect I can have through this council, but I can have an effect as an individual. And I'll be doing that. That's all. Thanks.
Other contributions? Councillor Sanson, then Councillor Stella.
Thanks. I'll keep it pretty brief. Much like Deputy Mayor Rohan's comments about LGNZ and things only being a phone call away, there was actually really good action at the hospital recently, Hands Around the Hospital, where everybody had the opportunity to go and show their support. So I would say thanks to Councillor Stallard and Deputy Mayor O'Neill Stevens and myself, who went and stood with the community, and anyone else, any other elected members around this table who may have been there that I missed. I'm pretty conflicted on the soft plastics thing, honestly. I understand the intention, the good intention of this. I also understand that the Packaging Forum is a very effective lobbying body for the plastics production industry. And I kind of feel like they've done a really effective job of basically coming and lobbying to us to undertake some measure that's going to enable them just to keep kind of pumping our communities full of soft plastics. So I'm torn on this. One thing that I think is maybe that's good that's come out of the soft plastics trial is that I actually started collecting my own plastics and cycling down to Woolworths and dropping them off, and it's made me realise how much we as a family that tries to practice waste minimisation use. So we've definitely been trying to reduce our own use, but also by putting it in the supermarket drop-off, we've probably halved our rubbish going to landfill. So I'm open, let's say, and I have to say, Matilda, your comments were really helpful. I'm open to getting information from officers, but I only want it to be super light touch. I don't want to see them investing anything more than what Rohan said. I think a vibe is it a good thing to invest in or not? I don't want to see lots of money spent on a cost-benefit analysis, because looking at what's happening at a national level, the ship is going in the other direction. Like, it is not about soft plastics recycling, it's about trying to reduce plastics production and plastics use, and I think that's what we should be advocating for and trying to uphold.
Thanks, Councillor Sanson. Councillor Stella.
Thanks, Minna. Yeah, and I'll echo those words, seeing both sides on this issue. And it can be a little difficult to unpack what is actually meaningful or beneficial or even genuine. I won't be supporting this amendment for three reasons. I still see this as new work in this period where we're saying we're not taking on new work under the directive of the CE for a year or so. I believe the report, it mentions potentially new spending, a new stream of work. That needs to be, in my opinion, an officer's report, especially as the report before us doesn't get to the heart of plastics, which is the fact that it is a human environmental health issue. There's no recycling going on here. Recycling is a good thing. You use the same kind of material over and over for the same use, and you reduce material throughput through the economy. This is some kind of repurposing. It's important, I think, that we understand that 5 to 10% of fossil fuels used every year globally are used in the plastics industry. So those two industries are really tightly linked. Plastics are what we call a novel entity, in that nature hasn't seen it before. And what nature hasn't co-evolved with, commonly it just can't deal or process or assimilate or break down. And that's why microplastics is such a big problem. Adverse human health effects of microplastics. They're carcinogens, genotoxicity, affect cell division and viability, oxidative stress induction, whatever that is, metabolism disruption, DNA damage, inflammation, immunological responses, and reproductive health risks. Part of the problem with plastics is that they are pervasive. They break down into small sizes. They get literally everywhere. In humans today, this will be for all of us as well, microplastics are in human lung, liver, bowel, brain, breast milk, placenta, blood, uterus, endometrium, in the oceans, in the soil, in the air, in our food, basically everywhere. if it was truly an inert product, which it was thought to be, which explains its widespread use, that wouldn't necessarily be a problem, although the fact it is a physical entity in our bodies is a problem, but it's not an inert product. It causes all those adverse health effects. So in that context, what do you make of the proposal before us? Well, the proposal is to deal with soft plastics, and it may be that the best thing to do with that is to put it straight into a lined landfill. Because the proposal is to pick it up, curbside collection, transport, processing, manufacture, distribution, retail, transport in the ground somewhere, including in aquatic environments, as we heard from the recent public forum. Is that really a responsible way to, I mean, I can see if you treat it just as a waste management issue, fine. If you treat it as a human and environmental health issue, that's probably not a responsible way to deal with it. The other, what message does this send to the community? And here's the important part, I think, from the packaging forum. It sort of sends a message, okay, you might be aware there's a bit of a problem here with plastics, but don't worry, you're going to put it in a bag, we're going to pick it up, and we're going to do something good with it. No problem, it's taken care of. And that will lessen the kind of movement that's building for policymakers and legislation to actually deal with the generation of plastic in the first place. Because that's, like fossil fuels, it's really the only solution we have is to stop production in the first place and find alternatives. And this kind of initiative, I fear, is a backward step and takes us away from that aim that we must be pursuing. If the latest studies on cadavers and dead people who have donated their bodies to science in the US found that 0.5% of their brain mass is microplastics. At what point do we say, okay, we actually should stop generating plastics in the first place? What percentage of your brain are you happy to have as microplastics before we must tackle it at the source? And ultimately, I think the decision here, and more so with the original recommendations, but also to agree with the revised one, is should we be spending ratepayer money to assist the packaging forum in their efforts to basically normalise and legitimise what's fundamentally an unsafe product? Because that's what, whether it's intended or not, that will be one of the outcomes of this. In the community's mind, it'll become more normalised. It's okay, there's a problem out there, but it's being taken care of. When in fact the opposite is true, I suspect the proposal will increase the risk to our community of adverse health effects from microplastics, as opposed to either reducing production or even keeping it the same and just chucking it straight to a lined landfill, rather than having it sort of in the wild for an extended period, which is what the proposal is. Thanks, Nick.
I'll take my own contribution. I think there's a real risk of allowing the good to be the enemy of the perfect. That is, there's absolutely no question that over the last 6 months, this community has done something really good for the environment. We've taken 100,000 plastic bags a month, and through the curbside recycling service, we have enabled those to be able to not go to landfill and to be able to be produced into a new product. Is it perfect? No, it's not. Is it good? Yes, it is. Do not let the good be the enemy of the perfect. Now, some people are concerned that you might work with industry. Well, I have to say to this council, we would not be recycling 93% of the glass in New Zealand if it was not for the partnership with industry by which we collect each week in our curbside recycling the glass in this community. It is shipped to the plant in Auckland and is remanufactured into new glass. And the only way that that can occur is if you work with industry. And I actually say, good on the packaging industry for being prepared to work with this community and to try and provide an answer to those 2.2 million plastic bags used per month. 2.2 million per month in Nelson. Now, the concern where I have a different view to Councillor Stallard is around the microplastics. And it's this. The problem with the microplastics is when they get into the natural environment, when they end up as litter, drain down the drain and end up in the ocean environment. And every step that we make to encourage our fellow citizens to be able to collect up responsibly those soft plastics and put them in the right place is reducing the amount of microplastics that end up in the natural environment. And so it is a good thing. Now, I don't disagree with Councillor Stallard in that I hope sometime into the future that there are technology advances that enable us to use products other than plastic for the massive amount of food packaging and other uses. And I'm also very supportive of others people's comments about the product stewardship schemes and us reducing the use of plastic. But in the foreseeable future for what we are responsible for, plastics will continue to be used in our city, and the question is what we do with them. Now, I'm not convinced, and people are concerned about it being a massive intellectual exercise to work out, quite simply, can I put this in my blue bin once a month and have it collected up and taken into posts? And I'm sorry, that is not that complicated a piece of exercise. And for us to our staff to say, what would that cost to be done, and time for us to consider for the annual plan 26-27 is not an unreasonable request. I'm quite open-minded that if the cost comes in too high, I won't be supporting it. But I'd simply like to know what the cost is. And the second thing I'd like to do, my entire experience around recycling, is the hardest thing is to get people to change their habits. We've got 1,000 households that have changed their habits. They're doing a fantastic job of collecting up 100,000 bags per month. If at all possible, particularly at no expense to ratepayer, if we can keep doing that, why wouldn't we? And that's the opportunity that we have on the table, potentially, if the Packaging Forum believe that we in good faith are going to be exploring whether we could incorporate it with our recycling service. So you would take from that that I am an enthusiast for taking this step. In my view, I want Nelson to be a leader in areas of environment. It's great we do glass, it's great we do cardboard and paper, it's great that we do hard plastics. And all of those products have their imperfections. But if we could be the first city in New Zealand to also do soft plastics, I think we step up to the plate as a city that is leading in environmental sustainability.
And Nick, can I have a call on that?
Yes, the call is Mouse.
Thank you. I did want to say a little bit more about the health issue, and Councillor Benj has sort of encouraged me to say something more about it. Look, a new hospital is important. It's incredibly important.
Just excuse me, Councillor Courtney, and I am going to come back to you. I had previously indicated that Councillor Skinner would get the next call, and I made a mistake. So I am going to come back to you, but would you indulge me and allow Councillor Skinner?
Absolutely. Yep.
Thank you, because that will give you clear area for your topic, which is different to mine, and you'll get a...
the floor is Councillor Skinner's, and my apologies to you both.
Thank you for that. We're covering a few topics here, multitasking. I think Councillor Sanson and Councillor Stallard might fall off their chairs, but I totally agree with their comments. It happens. I think it's happened about 4 times in our council. But please don't forget, probably our intent's the same, but the way of achieving it is different. But no, totally, Councillor Stallard articulated it very well, so I won't try to emulate that. But Mayor Smith, I'll get you to hold up that bag. When I was a kid, and I'm going to sound old, I sound old to my kids now. In residential terms, that didn't exist. When I was a young kid, I know plastics have been around a long time, but that just didn't exist. When you went to the supermarket, when you bought toys, when you bought your mandarins or your that didn't exist. I remember cellophane, which is a wood product. I remember casein, which is a milk product, which make those polymers. But plastics, as in the very strong now. I remember Coca-Cola lemonade didn't come in a plastic PET bottle. It came in glass when I was a kid. I'm sounding bloody old. I'm sounding like Mel Courtney now. But that's a respect. I'm hoping I'm getting a bit of respect as I get older. That's a sign of respect, of wisdom there. But I'm sure his supermarkets survived. But I remember, I won't go lyricking on it, but no, it's become laziness now. And my concern is that this recycling of slow, short chain polymers, as
really getting lazy, and I think the intent is good, but all it does is makes you feel good about using plastics because you've got this unfounded belief that it's somehow going to be reused and somehow it's cost effective. No, every time you try to reuse, you're not actually reusing it, you're recycling, you're repurposing. You're not actually reusing. I like the idea of reusing a bag, but trying to turn to something else, there's a lot of transport costs, a lot of handling costs, a lot of cleaning costs. In the end, it gets so damn hard, it ends up in India and dumped in the back of a truck into a creek, which is what happens to a lot of our products. I would love to see, and I often go on about this, is trying to lower our footprint. I'm talking for more of a resource side of things, our grandparents, my parents, and I try my best to do the same. And Nick, you and I and others turned out not too bad without plastics in that sense. We didn't suffer any real inconvenience by not having soft plastics to use. So I'd rather, like Councillor Stallard had put, we should be concentrating on reducing the use of those plastics. And as much as the intent is good, and I'm incredibly supportive of that organisation making those posts, etc., out of polymers and repurposing, this is an opportunity for us to keep stepping forward. And I found it difficult initially getting a habit of using plastic bags, but I found actually you don't have to. Once again, myself as a young kid, we didn't have plastics, as in those sorts of polymers, and we survived brilliantly. And I think all we're doing there is lazily justifying the use of soft plastics. Obviously, there's needs and uses for all sorts of products and elements, but just for everyday use, like that bag you held up, Nick, no, it's not needed. And by all means, it's a feel good that we somehow are going to repurpose them, but it's not really being recycled. In fact, you're using a lot of resources, a lot of the footprint to try to shoehorn reusing a soft plastic that once again ends up eventually, and that good word of inertness, it's not completely inert, ends up back in the environment. So if the more we can reduce rather than recycle, that's where I support. So I cannot support this. Thank you.
Councillor Courtney, I'm going to give him the next call, and then I'll come to Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. I'm prompted to say a few more words on the hospital and the matters around that. I think we've been let down badly, quite frankly, in this area of health, and particularly hospitals. But a hospital is only a building, and there's more to health than just a building. There really is. And in my world, health is a basic human right. And nothing removes a person's freedom and security faster than ill health. So therefore, there's more to it than just a building. Bricks and mortar, much more to it than that. There's people involved, you see, in the health service in this area. There's people involved in it. There's people that need the services of the health departments and hospitals and nurses, doctors, and as you say, specialists. So you can have all the buildings in the world, but you need the specialists, the doctors and the nurses to go in them, to provide that health service and to give the people that freedom and security they need, because when you're struck down with ill health, you lose all of that. So there's more to it, and Nick, I'm picking up on it because you said, oh no, my priority is the buildings. Yes, we're having a couple of administration buildings, and we're going to have this building and that, all about buildings. It's not. Life is about people. They are the richest resource of all, and nothing supersedes that. And so we have got to say we want more. Now, I'm not afraid to say publicly, we want more than just buildings and mortar, bricks and mortar. We want more than that. Don't we?
All right, agreed.
Good. Right, that moves from that area. Now I want to go to the local government New Zealand. And I am prompted to say something again on this. I'm prompted to say something again on this because I did hear someone say, well, you can give this person or that person in local government New Zealand a phone call and you can have a chat. Well, I'm afraid that's not good enough. Things are very serious in local government New Zealand. And I said to you in the early part of the meeting that I'm a supporter of it. I know when it was founded in the late 1980s, 1980s, and there were 850. I know it sounds an extraordinary figure. Municipalities and councils around New Zealand and the government at the time had the gumption, had the strength, the character, the boldness to reduce that down to only 10% of that figure, down to about 80. And so born out of that, those actions was Local Government New Zealand. Now it's under stress at the moment, but we don't cut and run. We don't. We stay and we build it. But if we don't recognise what the problems are, and they are serious, they really are. I can see them. Membership's falling away in the last 2 years. And our costs are going up. Past 2 years, we had a 15% increase last year in our local LGNZ membership fees, 15% increase. 9.4% this year, which is 24.4% in 2 years. Now that's unsustainable. And it's unfair on Nelson residents, Nelson ratepayers. It is. And you've got to say that. It's grossly unfair because they've got to pay indirectly for that membership fee. And can I say to you, Councillor Benj, it's not 70,000. By the time you send councillors to the conferences, by the time you pay for their accommodation, their food, their entertainment, you won't get out for less than $100,000. Now, people in this community are hurting at the moment, and we must not forget that. There's a cost of living crisis going on, and it'll be them. It'll be them that have to, we can disguise it in some way, put it down as a membership subscription and it won't be noticed, but they will pay it in their rates eventually. So I say enough's enough. They've got to look internally at their whole operation. They should do some transformation. They should do some transformation. They've been going for 40 years. And it's about time they did that and looked at it seriously. And there's such a raft, and our chief executive has been engrossed a fair chunk of his life and business will know the sort of steps that need to be taken. And we don't need to tell them. If they are professionals, surely to goodness. I see in the Mayor's report 3 things, We'll tell them to have a look at their costs after the next election. Excuse me. We lost Auckland, the biggest city in Aotearoa, New Zealand. We've now lost Christchurch, the second biggest city in Aotearoa, New Zealand. We're telling them, in a wishy-washy sort of a diatribe here today, that they should look at their costs. My word, they should look at more of their costs, their whole operation. Their whole operation needs to be looked at because it's all very serious. Streamline their operation. Streamline it. Look at ways of doing things better. Identify inefficiencies. Update technology. Explore the increasing range of specialty and advanced training offers that they're giving out. Try and expand them. Do something like that. The situation that LGNZ finds itself in today, in my view, is very precarious. Very much so. Well, the last membership levies going out to members, I would say, if they're in their hands now, you may see, and I don't want to see it, but I'm afraid, and it's negative thought, and I don't want to retain that either, but I'm telling you, with if ours are going at 9.4%, other councils are getting these sort of membership increases. Mayor Nick?
We are over the 5 minutes, Councillor.
Mayor Nick, we are in a serious position because could be more councils fall by the wayside. There could well be. So it's not just a phone call. It's much, much more serious than that. And we've got to do something about it. And I would really like us to do something really about it, not just talk. Anyone can do that. Just do something to help them. And I don't think anyone better than yourself, man. That could be a good start. You could offer your services. And I'm serious as blazes. I'm as serious as I can get. So we've got to look at that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Courtney. I've got indications that Councillor Hodgson and Rainey also wish to speak on the resolution. Firstly, I need to move a motion from the chair that we've exceeded the 6 hours, and so I'm moving from the chair that we allow ourselves to go over time. Is there a seconder for that, please? Thanks, Councillor Benge. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, no.
You owe me a coffee.
What I'm going to do is we've been going for 2 hours, and I do apologise to NELMAC team for the delay, but I'm going to take a 5-minute break and then just take the last speakers and try and wrap up the mayor's report. Council is adjourned to 3 minutes past 3. Councillor Rainey, then Councillor Anderson. Are there any others that are wanting to make a contribution? Councillor Benj, I thought you'd already made a contribution during this debate, and I'm only allowed one. I'm sorry, unless it was with leave. And Councillor Paki, you wish to make a contribution too? Good on you. No trouble. No trouble. Let's continue the business. Councillor Hodgson is an apology. He had looked at the agenda and made an assumption he'd be able to pick up the children at 3 o'clock. But he did ask me to indicate to council that he is supportive of resolution 2. If he's not here, he can't vote. That is the rules of the way we operate. The floor is Councillor Rainey's.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. I appreciate everybody's comments on the issues in your Mayor's report. But I'd just like it to be officially noted in the minutes that I lost the will to live at about 1:30. Approximately 1:30. Thank you.
We wish you well. The floor is Councillor Anderson's.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. Hospital, I've been uncomfortable being quiet for so long, so I'm looking forward to. I'd imagine there's going to be opportunities for fierce advocacy. I don't see us landing exactly where the community would like, but I would. I feel that there's space, something a little bit bigger than just as an individual, whether there is space for both councils or the groups of councillors get together and advocate for the community around the plastics. I really appreciated the feedback, especially from Councillor Stallard. I take my stuff to the supermarket, and I even do my Tetra Pak stuff with Enviro schools. The schools are chucking their soft plastics, and maybe the place for soft plastics is in the landfill, but until I know that that's the way we should be going, I'll be supporting number 2.
Councillor Paki, the floor is yours.
All right, great. Well, I guess it's kind of, I'm going to see if this guy goes up. Is it going to come up? Yay! There we go. I guess we're currently in a train wreck of a existence at the moment, where there are things being defunded left, right, and centre. This is as a consequence of a group of people who have shown less than competence at a central government level, who have made election promises that now have to deliver on them that weren't actually necessarily good for the country, but were appealing to a certain group of people that would sit on the fence and vote for them. This hospital debacle is another example of one of those things, where those things that are critically important to us, and as Councillor Courtney said, his health, without that, no one in this room can deny that. Without your health, you don't have it. This should be at the top of our priorities. And the fallout for that is our local community here is we're having to do without. And this is right across the board. I hope you all feel incensed and hurt by these sorts of things, because this is really what, the existence, there's things like the disestablishment of Te Pūtahitanga, and all of these community activities and things that are funding, that are really good grassroots things that have been taken from us. So, I'm really disappointed on that front. Te Maruata, LGNZ, I can see what they do. I'm in favour. I agree with Mayor Nick. I'm really positive. I think that the benefits that they bring in terms of just simply the legal advice and the collective resources that they bring with shared issues is really, really useful, and it's worth its weight in gold. I was just in Taupo for the Te Maruata elected Māori members hui that is run by LGNZ, and it may come as a bit of a shock to you all, but there was a group of Māori elected members who were afraid of being in the country, where they should feel like they belong, and that LGNZ conference was something that was uniting and reassuring, and provided good training and support for a lot of these councillors in the Māori wards across the country who, have been struggling or, been finding they haven't been finding the support that they thought they might have had when they came in. And so, in that aspect, I really support LGNZ. Plastics. Aaron, got it. Done. Tick. Out of here. There you go, Nigel. Kia ora tātou.
Thank you. Very crisp. I think that's all members that wish to make a contribution, and so I'll provide the Deputy Mayor as the mover of the motion with a right of reply before I put resolution 2.
Thank you. And I'd agree with Tahu that Aaron's contribution did nail it. And for me, the key line in there was the best option might be to put it in a lined landfill. Around this council table back in 2020, we did that exact evaluation in terms of the types of plastics we were collecting before adopting the current approach, which then became nationally standardised, of collecting plastics 1, 2 and 5. And part of that was going, well, actually, is it an environmental gain to be collecting these plastics? And the answer was, well, we don't know where they're going. And some of the answers for where they're going is concerning. And so we stopped collecting them because we wanted to be sure that recycling them, genuinely recycling them, was the best option. And for me, I simply, I know the literature that Councillor Stallard is referencing, particularly around microplastics. What I don't understand is what is the best way to minimise our exposure to microplastics. I don't know across our plastics what are the biggest contributors to that. And I simply don't know if recycling soft plastics is a good option that is a net gain, or if the best solution is for it to end up a lined landfill. And I think the best thing we can do is ask the question of what is the efficacy of a curbside collection of soft plastics. And efficacy is to me the key word in there, which is, well, maybe our staff can come back and say, no, look, you can spend all this money and you would be better off encouraging people to just put it in a regular bin. And maybe that is the answer. But again, I come back to the notion is we simply don't have that information in front of us to be able to make an informed decision at this time. And so really what resolution 2 is simply saying is, can we please, recognising the strain that the organisation is under at a time which is appropriate as through the Chief Executive's guidance and leadership to come back and provide that information. The one thing I would note, because I'm very passionate about this, as Councillor Stallard referenced, the No New Work Directive. The Chief Executive doesn't give us directives, we give the Chief Executive directives, and he then gives directives to staff. We make the decisions around this table, as much as perhaps at times Mr. Philpott would prefer a slightly different arrangement. We do still live in a beautiful democracy for now. And so I just on that, the one final thing, just on LGNZ, which is if there are brilliant ideas, we need to communicate them. And I've seen both Nick and Nigel having those tough conversations with the organisation. I know I've had many conversations both around the regional sector grouping, around the weird setup where we've got completely separate organisations, understanding the history of that, but actually going, where can we find those efficiencies? And I know that that's an area that LGNZ is also having active conversations. I think the best thing we can do is be part of those conversations. And the only way to be part of those conversations is to reach out and talk, because they are conversations, unless we want to do a concerted push to make Nick the president of LGNZ, everyone's dream job. No. But I actually think we're better serviced having him entirely focused on our region. But ultimately, I just hope that I've done enough to get into Councillor Rainey's will over the past 6 years. seeing as the end is clearly nigh.
R&P. The votes is to be put. Those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, say no.
No.
I think that's sufficiently close that I should ask the Chief Executive from the Chair to conduct a vote. Please cast a vote on Resolution 2.
Vote on Resolution 2, please, April. Let's go from the bottom up.
Mayor Nick,
Again, reverse order.
Oh, reverse order.
Yeah.
I'm a yes. Caught me off the guard.
Deputy Mayor,
Aye.
Councillor Stallard,
No.
Councillor Skinner,
No.
Councillor Sanson,
No.
Councillor Rollo,
Yes.
Councillor Rainey,
No.
Councillor Paki Paki,
Oh,
Councillor Hodgson's apology, Councillor Courtney,
Aye.
Councillor Brand,
Aye.
Councillor Benge,
aye.
and Councillor Anderson.
Aye.
The ayes have it 7-5.
Thank you. That concludes that item. Just as far as concluding my report, during the last month, myself, the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Sanson met with the World Crafts Council. I'm just going to pass around a book about some of the other cities that have got the creative sort of status because I found it quite inspirational. We now come to the issue of the lease and invite our council parks team to come before council on this item. I am aware, just for councillors' information, the chair of NELMAC is booked on a flight at 5 o'clock, which would mean he would need to leave here at the latest at 4:15. If this item is not concluded by 3:40, it will be my intention to pause and to enable him to be able to deal with that matter of business for NELMAC and confidential business. So I'm sorry to do that guidance, but he is based in Christchurch and I don't want him missing his flight.
You can have, I'll share with you.
Yeah, the Chief Executive is in a sharing, caring mood. We're in officers' good hands and I can just on behalf of the councillors that were able to make it on Tuesday, sincerely thank you for the opportunity to come and see the work that's going on, and your team should take a great deal of pride in that work at the Mai Valley campground.
Kia ora koutou. Today we will go through the formal process of proposing the lease of the Mai Valley Motor Camp to Penny, who are a nationwide campground operator. This is the culmination of years of hard work that was going on way before I arrived on the scene, from parks and facilities and the property teams with input from many others, including finance and health and safety. And I really want to take this moment to acknowledge Sarah Holman of Breeze Consulting, who has literally poured her heart and soul into this project and has been a real stalwart through the whole thing. So thank you, Sarah. We couldn't have done it without you. The camps are complex. They offer affordable and unique accommodation options to visitors to our region, as well as providing a place of refuge and a home to the long-term occupants who reside there. Currently, the Mai Tai is home to 22 long-term occupants, and this number can soon be increased to 50 people over 35 sites, thanks to a new wastewater system. We've made lots of improvements to the campground over the last few years, including the installation of a modern eco-focused wastewater system. Since 2022, the Mai Tai campground has been limited to 80 campers due to the limited capacity of the old system, which we think went in sometime in the 60s. The new system will expand this capacity to 400 campers. Other additional improvements include a new communal barbecue and picnic area, enhanced privacy for the long-term occupants, relocation of cabins, new water taps and wastewater hubs. The total cost of all improvements to reach compliance and enhance the space have come to 1.8 million. managing campgrounds isn't our core business. This is why we are looking forward to the new life an experienced, proven operator will breathe into the Mai Tai. And with that, I'll hand over to Jules, who prepared this report for you.
Kia ora koutou. Yeah, so this report is the final stage in the process that we've had to follow to lease the campground under the Reserves Act, because the land is subject to that act. So back in February, we were council approved public notification of the proposed lease, and that public notification ran for a period of 1 month. We didn't receive any submissions, so the hearings panel deliberated on the 17th of April and resolved to recommend to council that the lease be granted. So council now has 2 roles under the Reserves Act to approve the lease. So acting as administering body for the reserve, council needs to consider whether to grant the lease, and then acting in its role as the Minister of Conservation's delegate, consider whether to consent to a lease over part of the reserve. We didn't have any submissions. The activity on the land is not changing, and the campground has been leased previously. So officers' recommendations are that council does grant the lease as in its role as administering body, and in its role as the minister's delegate consents to the granting of the lease. Happy to take any questions.
Questions from colleagues? Can I just confirm that the benefit to the council of leasing the campground is actually more than the $40,000 per year, because we also currently pay the rates, and that the new leasee will have responsibility for paying the rates? Have I understood that correctly or incorrectly?
No, that's correct.
And roughly what would be the rates?
So the rates were approximately 9,500.
So another 10 grand advantage for the ratepayer. Thank you. Councillor Brand?
I'm happy to move.
More than happy to take that mover. Councillor Brand, I can see the relief in your eyes, having been a councillor that's worked on this issue over many, many, many years. And Councillor Pakipaki is happy to second. Councillor Benj, I'm just taking questions at the moment, and then I will have the debate, so the opportunity is for question of officers.
Who pays the insurance?
So through the chair, so council will we will have the insurance, but the premiums will be on charge to the lessee. So the lessee will pay the insurance.
So it's on top of the
It is, yeah. They pay all outgoings which relate to the campground operation.
And what do they pay?
For the insurance?
No, for leasing the campground.
Well, they pay the base. They pay the they'll be paying us $40,000 for the first year.
Yeah.
And then from year 2, it will be base rent plus CPI or 9.75% of gross income, whichever's the highest amount.
Thank you.
So if I was, and I don't want to misrepresent it to ratepayers, but here's what I'm thinking. Last financial year, the campground at Mai Tai lost $120,000. On top of that, we're gaining $40,000 of income, plus the insurance, plus the rates. Says to me that the benefits to the ratepayer of leasing the facility is of the order of $160,000 a year. Is that a fair?
Yes, and the lessee will be responsible for all capital input while they hold the lease as well. So council holds no financial responsibility for upgrades or renewals.
To which I end up asking, and what part of this is there not to like? Motion's been moved and seconded. If there are no other questions, then can I just, Councillor Rainey.
Thank you. I mean, I've made it quite clear over the years that I have a position on the motor camps in Nelson that I wish to see as much access for all ratepayers as possible. And I hope that that is something that council considers in the long term with these areas. And on that vein, is there access to the swimming hole at the Mai Tai camp? It's completely separate. Am I correct? It's a separate access, and will that be maintained?
Yes, that's correct.
And it'll be maintained like that. It'll continue to be.
Yes, that swimming hole is not part of the lease area.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no further questions, the resolution, can I just again say to officers, this has been a long, hard journey. It is my view that in this term of council, officers supported by council in leasing both of these campgrounds has made a very positive step forward. And the way in which our officers have conducted the work, the capital improvements, and the process by which we have identified Penny as the preferred provider has been very professional, and certainly as Mayor has made me proud to be associated with the work that officers have done the hard yards on. Thank you. The motion's been moved and seconded. Does anybody wish to make any comment? The mover? Okay. Any other contributions? Councillor Pakipaki.
I thought I'd just add, Mr. Chair, that 35, 40 or almost 40 years ago, oh God, I've had a reasonably consistent relationship with the campground. I remember it back in the day when it was a glory place to be. Then through it then became a sort of a second location, and then it became worse. It went downhill where people were actually afraid to go down there. And this was during the 1990s. I was working in social services with Ngāti Koata, and they were housing not the iwi, but the state services were housing vulnerable women down there from the overflow from the women's welfare from the refuge. And it wasn't a great place to be. There was a lot of rough sleepers that were down there, but there was also a lot of undesirables, and so it wasn't really that place that people wanted to go. We visited on the instigation of our mayor, who wanted to go down and actually walk around the park with a few of us other councillors, and I was pleasantly surprised that the weather was nice, but the amount of work that's been put into the place, it shines like it could be easily transported back to its glory days, and I think that it's going through a new transformation at the moment, where the infrastructure that's being improved. Remember the smelly toilets down there? I don't know if anyone else can. The overflows whenever it rained, and it was it was just it wasn't great. But the infrastructure that's been put in there, and I think that the value for money that the region will get out of it, especially right within our city boundaries. So to have a resource like that is only just there, I hope that the generations of people that go and spend their Christmas times and their holiday times can start getting that annual behaviour of booking in to those places, because they do that every year, and a lot of people have moved out to Quinny's Bush. Well, hopefully we can get them back and get them holidaying here within the city, but also to attract those other people, because I remember everyone that went to the Maitahi camp used to be from Christchurch or from Blenheim. You'd meet every next person. So I'm what I saw there the other day, and the work that the team had put in, was really impressive. I think it's commendable where the direction that they're going, and it shows that there has been a serious effort by this council to actually attend to the needs of the park itself and to maintain its legacy. So kia ora. Bye.
Thanks for that contribution. Any others? Does the mover wish to exercise your right of reply?
Thank you, through the Mayor. Last term, there was a lot of pain around campgrounds, a lot of sleepless nights, a lot of stress, and a lot of difficult discussions. So I want to acknowledge, appreciate, and thanks our current staff, some of the ex-staff and the contractors, and also our community and the users of the campgrounds. It's been a long journey. Wasn't sure if we were going to get there, especially when we had the storm of 2022 and we had to rethink the whole layout again, but exciting to see the cabins moved and that area is now open and available for the mountain bike event that is coming our way. So compliance was a painful word, very scary word. So this term, I just want to say, awesome, well done. Don't underestimate the power of collaboration and collegial support. But I also want to acknowledge that last term we sent a letter to our long-term occupants and the panic that went out in the community that they were going to be evicted, and they weren't. And the promise of that letter was that it was about finding the best way to take care of them in a way that was wrap around them, supportive, and respectful. And I feel that we have treated them with care and we haven't evicted them. And I think we should really acknowledge the people that put that work in. So thank you.
Thank you. I'll put the resolutions 1, 2 and 3 with respect to confirming the lease proposal on the Mai Valley campground. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, say no. Carried. I'll now move to item 9. Well expressed. I'm going to move from the chair that the exclusion of the public with respect to sections 48.5 and 48.6 of the Local Government Act for the reasons set out from the agenda. The Councillor Rollo is happy to second. Is there any questions on that? There is not. If that is the case, I shall put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, say no. We come to the confidential agenda. We'll just take a moment, a breather, to allow our governance staff to exercise that. It is my intention to defer